He's like, yeah, I got a guy, I got a blood guy.
You have an area, you have
When you start getting a blood guy, the chances of you still being funny are very low.
that's acceptable. The question is when you have certain
You're that successful,
that
like, you
takes
gotta.
away from it being a pet up.
I would hang out. I got the blood guy coming in here, and then I'm gonna have somebody spray my face
If you have
with some
openings, and
orange
there's so
goo.
many openings that
And
there
then
are
after
more
that, I'm
openings
gonna have the
than
beer guy
there's
come
wall,
in.
then that looks like a
And then
breach.
I'm gonna,
Even if
I
it's
gotta
less than
get my
10
back
hours.
shaved.
So that we know
Get my
first
back
move
shaved.
all.
That's just my.
And we
I have
also
to do
know
on
that
this thing.
what's another
I
problem that
wish
can
I
create a
could
breach
shave
is
my
if you have
That would make
have
my company better if
more
I
than
had
10
someone
hour
shave my back.
openings. So then we don't consider the pet up.
You
Even
know how
if you have
fast I
more
can
walls
move
and
if I didn't have
openings, but
this wall
any
of hair
given
all
opening
over
is
the
more
place.
than 10 hours. That's the problem. So
Anyways,
basically what we're saying is
okay,
as follows. Those are the problems
the blood demonstration.
of
So
breaches that
Bundy's,
take something out of being
one
a
of our
category
guys,
of being a
right?
pet up, of being a doorway.
I don't know if you noticed this latest
So what
comment.
Joseph is trying to say,
How's
once
this
you
all
tell
going?
me
Oh, yeah,
that
really?
it appears that pet up doesn't help
So,
with
the bull's
opening
not
of
looking
greater
great.
than 10, so
I'll
it's
tell
not
you
going to
that.
help with the
It's
other kind of breaches, which is
26%
going to be a
yes
case where you have partial
and
move all
74%
open.
no. But
Even
that's
if
on me,
it's
though.
less than
That's on me.
10 on
It's on me because I should put yes on both.
There's more openings
Yes
than
or
both.
yes.
So I might have thought
That's a
that
funny
the
thing to
pet
do
up
too.
is going to help with that. Because
Looks like I don't
once
like
you
it.
see it doesn't help
It would be
by
funny if you
widening
did
the
yes
doorway,
and
it's
yes,
not going
but
to help
then
with the
people
other
were
kind of
writing, and
breach,
I voted the
which
yes
is
and
partial
he's
move
no.
all open where you have more things.
So we did a poll like, did you vote?
If I
Did
have
you
a
write yes
bucket
meaning
that
no
built
versus did you keep that
primarily or
yes meaning
majority
yes?
with
So it was
windows
still.
or doorways,
Another great
which
question.
are
What are the
open, they're
positives
not
of this
closed, and
format
therefore
from
in the case of partial move
Gordo?
all open,
Shout
I'll
out
tell
to
you
Gordo.
that a
Let's see
pet
if
up will not
anything
help.
changes
Not
right now when
open
I show
there,
you
they're
this.
also good lovely.
Alright, while you're pulling that
Pet
up,
up,
oh, it's
just
right
like
here.
you're
It's
now
right
seeing
there.
from Rob,
5,000 views already, dude. Isn't that nuts?
a
that a
width
lot?
is
That's a
considered a
lot.
breach in
We
the
get
oven,
like
not a pet up.
oh,
It's not helping
from
to
the
the pet up and not partial move all open.
Okay,
And in this instance, the
that's
pet up
crazy.
in
You guys,
part two,
shut the fuck
partial
up.
move all
What are
open,
you
which
fucking
is
talking about?
does
Not
not
liking the
allow,
view.
you cannot
Get on
allow
the
carrying a
view
pucker
train,
with the
idiot.
partial move all
What are
open.
you guys
So
doing?
that too is
So
not going to
one of
be
the guys is
solved
like
by
Clooney's
certain
projecting,
steps.
and
Basically
the
saying,
other guy.
once these people, one kind of breach
I
the
forgot
pet
what
up
you
doesn't help,
I feel like
doesn't
that
help the
guy's
other
a
kind.
lot in, but then we see him
Mark
all
says
over.
not so fast. You
Not
cannot
Marvin.
assume that
But
just because
he's
there's a
right.
halacha
This is probably I
by
wouldn't buy the
wider than 10,
wormholes.
that's
Yeah,
necessarily
wormholes
going
might
to
be
be
right,
halacha
but if
by
I was
partial
very rich, or
why?
not rich,
Because that's Gemara.
I probably
Mali
would
doesn't have the halacha of the
Yeah,
mother,
see, dude,
came over
I'm
type
gonna
of
be
into
a little bit,
mayor.
making a little bit more than I used to.
So we talked yesterday about Patrick Rose, where the leniency that Rabbanan made to the Ole Rebellion going up to Yerushalayim, that they would put those little L-shaped brackets around the bar, so that they'd be able to draw water out of the bar up to the ground level. The bar was sitting up to the ground level. Right? We talked about this yesterday, that we were trying to figure out what the upper limit of wider than 10. In any event, we talked yesterday about the view of Rabbi Yehuda, which is you could have 13 and a third ounce, which is basically 4 animals and 4 animals coming out. And the mayor has the opinion, we're going to see this about the science, the mayor has the opinion that it's 3 animals in, 3 animals out, and 6 animals, 1 and 2/3 alma, so that's 10 animals wide. So the mayor has the opinion that by Constantine Road, we don't allow you more than 10 hours. So now, tomorrow's going to say this follows. You cannot learn from just because you have a local by opening a 10 hours, you cannot learn to parse move all. Now we open the after opening lovely. That when we talk about a problem with something wider than 10, the came was not what is the possibility with mayor. According to the mayor, you never, even by possibility, your Chazal tries to be legally possible to help the whole way we go. According to the mayor, they never allowed a gap of more than 10 hours, because that according to the mayor's analysis. Omar, when you therefore learn to part move all over the process, you can calculate the possibility. It's very cool. But how can you consider that the part move all over when everyone, the mayor and the people agree that you allow for that special limit to part move all over, because that makes it possibly road just has that little 1 arm thing on each side, and so clearly if you have a 10 arm gap, so your each wall has 10 arms of gap and 2 arms of wall, so clearly everyone agrees that we allow part move all over, that even though there's more opening than typical structure, nonetheless it's considered a valid mafita by we see it from Hasidic road. So therefore, we're saying what you see is a leniency that we will allow part of according to everyone, whereas we will never allow the blowing of the mayor greater than 10 hours because it doesn't help if it's a it doesn't help if it's by possible. So what do you see? You see that the concern of 10 hours is more power because we don't lose it by passing the road. The mayor is more power than parts of the because the mayor agrees that we listen to the parts of the and we take the pass of the road. So therefore, tomorrow, I cannot do what the Joseph wants to do. The Joseph said, not passing something by greater than 10 hours. The pass doesn't work. And we're going to apply it to take the new parts of the to say that here's the pass of the road. It doesn't work that way because you see that everyone is neutral by parts move all and the person of mayor, no one is neutral by 10. So therefore, we see parts move all is less rigorous or less strict. So it doesn't matter. You cannot do what the Joseph is saying, which is just we're now, just because Rothschild got lost by 10, assume that also means that lost by parts move all. Doesn't matter. Then you say, anyway, let's say that the truth of Pesach does not help. In other words, Joseph tried to prove that the truth of Pesach doesn't help by parts move all, right? So, and we said there's no truth in what we said. But when that's true, there's no truth. So the main player, and we didn't support this idea that the truth of Pesach does not help by parts move all. Why? So we said the Tanakh alone, these walls, to move on stuff in the Kabbalah, so the majority of them are doorways and windows, as we said before, are obviously open space, they're color, that Tanakh alone is mutter, they're mutter, even though it's open space, and says to guys now, go by so long, so you hang open move out apart. As long as the physical part is greater than the open part. So it says in the Gemara, we could talk about that. After that, you can't possibly very inherently contradictory. What you're saying is, if it's like size with windows and doors, which means it's more parts than obeys, then it's different as long as it's more obeys than parts. So that doesn't make any sense, right? So that's the Gemara. Ella, Ema, or rather the word that you read in the beginning is by him that if there are a lot of windows and doors, who will buy the omen and parts. As long as the omen is more than the parts. What is saying? Windows and doors have the qualification that they have. We're assuming now that they have a certain stuff because they have size and they have top. And yet you see that the mission says you can have a lot of them, but not more, that it gets not enough that it gets you the parts move all only. So you see that even in the instance where you're employing a device of a certain Pesach, you still need only move all parts. You need more physical than open. So that's why that seems to be a proof for the halacha that Rabbi Yosef is trying to learn from Rab, but they're not learning from Rab, but the idea that truth of Pesach does not help the parts move all only. It does. Kind of an answer. Say, no proof of that. You cannot use the mode. That's something that when you have the mode, Rabbi says, comes from either someone who doesn't like there's a door that's not properly constructed, or that's stuff in the colon that something that's ruined, like we say, nothing that's mud, someone who's talking to Torah. But the idea is these are consistent doorways. So what does that mean? My teaching right? Please go to Rabbi Yosef, that there are arguments in Rabbi Yosef what it means, what it says. This is right. Not on the left like Sachi, not on the left like Tikva. One says that it has no side posts, and one says it has no top. One says it has no side posts. That's going to be the case if you want to see it on the picture number 84, which is Nicholas the Yoshi. There was like a jagged edge, you had a brickwork, and you pulled out 30 bricks. So it's gonna look like this as you look at the wall. So therefore, it has no side posts. Alternatively, we're talking about a case where it has no it has no roof, which would be 65. And the idea is you have stuff in the Salonos, you have windows and doors that are open, but they have no roof above them. But if they did have one, there would be a truth of that. So maybe in fact, you would be able to have parts of halal. So no proof from that. Okay, so now we're going back to Rab. Rab said that in our Mishnah we should learn that greater than 10 hours wide, the truth of Pesach does not help. Says the Rab, but Yochanan agrees with that halacha of Rab. that pan that Surat HaPesach doesn't help for why they protect. Some of them are about on the list of Robin and the son of Rabbi.
She shows up on that
My mother Marcos, the Dikkat you had a story with a certain person who came from this valley called base person. The North Dallas Foundation, the Arba Pinos of Babette, and he stuck 4 poles in the 4 corners of the field. The Masak Mura land, he raised a vine on them, so that's a picture in number 6. Well, my son is not covered. The story coming from the Hassan is this of Dallas. The Theodore Lane Facts. And they said the purposes of quiet that we know finding so we better follow that we know that this is a physical wall and you can plant up to the wall. So they said what you have is a halakhic wall. This is the nature of halakha.
It's hard to tell whether he's serious or not.
Therefore, as long as you have these lines going around the pole to create halakha, so then you can within the pole you can plant
nobody doing like
right outside the pole.
I sat down, I was like, look at the turkey there, like,
that was the basic halakha.
I said, pass me the cranberry sauce. They said, here you go, here's some onions.
After Pirlo leaving Shabbos, you're allowed to use this food, because obviously the pole, lying above it, So now we're gonna put the math on what we talked where the vine is going around, so we're not on the top of the pole, around the side of the pole. So that can't be because we're on the picture. We're also from the side, meaning that the words are not going on top of the pole. That's nothing. The Elah got it, so you must be talking about a case where in fact the string or the vine in this case went on the top of the pole, and we're going to say Ubama. Okay, so that's when you know it's going on top of the pole. Ubama. And what's the scenario that the guy is supposed to everything? Even with the Esther, if you had told me that we're talking about 10 hours to the left, well, all in the welcome to the job as well.
6,757 people that are interested in.
Less than 10
they don't want us to stop doing business. Stop doing business. That's like asking a shark not to swim. Asking me to stop doing business is like asking a shark not to swim.
That it doesn't work for Shabbos.
What happens when a shark stops swimming?
So let's be talking about, we've now established, it must be talking about a scenario where the space between the poles is
you don't see sharks not moving. That's why you don't see me
the wire, in this case, the line went on top of the pole. So what do you have? You have a balance of 4 thirds of that bucket. So you have 4 poles, you have 4 sides, you have 4 thirds of that bucket. You have greater than 10 elements to the table. And what is the ultimate option? The ultimate option is not what the topic is. So you see, like Rob, who said that a series of concepts does not help for greater than 10, the ultimate thing is because he's saying this is not a valid topic for the future because it's wider than 10, even though it has a series of concepts. So that's the ultimate hope that Rob, the series of concepts does not help on topics for wider than 10. And I said, well, it's like the scenario. A lot of it is so hold on to the essay. Really, we're talking about 10 hours or less. We may not stop. So before we said, well, if it's on top, you can't possibly be talking about 10 because why would you know that not allowed at the top? Now we're saying you're just talking about less than 10, and then you can not for top is because you're dealing with a case where the line goes on the side of the pole, not on the top of the pole. And we asked before, they did what they have to be put on the system, but now it's more good. So how could it help them asking that, I'm sorry, how could it help them asking the different Shabbos? There must be that it was not on the side. Now the Gemara is going to say, no, that's the very point. This thing that the said, well, also real boom, exactly what they're arguing about. So we are dealing with the side. We assume for sure everyone would agree that on the side it doesn't help. We're saying, no, that's not my focus. All of that, we're talking about 10 or less amos, we're going to side, and it's the vine when they're on the side of the pole, and they're arguing about a sister. So there's bucket who says that you can carry both the Shabbos and Koyim, both the leaning from the side, it works, and the Yochanan who says that it works for Koyim but not for Shabbos, we'll be talking about the deposit from the side. We're not saying that on top. So therefore, what's coming out that according to the way we're establishing it, the Yochanan and the bucket are arguing about an issue of when you have the wires on the side, that's what they're arguing about. But we don't see that's not a valid case of function. So therefore, we don't see any proof that he holds like Rob that it's true that Pesach on Shabbos if properly constructed. It's told on the side that it's something wrong in Pesach on Shabbos. We have no proof of that. It's actually an interesting thing to come down that there's different levels of really going in on like that. So for Koyim, you can have this from the side. For Shabbos, you need above it. And so
it's so much that you're like, I will literally explain to you like mechanically why this, statistically why this sucks. It is ruining my personal viewing experience.
But the valid video, one thing to talk about, I can think about going through the power. If it's a then guess what? You get that one here, go down. And yeah, we don't have to go to the most religion rely on Surah Al-Fatih. So they say, okay, that's different level. Why is it on the side? For Arab and Shabbos, it's enough that Surah Al-Fatih. For Arab and Muslim, doorway, that's a higher level, so we don't have it by this
goes on. No dolphin bottle ever again.
He says, no, Surah Al-Fatih is Surah Al-Fatih. He says, so what about the fact that people can prove that all the schools rely on the Arab, no one puts up with that could be because, check it out, it's not safe to the town, or it's here that already said that it's rich, so people not use it, and according to him, from a halakha perspective, people say that unless you have a Jewish neighborhood, Anyway, okay, so what we said is that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan is actually talking about the regular person having to touch the Shabbat. When he said it didn't work for Sabbath, he's talking about one other thing like that. We're not going to have a team here of the Rabbi Yochanan and his bucket, and with this, it's going to kind of establish that Rabbi Yochanan actually is saying on the halacha, he's talking about on the top, not on the side. So let's see. We don't need to represent the revenue, we don't need to reflect on their subject. We're going to have a question, so we just brought about question before where it's what we said, that this is the fact that we made with the divine help for Hawaiian, but not for Shabbos. I'm sorry, the question said help for both. The Yochanan said they help for Hawaiian, but not for Shabbos. Now we're going to bring another Raisa, and we're going to bring another bucket. The bucket is similar to the Kamina, the bucket say countries that we said in the morning is ready to be used by Kamina. On the base, he says that that if you have, Rashi says this is a different term, so it's a wine or vine. So same kind of case, you have four poles and you put it on. So you say, hey, we turn from the client, I'm along with Shabbos. So now you have a bucket, before it's going to work with both Shabbos and Koyim is saying now, we only look at Koyim and not for Shabbos. The Yochanan or the Yochanan says for Shabbos, the low, half the people from Koyim below. And the Yochanan says, in this case, just like by Shabbos, it doesn't work, Shabbos doesn't work by Koyim. So what do you have? You have a second Raisa, you have a second member where the Yochanan bucket, where they seem to take it up a notch and reduce the allowance. So they bucket to allow for Shabbos and Koyim now for only Koyim. And the Yochanan says it's quiet but not Shabbos, doesn't need it. So we have a shira. So So I can come up with something that would explain the distinction. Maybe what Rabbi Yochanan is saying was, why Minachad is on the side for them it only works. It doesn't work for anything. It doesn't work for Shabbos, it doesn't work for Friday.
I was a little worried now. I might not do good.
But not for Shabbos. That was free. Right? But then what we have is that's in fact if you're dealing with the first cycle. He says it works for Friday and not for Shabbos. If you're dealing with where the vine goes on the top of the pole, so then that would be a valid constructed truth like that. And that would restore the truth that was Yochanan holds like Rob, but truth that concept does not help go wider than 10 hours. So that's what Gemara is saying. You should still be able to, or you try to answer that it was not God, and that's why they're not talking about a valid
a show again, and he did the Aliyah
thing.
thing.
Because there's a feeling of Yochanan, and the only way you know how to make it right now is to say that the one where the permission is applying and not the Sabbath must be talking when it's on top, and this is where it's in a side because nothing works, so that makes everything is true. So Yochanan has like that. Gemara says, continues in the foot now, yeah, but you can say you're using a side, and you say that the first right so it's also talking about one side because the answer we gave that it wasn't a truth, so it wasn't like that. Right? So remember that how are you going to explain the Shura in the Yochanan Halacha? Or to restore the truth that Yochanan has. Like that, so hold on, really, I'll tell you in fact, even in a side. Again, I'm gonna say that there's no truth that Yochanan has God as relates to the Sabbath because they're both talking about something that I've done. And then the question would be, okay, well, why in one case does he say it doesn't work for Sabbath for quiet, and in the other case he says it works for quiet and not for Sabbath? What's the difference? Because that's a Yochanan. Instead, when the Yochanan said that it works for quiet and not for Sabbath, we're talking about where it was 10 hours or less. But where greater than 10 hours, we want you to say it doesn't work for Sabbath or quiet. Again, back to the point that the Yochanan is not discussing a properly constructed truth of Pesach at all. So he has no clue what the Yochanan holds due to the Shabbat Halacha. The truth of Pesach on Shabbat does not help for wider intent, but rather, what are we seeing in the discussion of the Yochanan? Because in either case, it doesn't work for Shabbat, but for Goyim will depend on whether it's 10 hours or less or more than 10 hours. 10 hours or less, then even a poor form of Pesach, where the wire is on the side, will still work for Goyim, but if it's greater than 10 hours, then even Goyim allows for a
I guess Wednesdays is that.
the Pesach will not allow that, and it's not going to work either for Shabbat or for quiet. That's how we resolve the two of them. Now, where do we get this idea that to make a difference that it's more or less than 10 hours? We're not taking the depending on the actual resume after. So where do I have this idea that that's quiet? Whether 10 hours or less or more than 10? Crazy, the Yochanan was bucket. The Yochanan was bucket. Look how coming right so. Look how coming right so. What was the story? The whole of the Yeshua ate from Yochanan during the Torah. That was Yeshua. The Yochanan really the word. I'll put the bucket to help him quiet. That's a beautiful thing. Yeshua went to Yochanan. Even though he was a bucket on his own, he helped quiet, but nonetheless, so found the Yochanan very Yochanan and he wanted to be so what happened? So Yeshua found him between the trees, and he said, very convenient that we're between the trees. I said, I want to ask you a question, and I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about. So Yeshua must have sworn that you know. Oh my God, that's so funny. A vine and going for freaking. So essentially, he created a truth of Pesach. For Amr Lo, and he said, Rabbi, he said to Yochanan ben Nuri, Rabbi, you just found him on knowledge right. Put up this wire between the trees. And he said to him, Rabbi, I'm standing on the side of if I were to plant a vineyard here, could I make a grain field right next door on the other side of this branch that I put up? So he asked him,
this is like,
hello,
it's more embarrassing if the
that if it's 10 or less, less than more than 10, it doesn't work. So it says the Gemara, but my asking, what are we talking about? Gabon, if it's focused on top, roasted the after, could you say that and if you're saying the rice is talking about what's on top, and it's telling, I'm sorry, that it's really talking about what's on top, and it's telling you that more than 10 with carrying, I'm sorry, upper for client. If you have a truth of Pesach, some one in. On Teo Nomala, if you have poles that are stuck in, there's a pole that comes to a proper edge, so they can stick it in the ground.
The other guy didn't talk very much about it until I
stuck it in, and you made a Teo Nomala, which is fine. Even the Yochanan has been with it, even more than 10 is with it. So the Bible tells you that by client, more than 10, as long as it's on Gabon, works. So when the Yochanan ben Nuri said more than 10 doesn't work, I'm not talking about our Gabon. Elolav, and that's God. It must be that when the Yeshua sprung up the vine and showed it to Yochanan ben Nuri, it was where it was where the branch did not go over the tree or over the branch, but rather on the side. So Amalei and the Yochanan ben Nuri answered him to ask him what the other that if it's 10 or less, more than 10 is other. So we were looking for a source. Where do we get this idea by Triam that there's a distinction between 10 and more than 10?
When I went to the dentist, the dentist confirmed that my teeth are small, which made me start to there.
So again, we are dealing with the fact that if you have
my teeth are normal size,
by Triam, if you have the wire from the side, so then it depends. If it's 10 or less, it's okay. More than 10, it's not okay. By client, if it's a properly constructed circle, as long as the wire goes on top, the wire goes on top of the branch, again, we're going to say even more than work by client, but not necessarily is that the same by Shabbos. We don't know by Shabbos, because you have no truth that we're arguing by Shabbos. This will be a properly constructed circle. What would be the halacha? Because we can obviously doesn't work, but we don't know what we're going on. Okay, so that's the point. This Amr is up. This says, here's a kata, the sun in a kat, multiple strokes. We went up before. By Shabbos, if you put up the truth of kata on the side, it doesn't help. So this, by the way, is very because what happens in our region, we by and large rely on the telephone pole. Now, a telephone pole is a case where the pole goes up and the wires are strung along the side of it. So if you could rely on a truth of kata in a spot, we would have to really do very little to create a region because of the telephone wires are good. But the problem is you're not allowed to have one at that. So what do we do? What we do is we struggle with that utility poles that get the insurance plus a strip, and that strip goes to the Rabbi. And in a minute, the Rabbi doesn't have to connect to that strip outlet. It goes up, and therefore they place that refuge, line it up so that it can reach the wire that's going on the side. You have the wire on the side, you have the pole, you have the wire on the side, so they put the refuge right here where it can reach the wire. And that's because it's not good. It's not good if it's in a shot. If it's in a shot, you wouldn't have to put that refuge on the pole at all. You just rely on the wire right at the top. Anyway, take it tomorrow. So I'm going to take this to the second there's $100 bellows. A few bellows of copy. Basically, what we're saying here is like copy is a copy. This is the doorway. So we say you're using an actual door, and you have to use the doorway. So therefore, it's strong enough that if you theoretically put a doorway up. And we're just even a door made out of like a cap or a straw. That would would be fine, but in order to be halachically, we wanted to do something that takes more happy. I'm going to come to the thing of Yana, Yana, you have to have some kind of like a hint there. My hectare here, what kind of hint would you need on the Avia that Africa is we have this bay, we talk about it's the door that's on the pivot. You have a little thing that comes out of the bottom and comes out of the top, and the door swings on that kind of thing. So Rabbi is the son of Rabbi is the one who said you need this pivot head. That's the Talmud of Rabbi. I'm going to tell them, I'm going to read the church of Rabbi. The Rabbi say anything about church of Rabbi. I'm going to let go of what didn't say anything. The way the Mitzvah, the Rothschild, they learned that he was really responding to him and saying, Rabbi did not pass him like your father because he didn't say that Allah. So in fact, Allah might we don't require him. It's basically two lessons in the Torah if you want to think of it as kind of church. That's the word. The poles on the bottom need to cut the Torah that goes across on the top. Now, I already gave you the answer to this because I mentioned that it was a telephone pole. We just put up a lefty, as long as it's 10 buttons, it doesn't have to go all the way up the side of the telephone pole. So it's not going to touch everything out. They don't need to touch. They do need to touch. The other of Nachman, said they don't need to touch. He was setting up the arrows to make the needle with the head, and so therefore he set it up where he had poles that went up to certain points, but then the wires that were going across them were not touching. Some of the who held that they need to touch. Said to his servants of Gada, he said to Gada, feel slow for dinner. Go take them off and throw them down. I think that the invalid arrows that are not set up to the right solution, to knock it down. Other fellows of dinner. So he went, he listened to Rabbi, he took it down, he threw them, he took them off and threw them down. After dinner, the right solution come through. So the right solution people said, what are you doing? And they arrested him. And they arrested Gada. All the rotation from above, all the rotation. When he stood by the door, I'm like, Gada, cool. Come out, not the job, but it came out because once you get one number, people saw that he was acting on the direction of the station, so they got him out of jail. After the station, so Rabbi so station is the one who said they needed touch. Said Rabbi, no, I'm alive. Cutting my music, that's what you'll be learning. I'm like, yeah. So, we mentioned the mission. People, when they have these things that come closer, we say it about it, but they have a people around this thing, but he's only talking about in part. And the question is that power, that we'll see exactly what they're on. You got to where it says that people need to go and say, you don't. Someone in the Yitzhak together. Everyone believes that it is, unless they believe it, let me say that they talking of great doorways before you start the art, then everyone agrees, I'm about a hot table, the means of law, that is it 10 tall. I'm sorry. That they agree that if there's 10 coffins of 5 posts that go straight up, even though it then goes to an archway, that's going to be a doorway. Now the question is, where though is the arch doesn't count as a window on the Torah? So where is the Torah for this? The way we have a Rashi would learn that the Torah is the top of the wall. So what you have an arch, and it has 10 coffins going up, and then above the arch is a flat base. So what you see is that the 10 coffins going up are not the side walls before they curve like this, are not connected to the top, and yet we're saying that it's a valid doorway and it requires that everyone agrees that it requires them to go. So you see them, not like the station. Okay, keep that in mind because I'd like to do that tomorrow. Let's say you have an opening that's 10 tall, but it doesn't have any button before the curve starts, right? So then say that's nothing because not to explain something that's within 3 tefachim of the floor is considered like a floor. So if you empty and knock out the bottom 2 tefachim, there is no great portion of this doorway. So it's for sure not a doorway that he's going to get. So he's not going to start glass floors up. Alternatively, there is more than 3 great tefachim on the sides of the door. There ain't the law of Sarah, but it's a very short doorway. And with the heart, it's not even as high as 10 tefachim. That below floor. That's nothing. So, in other words, if it does not have 10 tefachim of height, even, or it does not have 4 tefachim wide, for at least 3 tefachim or more, it's for sure not a valid door. If you went to the day on the same argument, the Yesh for Agras Gimel, the Vaya Sarah, they will cover our bar. So what happens when you have at least 6 tefachim where it is 4 tefachim wide, meaning 3 tefachim coming up from the floor is at least 4 tefachim wide, you do have the doorway is at least 10 tefachim. But the issue is, once you get above 3 tefachim on the side, the arch starts, and it's no longer a straight side of the door. So we say as follows. But there's enough to get this arch doorway is in a broader doorway that you could theoretically have as a standalone arch. It's in a broader doorway that you can cut out part of the doorway. So the idea would be the merit of a focus in the hospital. That we, the merit that we imagine we could cut out the rectangular doorway properly, but we're going to make therefore we're going to choose on the proper doorway that's the high unit of it. Now, one time we were running all the way you don't do that. At the end of the day, you have a doorway that does not have parking going up straight, or there's something before the first start, so it's no good. On the right, so we'll take this person from this, that basically a proof that the sides don't need to connect to the top. But that means Kaka who, if the rate people find you, what camera who the base of the or need to become like people. Don't tell them that this business about the people because it shows that I was wrong. And that I shouldn't have taken out of jail. Okay, after mothers, there's nothing on the left of the photo. That if you have a mother, you have two sides, and you have a left and what you need a left and a photo. Either one. This is how we learn by this. The one that we learn on the left behind, and we need 2 left on either side of a mother. Remember the small one coming up, the name of the shua, and the name of the small, there's one helmet in front of the shua. You got a towel, or nothing to the top of the shua, I'm obviously talking about how much you need to overlap the Torah, that everyone is doing the comment that the left is worth Torah is consistent if the opening is less than 4 amas. I'm not nothing to how much that has that between 4 and 10, so even the Torah view that once you get past 10, the left of the Torah doesn't work. You need to take a pepper. So from 4 to 10 is what they tell you for the articles. Every time I have a left of the Torah, they tell you need both the left and the Torah. The Torah is no left of the Torah, you need to do 4. I'll bet that they found they still argue even from 0 to 4 as well as 4 to 10, meaning in all cases of mostly the time that they do not get Torah, they told them we need one or the other. That's the Gemara. The local Shemai law is kind of common. Because if you remember, we learned how halacha that talks about putting up lefty and Torah, and Shemai said you need a Surah Takasa and a lefty or Torah, and they tell all the commandment in the name of the Torah that you need. I'm sorry. They said a commandment in the name of the Torah that you need a Gala and a lefty or Torah on the other end. They said what they're talking about is that you need either a lefty or Torah. What's lefty or Torah? What happens when you need the Surah Takasa or a Gala? Or you need a Hush Summit. I can mother Tasa in this side. What's a mother Tasa? Because that halacha that we said you need a Surah Takasa and a lefty and Torah, or you need Gala and a lefty and Torah. We're talking about a mother of bullet. It opens on 2 ends versus the rapper. But here we're talking about a mother Tasa. We have 3 closed walls and the 4th open versus the rapper. We're talking about lefty and Torah. Or the lefty and the Torah, so long as it's all lefty or Torah, they need one or the other. They come here with lefty and the Torah, says the Gemara, in the name of the Kapam, they come out of all the pieces of Torah. So the Gemara says, wait a second, if they come out, it's one thing if you say you just need a lefty or a Torah. So all you need is you need a hecker, you need something to don't mix it up. But once they come and saying it's not enough to have a lefty or a Torah, you have that close, it seems that he's trying to craft a pizza. So maybe the Shammai is a full wall, but it's kind of much stuff. You got two walls and then a little wall. Maybe he holds you have built something for the fourth wall because with their eyes in order to have the feature, in order to have it with the feature, you have four sides that have the feature because otherwise why take time and build something? So you need both the left and the first. Why it says, hello, this is the show to be by the top of the wall. Because even they come and do, but three walls with their eyes open up. Why did you need to build something? Because the rest of the apartment, they wanted you to have a fourth wall. Not just a hectare, but either a lefty or Torah wanted you to build a little bit of a lefty and a Torah. The Torah and no lefty or Torah, either or. Because they might live because they tell don't repeat the Torah. So they tell us that you can put a lefty or a Torah only for the fourth wall. So maybe establish in there that they hold you three full walls. Otherwise, that you can knock them with two walls and not. If you remember, we had this with Rabbi Yehuda, with the overpass, and you said Yachal thing, and you put up refuge. That even if the two walls on the sides of the two problems are there, Rabbi Yehuda was of the opinion that that's what we simply have to do. So Rabbi said if they tell us, he said you can only fix the fourth wall of the left hand, but not the third wall. Hold that with the right hand, you walls and you said, well, this is the sign of the guy that tells all they tell us that to throw something in, that meaning of the fifty up, their right side really only needs two walls. So if you would throw into something with two walls, you would be tired for the Hilchot Shabbos. But in order to carry the Rabbanan that you need three walls, and then the fourth wall, just leave the lefty or Torah as a hectare, that would do, they would not necessarily disagree that three walls is enough for it to grab the word out.
must be the daughter of the pilot of these kids. Okay. Yeah, dude. Fucking, let's see. I feel like we made the thing. That's where we're going to finish. Let's go to the number side. Subscribe to me. We're just happy that you guys are very into it. You like the Twitch. Yeah, you guys love it. Yeah, we're trying some new things out, making more shorts. Nobody's really commented this video. That's fine. I got that. Oh, yeah. You guys, it's like a good memory from the show, please. Last house. Listen, I hated it. Yeah, it sucked. Yeah, this vertical blockbuster. I'm not sugar and ridiculous. I like the vertical. Being alive, Spider Moment. Dolphin model. YouTube shorts is gonna take awesome. Another takeaway, rapid cut. Rapid cut off the top. It's so funny to annoy you. It was funny this one time. Okay, we've never done anything about it. A bunch of sharpies in the butt. Short arms! Jesus Christ. Should have never I can't If anybody liked the stream, tell us that you liked it. I don't think anyone's going to say anything bad. Frankly, that no one has done it. Christian, I will kill you. So, there's that. It was fine. Liked it. No trades, no. Like the stream everyone, it's alright. I liked it. Wins the line. They're trading a stream like it's David Lucas and a fucking Morgan. Whatever his name show. David Lucas. William Montgomery and a Morgan J show. See, I can't. Okay, I like the show, but the format is doggy and that's because it's okay. Carmel wants us to watch my bird. It's just a crazy guy. I know that's so hot.
I don't know what's going on. You might want to talk to his wife. She knows what's going on. Because he doesn't have cold cash. It says you Google him, it says 100 million worth that, whatever that number is. You're wrong. You Google what does wrong mean. It means not that.
All right, so man leaving. Yeah. What's your Reddit profile, Formula One? I mean, dude, the views don't stop coming out. It's just insane. Nuts. That's my nuts. All right, it was one. Okay, we'll figure this out next time, dude, because I'm tired as fuck, too. Yeah, I've been up all day today. Shout out to the pillar. Always doing this good. But thanks for tuning in, you guys. I appreciate you tuning in on Thanksgiving. It was a lot of fun. Yes. We got something we try to do. What do you call it? Format? We try to do a format. That's the Robin guy, you guys, Moses, we'll make it a 2 promise. Okay. We still love you. Please don't hate us. Alright, y'all. Later on. could legit see everybody. It's just so bad. It's just so terrible. So at that point, why I was 6 months, then they just see that we have all these things. It's your own. Nobody really cares, bro. Just watching as my friends. Before you speak, I know your hand has been up. Rabbi just came in. I know he's here to shield. Let's just give him some time to talk to us. Then we'll continue with our conversation. So, Rabbi, cheers to you. What's up? How are you doing? Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast, Faxi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, you should know that I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. If you can, I'd appreciate the follow back. I follow everyone back if for any reason I may have missed you for any newcomers. And you should know I'm running into the limit on the amount of people who I can follow. So please, I don't want to have to unfollow you to go follow someone else. If you can, please follow me back. You should know that I'm very excited to say that I'm about to celebrate one entire year of 24/7 X Spaces, and not just regular X Spaces, but video X Spaces. So actually, on a different account that I have been streaming my life 24/7 on the X platform, doing 24/7 spaces. I know that this is certainly unique to do an entire year of your life on X Spaces on audio, but what makes mine really unique is mine are on video. So if you ever want to check that out, please type in Rabbi into the X Spaces search and I'll come up right away. You can always come in there and chill. You can connect with me. If you're interested in getting a job, I've helped over 100 people get jobs in Web3 and outside of Web3, nurses, some tutors, teachers, and then certainly community managers and such. So if that sounds of interest to you, I'd appreciate if you connect with me. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want you to know that I'm not just live on 1 or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. My streams are available 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view these links that are available on my profile, additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently exceeded 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. I don't know, the last time when you came, you just left us. Can you come up to speak? Okay, that's all good. Nice to have you. Please, you can do it to shoot Rabbi. Please do it to check him out. And he said he's for everybody. Please do it for me. Thank you very much, Rabbi, for your friends. Thank you, Faxi. Okay, you're welcome.
small trips. When I was saying something, you guys just want to
stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down, stand up.
subscribe to them to chit chat.
I just stuff up
James, can you hear me?
pour out like a
Okay, Shiny, what's up? What's up with Jim today?
Hi, I'm going to quantify Jereb and Rabbi. Rabbi, it's been a long time. How are you doing? Glad to be here today. I actually saw Rabbi and I'm like, okay, so networking is the half, but that's the very important, your social network, the biggest currency you can ever have. So I'm Shiny Girl, I'm founder of the Dreams NFT. Some of the NFTs what I'm working, which is Obsidian Butterfly. And also, we've been doing our projects, launched our projects since November. We have like 800 NFTs minted out. Remain 310 to go, and at 310 we have like some things attached to it coming up. We have like the second phase coming in, so we can actually buy some packs to $50 worth of the NFT, 11 of the NFT, and then also access to land drafts, giving out free lands to 3 people. So out of the 30 slots, do a raffle and 3 people have the land in Nigeria. And also you have access to 1 week free services for my community that the China Line also on my page. So under the China Line we educate, promote, train, we have always basis on training and video on that one that you most likely looking into. And we're all about building, educating, onboarding and connecting. So happy to be here today to check it out and let us have a birthday. Yeah.
Shiny, what happened? I've never seen your spaces. You spoke, was it January? And you said your spaces will be coming up. I've not been seeing your spaces. I don't know. Could it be X?
Operator. It's going to be X. So I've been hosting spaces. So the thing is that there's two categories of my spaces now. There's a space which is going on right now. It's China Aligned. So it's on my page. You see the China Aligned. So we host that space every morning. So I'm just working on changing it to 9 instead of 7 o'clock in the morning. But I think many people are still sleeping at 7. So 9 o'clock every day, Monday to Saturday, we talk about training, we talk about jobbing, in a whole lot of like the 3 months show. We have the dedicated talk, we have trade talk, and then we have the debate talk. So then also I have like 2 spaces in a week, like today, and I would surely love to have it there. It's a state of people in Africa show, talk about different things going on in Africa. So like I'm posting up today, we're talking about the NFT economy in Africa. So I post that one on the radio space. That is on X. So I'm always a post on it. The radio station on based on Solana on X. So and then
regarding the size of the there, that no seats should be principal largest. Go ahead and have a little bit of this. But then apparently the largest should no, the main not only will you not have the small utensil, but you also won't have a large utensil. Does it make sense? Not only will you not have large utensil, but you will have small utensil. Rabbi, that's this one I'm not supposed to be which can also be referred to only going ahead and a small fire from a large one. Okay, so this is not immediately clear who's the large one is the Pasuk itself may not be seen. We also understand that remember that most and the shoots back Rabbi Meir, and he says that the Pasuk here is evaluated that the shear the amount of work that is more urgent nothing like proper home or the scope of the fire. I don't think it's sense that you won't have enough person there to go ahead and scoop up the water. The shocking thing that basically there, Kobe by there, Kobe by not only, not only, not only carry about without even touching it. Let's say like you're holding a pile of towels. Like when you're top of a pile of towels, this is how you hold the towels. How do I know that?
And these fingers are just
Gathered,
lifespan, the life of is an initiative whereby able to use solar energy, right? Just like the what is known as greenhouse. Like using solar energy in a confined environment, like who can be able to natural products right here you understand community whereby they using the feed the community and also to sell, right? And after selling, we also like to support the project and also to support these local farmers. And the project is still at pre-launch stage. I've only said solar, so like whichever for selling part of this amazing project, right? And they have a higher level whereby talking about various communities, especially in Nigeria, organizing health outreach whereby test and to give the actually suffering from different diseases like and finally we are still building and I general of us from the part of this amazing project initiative, right? Because we're here and the mission is to lift so thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much and yes for that. Check that out. See you later. It shows you don't even know you do amazing job. The last week's here and they were discussing about I think like lives. I don't know. So you can gain and learn a lot from what they're doing. Sorry if I can just check a little. Sorry. So thank you. We do have weekly health awareness days where we talk about different health conditions, right? So that we can be much more aware and have knowledge on these so we can take care of our health so that we can live stronger and better life. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so you guys are very from space and generation. Awesome. Yeah, okay, for the flight, so that is much better business. Alright, fine, no problem with that. So, like, I'm just got a question for undefeated. Undefeated, I'm sorry to ask this. Are you a doctor? Are you a doctor? Please respond to that. I'm not a doctor. 4 hours from the edge of Nigeria. Alright. Sorry, man, just curious to know. Alright. You have heard from undefeated, it's a member of the house. You guys can be able to, check it out, go to his page and, get a confirmation of what he's saying, and all of that. So, you guys do well to check that out, I think they're building a very good project, and you guys be part of that. We had Rabbi earlier as well, and I've listened to Rabbi speaking on spaces, I think 2-3 times, and I think I found on his notification. I got he said he was spaces and he loves to have so many people and all of that, but I've not been seeing his spaces. I don't know. Rabbi, please can you respond to that? I've not been seeing your spaces on TL. Are you not hosting spaces these days, or you are probably on a break or something?
No, I host spaces. I've been hosting spaces 24/7 for the last 363 days. But it's not on this account that I use. So the space account that I use is a different account. If you just in the space search, if you just type Rabbi, you can always find my space. If you want the actual name of it, it is Karaoke King 0000. If you're wondering why do you have that name, I sing a lot of karaoke on it. And if you are looking for that account, I just reposted the live space that I have there that is on video. Additionally, I go to as many spaces as I can get to, and so I have been in spaces. Anyone here will certainly make you aware. Sometimes I'm in spaces all day long, and if you are looking for those spaces that I am hosting 24/7, feel free to just check out my most recent repost and just follow that account, and you can connect with me anytime you want there. You should also know I'm always live on YouTube. I'm always live in my Discord as well, which is really exciting. Very few people will ever tell you that you can literally connect with them 24 hours a day whenever you need, if you ever need help. So I'm here to help you. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't. Yeah, it does about that. But I still have one question, other question to ask you. And like other people said, when you honestly, that's the honest truth. I think I've listened to you like 3-4 times, and when you come to spaces, I think the way you speak, I think it's really fast, and I think you should maybe work on that. Maybe you try to slow things down a little bit so that so many people, because I think from these are label graphs, so many people are not so much used to that kind of people talking really that fast, and they might not be able to grab the most important thing you are trying to talk about. And even me myself, sometimes when I listen to you, I still find it difficult to guess the exact benefit people tend to, because you seem to have a lot of benefits that people can gain when it comes to your spaces or when they follow you and all of that. Okay, what about these YouTube videos we are talking about now? Like, what is it about? Is it about learning a skill? Is it about building yourself? What really is the value that going to YouTube channels? What value does it create to people who are your followers? Can you respond to that first? I still have other things to ask you. I don't know. Please don't be tired of it. So
No, not at all. I'm very open to your question. So I'll answer this one, and then you answer any other questions that you have. So I live stream my life 24 hours a day, and I've been doing so for more than 4 years, which is a huge amount of data for the world to learn from. Now you may ask, okay, well that's cool, but what do you do on the streams? So in addition to it being the story of my life, which is quite interesting, perhaps in the past I would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. I use video to archive my life. But what do I actually cover? Well, in the mornings, anywhere between 1 and 3 hours, I review what's Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism. So I teach a class on that. Then usually throughout the day, I assist people while going into different spaces. So how do I assist people? What value? I mean, that's what I get what you're asking. So what I help people to do is to be able to increase their network using social media, and everything that I teach people, it's free. So what do I teach? I tell people, do you have a link tree? If they don't, I teach them how to get one. It's all free. Then I have them connect the top 30 different social media platforms that are available to them. Everything from their X to their YouTube to their Facebook to their Instagram to their TikTok to their Reddit. What this does is a 5-pronged strategy. Number one, it helps people to be able to promote themselves. It gives them lots of places to promote themselves. Secondly, it gives them lots of places to promote their clients. Thirdly, it allows them to open up communication channels with the outside world where they may not normally be able to communicate. Fourthly, it allows them to dominate search engines, dominate social media, and dominate AI, which of course we all know is the new horizon of technology. And finally, it makes it really difficult for someone to be able to impersonate them. Once they create those accounts and we look them over and we make sure they're good, then I help them to put quality content on their different social media platforms. Basically, you could be a reply guy, and that's great, but I want you to be a social media marketer, and I help people really go from reply guys to social media marketers. After we do that, I teach them how to join different communities, not just on X, not just on Discord, not just on Telegram, not just on Facebook, but other places, so that they are maximizing their network. Because as we all know, your network is your net worth. Then what I help people to do is get their shill down. You're absolutely correct. I have a very fast shill. I speak very quickly. I have a lot to cover, and many times the amount that I have to cover is very limited. So apologies if it's too fast. I certainly understand that and appreciate your words regarding that. But you should know, for other people who don't have as much to cover as I do, just someone who's a reply guy, what I help them to do, instead of going into a space saying GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience, I don't really know what to say, but I'm a reply guy, I need a job, send me a follow, which is cool. At least you're trying. I help people to go in once they follow the steps that I teach them. They come in and they say, GM, everyone. My name is XYZ, and I'm a Web3 marketer, and I would love to help promote your project on my 30 different social media accounts. What this is going to do for you is increase the amount of DMs that you get about your project. It's going to increase the amount of responses you get. It's going to increase the amount of buys on your NFT or your cryptocurrency. It's going to ensure that we dominate on social media, on search engines, and in AI. If this is of interest to you, please send me a message. I'd love to connect with you. Basically, I have people get a 30-second chill down, a 60-second chill down, and a 3-minute chill down. And what that allows people to do is get a lot of messages to be able to partner with different projects who are looking for promotion from people who are going to do more than just the minimum of reposting your content or liking your content. What I'm able to help people do is promote projects across all of different social media, which is much more powerful, and they get paid more money than that. Additionally, what I help people do throughout the day, and if you're wondering how many people have I helped, in the last 100 days, over 100 people. So I help a lot of people. What we do, many people are not Web3 enthusiasts. They are nurses and teachers and tutors, and they just want a better job. And I help them with that as well. So I make sure to review their resumes with them. If they don't have a resume, I make sure that we create one with them, ensuring that it has their contact information, perhaps a cover letter if they need. We ensure that it has their employment history, their desired employment, and their education history. And then I help them to create the different accounts on job seeking websites and also connect with partners, specifically recruiters in Africa. Many times, many of the people who I help are in Africa, but if they're not, wherever they are, we find recruiters for them because these people get paid to get people paid. So throughout the day, that's what I do. In addition to teaching classes, I sing karaoke. We do gaming as well. So it's really a mishmash or a mixture of many different things that I do throughout the day. It's really just the story of my life. So if you're wondering, if I watch your YouTube, is that going to be the most exciting thing in the world? Well, it depends what I'm doing. It might be, but the best way is to just come into my Discord. That way you can connect with me, talk with me, and we can review your goals and a strategy. And the best thing about it is it's all free. I don't ask anybody for anything. I don't want anything for anybody. In fact, I want to give people things in the future. But for the time being, I want to make people more successful at what they do. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to expound upon a little bit what I do on my YouTube streams and just in my life in general. And I know you had some other questions, so feel free. Let me know what other questions you may have.
Yeah, I think you actually have, you have responded to most of the question we have had. The truth of the matter is that I don't think the whole of today will be enough for us to get everything you do. There's something on my mind, but okay, let's do it that. Let's do it like that. Let's do it like that. I think you are doing amazing. Especially trying to help people. I think that's where my own personal passion lies. I love helping people so much. I love putting smiles on people's faces. I must commend you for what you are doing, and I want you to continue to do that because when you add value to humanity, when you serve that kind of purpose, I think it's really, really good because as soon as these people are excelling in life, you are also happy to be part of their journey and all of that. So, yeah, you just said that I think you are doing great. Sorry. So yeah, my I have something to ask you. I think so. It's raising up his hand. So please, you can ask him something. Yeah. Dear Rabbi, it's nice hearing from you again. You said a lot, and I my point is, it's not like a question, more or less like a suggestion, right? So the first time you spoke on the space, the night you spoke, and I was like, why are you rushing? And today, while you were speaking, I understand the fact that there are always spaces that gives you unlimited time. Alright, so while you were speaking, I was actually I find out to catch up with what you were saying. But at the same time, when we spoke the second time, then I catch up, and then I was like, do I catch up with what you were saying? At the same time, I didn't get most of the information. But I just want to suggest that these questions that I'm asked you, and then you were able to give the kind of food you think it's more. I think it speaks more about you. It makes the explanation easier for some people to get. For example, I wouldn't have known this what to do, because I actually went to your link tree to check you out. I checked the first and second topic about you, and then I was going to check it out, then I got this again. But as in, you just come out like this and just ask the question, and then you explain service rates, data, right? You let us know what you do. We are now included people. You let them know their capability, bring out people's potential, and that's very great thing to do. And it just exposes you more about what's easy. Personally, I will actually like to know you more. I'm kind of a busy person, but this kind of people that I like connecting with actually, and you are the line of people that I like connecting. I have a something to do with. I do something, but at the same time, some of us, many of us need connection, networking, and that's the kind of thing that people need in Web3 spaces. It's not only about what you can offer, the skill you can offer. We need networking to offer those skills, right? And that's the good thing. Keep it up. I'm just suggesting you have been doing great, and it's nice having you here again.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And to everyone out there, I certainly know that I cover a lot, especially in my initial pitch. And please understand, many of the spaces that I go in, I get cut off because they only allow for 1 minute or 2 minutes. I have my shield down 2 minutes 22 seconds approximately, and many spaces won't give you that much time, and they especially won't give you as much time as our leader here, Faxi, has given us as the host of this space. So just know that a lot of it has to do with just the different spaces I'm in, and I understand those hosts may have 600, 1,000, 1,500 people in their space, and they've got hundreds of people who are making requests. So I have to be fast, and really, a lot of times people tell me that they only get some of it, and I absolutely understand that, but I can't cover everything if I have such a limited amount of time. But yeah, that's what I do. I'm more than willing to help you. If anybody wants, just send me a DM and I'll send you my social media guide. It's absolutely free. And if you're hearing me, I want to emphasize this is all free. I'm never going to charge you anything. And the strategy that we use costs nothing. And it's going to ensure that you get more followers on different networks. And really, that's what it's about, because as we know, as I said, your network is your network. So if that's of interest to you, send me a DM. I'll send you a message. It's got all the 30 different social media platforms in there. It's got the links to the different app stores to get the Linktree app. And additionally, I'll send you a follow-up message that if you're looking for a job either in Web3 or not in Web3, it's a general guide on how to create a resume. I will look over your resume. People pay a lot of money to have people look over the resume. I don't want your money. I want you to keep your money. In fact, I want to give you more money. And one thing that Salami said that I thought was really interesting, and I absolutely agree with this, the great amount of joy that you get when someone comes to you and they say, just in my case, Rabbi, I got a job. Rabbi, I made money. Rabbi, I made this connection, or I was welcomed into this community. And that wouldn't have happened if we hadn't connected. There's a great amount of joy that I get out of that. So a lot of times people are always asking me, what's the catch, Rabbi? Are you going to ask me at the end that I have to split the profits with you? Absolutely not. No. All I want you to do is give me feedback when good things happen to you. And if good things don't happen to you and you run into challenges, come back to me. we will navigate them. I know that things aren't easy for you. I also know what your budgets are. It's $0. You don't have money to be paying for services or anything like that, and I recognize that. And a lot of people, which I don't like, they gatekeep this information. They basically say, join my club, join my class, and for X amount of money per month, I will review just a little bit with you. Absolutely not. Education should be free. I feel that in my heart. The term rabbi, I'm a rabbi, it means teacher in Hebrew. I'm a teacher at heart. I have the soul of a teacher. I want people to be more educated. A rising tide lifts all ships, and that's how I feel. When when one of us does better, we all do better, and then we share that information, and then we build a more successful world. So, thank you for letting me contribute that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for that. I hope to, get connected with you. And honestly, I follow this account. Now that I know that previous different account spaces and on the space, I think I will give it much attention. And I hope you success in what you do. I keep on doing what you do. And at the end of the day, we hope that so many people get to be successful on your path. Understand? So, yeah, thank you so much for coming to the space today. I believe to see much of you. I think this is the second time you are speaking on this space while I'm active. And I hope you always have me around and come to speak on this space. Thank you for sharing. Like I said, so yeah, moving on. Emma has also always this thing. I don't know why. Emma has just been listening to this thing.
So you'll see that ultimately again the foot, the wooden foot, is not considered to be kashet. It's not considered to be an ornament. Ultimately again an accessory of the Israel. Again we'll see why that is, and therefore you can't go out with it on Shabbos. You can't go out with it on Shabbos. The engagement base people, but the shoe itself, you'll see if the shoe has a base people. Now the base people means that it has like a receptacle inside of it, the season, and it has the ability to contain rags. So you can imagine again if there is a larger receptacle in the shoe itself, large enough to be able to hold rags in it, then coming. Ultimately again the shoe becomes part of the Rashi. The niche book is people season. Shem is skunk both the people season. Shall the bugin wrapping the mukham hariach rosh shoko alek. So I guess these types of shoes will fashion differently. Sometimes again, there's just enough of an opening to be able to receive like the stump of the leg. Other times it's people that are receptacle with larger that you could stuff rags in there to serve as a little bit of a cushion for the leg. So if it has a base people, it has a receptacle in which you could put rags, then it is metabolic to them. So versus Islam is Shabbos, but of course still goes to another big action family. Metabolic to Islam, אבל אם בייס קיבול לא שוקו, ואם אני עכשיו בסיסי, לאג בייס קיבול כמון, how will it sticky? So what's the very simple halacha in Torah? You know that when it comes to wooden utensils are only metabolic Torah if there's a base קיבול, if there's a receptacle. If there's no receptacle, then it's what's called shute creates, just simple weight utensils which are not metabolic Torah. Smuchos shalom. Rabbi actually Smucho Shalom next is Smucho Shalom Dervish Kidei Bishkei Batlok Mahamek Al Shokot Al Rosa Smucho Shalom Shokot. Those in this case only this is an individual who unfortunately again does not have the use of the legs. So such an individual normally pull himself, right? He would essentially kneel on his legs and he would pull himself in, he would pull himself by moving himself. So he would have like leather fishing guards over his legs. So he's not his legs, but getting stretched. Those are called smooths. So the Gemara says, smoothos shalom, tmei letters. The smoothos ultimately again could contract to us as I will say now again, we're running a lot of halachas with you. This is an individual who is wearing the Lincoln was a sub, so he could take too much credit. And then he was much like this, the type of killer that is just to the title, that sits on or rests the state. So he comes to solve the obviously putting the weight on the whole thing that doesn't legs like it. And ultimately, again, it's just a question of budget. The old shit of the money. Then they can help us out because it's going to be expected. The instructions on the side, right?
I've been working on a 3D render of my apartment. Oh yeah, that's even better. Let me tell you a story first. Remind me of the 3D render. But I work at a coffee shop, right? And this one gentleman was hard of hearing. He was maybe not hard of hearing, maybe hard of communicating. Right? Hard of hearing is when somebody can't hear or you can't hear somebody, but somebody had trouble hearing him. And unfortunately, at the syndicate where I work, name dropper. I know I fucked up by saying it, but it's fine, whatever. Fortunately, there we have something called the BBBC. Okay, right? And so BBBC, right? Okay, not to be confused with BBC, which is BBC. Yes. And I was like, is that 4 or 3B? That's like the grades just like not flaring it too hard, but I was enough that I was like, I don't have any B's in this. Unfortunately, we have a BBC, right? Which is not to be confused with BBC, right? British Broadcasting Channel, right? And other things, amongst other things, right? Okay. And I was dropping some food off at the counter, usually at work, whenever I make food, I drop it off and I go, order for a kosh, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah. And then when I was on my way back, this one guy was trying to ask one of the white women there, I don't know how else to say, like a younger woman that was very busy working, right? He was trying to ask her, what's in the BBC? And she couldn't hear him, so she said, I'm sorry, what was that? And he said, what's in the BBC? And he did it 3 times, and it's probably the funniest thing that happens.
So he wasn't doing a bit, he was literally wanting to know what's in it.
Yeah, all white people, they don't do bits when it comes to wanting to know what's inside the pastries.
Oh yeah, no, I could see myself asking that, but I would be like, oh, I definitely want to know what's in the sandwich, but then I'd see the name, I'd be like, oh, I guess I'll just fucking, I'm probably not gonna get that sandwich. Honestly, yeah, I probably wouldn't ever get a sandwich called that. Because I'd be like, what kind of sandwich did you get? And I'd be like, yeah, turkey. I would just look inside at like a turkey sandwich.
Like, what's it called? If I go to the restaurant, just add. I was gonna say, what has turkey? You know what that reminds me of? That's something I want to comment on your intellect here. Which of the three B's stands for turkey? I don't know. The BBC could be anything. It's like your restaurant names sandwiches after human beings. They're not actually serving Fernando, are they? The sandwich. How about your intellect? But I think it's banana, buttercream, and it's a dessert. It's like a pastry. It's a pastry. Do not fucking. I didn't even think it's a pastry. Okay, what's in the pastry? You made a sandwich. I was like, whatever is in this hungry fucking. Yeah, we just go with it. I changed like. That's hilarious. Yeah, I completely ignore the pastry part. Yeah. But even then, I would think that the BBBC, I would like, it's got to have butter and bananas. Whatever. Dude, I'm on the whole white guy side, dude. Why the fuck is this thing named that? It is weird. He's so innocent. He asked 3 times what's inside of it without having any sort of like analogy of porn whatsoever. People laugh. No, it was just a moment between the 3 of us. Because it was quite loud in the shop. Yeah. And she unfortunately couldn't hear. And I'm pretty sure on the 3rd one she was like, it's bananas, basically. 3 different kinds of bananas. And she took her dollar off. What I was thinking, what it reminds me of, not when I told her that, is have you seen the video? We don't need to play it, but have you seen the video of Fabulous where he's too homophobic to blow out his candle? He just goes like this. I watched the video, I just laughed at the idea of not wanting to be to blow candles. I was like, okay, I get it. I don't really need to see that. The title was so good that I didn't need to see the video. Like, it's even on the thing. I can pull this up here. Oh, hell yeah, dude. One second, let me show the crowd first. Describe it. A banana bread topped with brown sugar buttercream. Does Andrew Schultz work? We got a banana bread, brown sugar, buttercream, drizzle, caramel, sprinkle sea salt. Wow, so banana bread topped with brown sugar, but that's not pretty good. Doesn't it say that on the thing? Like, why does the guy need to know what's in it? Does it just say BBBC? Or are you thinking of it like a Starbucks? Starbucks will tell you. Here it's more of like, mom and pop shops are more like, see what happens. Just order the fucking mother's laundry. What's inside the mother's laundry? You gotta find it. That's kind of interesting that this is a thing that I'm interested in this place. It's a very very specific thing to get to have at a coffee shop. What are the other things? Scroll down, look, I'm looking for finance. Let me scroll in and then I'll have it on screen while you because I don't really care so much about the drink so much. I kind of relax. Right? I'm looking for carbs. Remember, I told you my doctor said I had cholesterol. I was going to go on a diet. I'm going to bring your bagels, boring, butter croissant, right? Chocolate croissant. All you want is BBC. Cheddar jalapeno scone. I mean, I see that all over the place. Okay. Pumpkin cranberry upside down cake. Disgusting. Fresno corn scallion biscuit. That is delicious. That sounds good. I have one of those every day at work. Okay. And do they make them there? Yeah. Wow. Everything. That's great. Okay, cool. I remember Hoffman used to work at this place called El Gelato in Beverly Hills, and that's by this jerk off Italian dude who was very serious, and he knows everything, and I would see him do this. He'd go to accustomed to everything in the house, and then you go to the back and it's almost nothing. They microwave things. Ice cream comes in a container. Was it the potato pasta? Was it called gnocchi? The gnocchi here is handmade. It's not no way. So I'm glad that you guys are actually did. And the best part about it being made in the house is that when you run out of something, you can't make it, which is awesome. I know that. I remember I used to work in a restaurant, drinking Americano. That's actually, so you're happy when you run out of stuff? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Now it's just so basically we have something called, they don't have the food items on the website, which is so weird to me, because that's stuff I make. I don't make any of that. Yeah. But they have a bodega, which is always gonna have that. But then we have like the fucking, I call it the BDSM, but it's called, I think it's BTYM. What is it? It's one of those biscuits, okay, with like egg and sausage. But it's called BTYM. I call it BDSM. What is going on with this place with the weird abbreviations? Like, yeah, we get the BTK, the BBC, AIDS, what do you want? With AIDS? But I get HIV, we'll get an HIV. Okay. And I also would like a BBC. But you have to say pause after every word. That's just crazy. That's fun. I call it the BDSM. Nobody else calls it that. Just me. There's one who laughs every time I say that because it's right there. I don't know if anyone ever made the connection, but either your boy got hired. You know what I mean? When you go to a place, there's gonna be sections, right? I mean, there's a BDSM team compared to the last place. They don't know. They hopefully this place has no clue about the school. Yeah. You see a squirrel out there, you're like, I've tried introducing the Sharpie thing, but they're not. I can't imagine anyone not finding that funny. That was one of the funniest things anyone's ever told me. I love that it's not at all. It's just like you were so mad that you shoved a Sharpie in your ass. That's so funny. How can anyone, like, they weren't into it? All right, let's look at There's a Sharpie on the menu. I like this place. I wish I had my house. That was just a story about the whole thing that wanted to know. But I'm making a 3D render of my work to maximize efficiency. You know that Discord by Storm? When you posted that in there, you got a lot of comments going, hey, I got into it a little bit. I was like, can you make the fridge smaller so it's more realistic? Because you had already told me that there was a small fridge. So I did some bits, and then a lot of people started coming at me. And I think you made one for me too. Oh yeah, but your teeth. Okay. And then a hospital for all my doctor visits, which I'm not like. The shingles update, I think I'm good. I don't know. I guess I gotta go back to the doctor. Maybe I have to get a dermatologist. Because it's like pretty much gone. And I never felt it. A bunch of people are like saying it's very painful to have shingles. I never felt anything. Maybe it wasn't shingles. Maybe it was just taking away. Check this out, dude. What do you think? I think it looks nice here. Right? What's the biggest difference here, though? The biggest difference, what do you mean? This is my living space. Oh, where my bed is currently. Okay, and then now my bed's over here. So you're thinking about moving your bed over to here? Not like actively. I'm trying to like cut out all the options. There's more room in this space than there is in the bedroom. Okay, and you have space for me to figure out the next one. Would you put the studio in there? Yeah, okay, I like that. That can work. The only thing about that is that you gotta walk through that. Yeah, I guess your bed would be here next to your right. Your kitchen would almost be like making a one bedroom when it's not. I mean, I know a studio, making a studio in one room. And then I need the studio for my podcast. It's like, all right, now you're fully the podcast guy. Do you want to put some clutter in there for inspiration so you can really, but I like this. Looks very crisp. This is aspirational. I like that. I spent way too much time. What did you make this on? Adobe Design. So it's basically I downloaded like 3 models on the internet. Is the blue thing supposed to be the kitchen? Yeah, the blue thing is the kitchen. The walkway with the bathroom. And I measured everything, so it's all like accurate measurements. This is cool. I think this is I've never seen anybody do this. Are you thinking about putting chairs?
No, I'm not going to, but I'm going to be a big factory. First, now we're going to focus on new and then there. We'll do the absolute
I also want to be a little down here. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe somebody texted me. I have been keeping up with some of the but mainly just because I'm on Reddit. Someone texted me.
About why that you do not
What dishes she doesn't cook, right? I guess maybe take out. Or maybe start cooking. Michigan is so deep where he's like, I'm asking you to watch this because I also have to cooking. Michigan to learn how to cook. You either know how or you don't. I mean, you can, so you gotta be real into it. You want to. That's so funny because she didn't know how to podcast like about 3 months ago. She learned how to do that. She learned how to talk shit about a podcast instead of learning how to cook. That's kind of it's like you're dating a girl. I wouldn't care. It's a plus if they're very good at cooking, just like it would be a plus for me. But it would be so funny you're dating someone who doesn't cook at all, and then she's like, I think I'm gonna start podcasting. That's honestly a terrible thing to learn about someone as a new thing in your relationship. It's one thing with us. We are podcasting before we met any of the women you were talking to. So it's like you knew you signed up for this, right? But you're like dating somebody for a few years and they're like, I'm gonna start a podcast. No, please. Well, you know how many women have walked out of my apartment with this orange tiger thing which I have in my closet? Or they had, or they're giant red chickers. And that's like, it's fucking golden chickers. Why do you think I'm the fly? You're right, I probably should walk on it. It's just like, I don't know, it's just like, I don't want to put out there. I'm proud of it. Together, they will know if they were we never passed the suggestion. I was just like, that's not fun. Those jackets are trash. They have short. Because online they were at least cool. Like, dude, if it was just be too much, I would realize special dude. We watched it. This guy seems really good. And then fast forward to now. There's babies. I thought another idiot was going up there. My wife's a bitch. People do in the 80s and 90s. I mean, what do we get? Women and men are so different. I mean, fellas, right? Fellas. I just can't take it. I'm just like, shut up, Lord. Make food. And then she goes, my friend said that you were out. And I said, shut your stupid trap board. And that's essentially what the special was, which is embarrassing. It's embarrassing to have that online. But yeah, go ahead. Okay, so I forget how we propose this because I want to have an interesting question. I don't remember them. You know what I mean? Just kidding. Okay, so he talks about shit about his wife, and now his wife is talking about this shit about a lot of men, right? Would you prefer that, or him not saying a word about his wife on this question, and his wife's like the same thing? Let's second. Because he doesn't talk about what she does. He does things, he talks about, I don't even remember, it wasn't very interesting, but it would have been a lot more interesting in the special. I still don't This girl was popping her pussy. What do you think I just said? Oh, okay, now I get it. We had sex or something. Yeah, I think probably like, she's on top. Exactly, she's popping her pussy on me. What the fuck? But it's funny that it's popped. I know what it is now that you said it like that. That's the hilarious thing. You knew how to make me understand. Honestly. But, I don't pop it. It's not gonna pop. I mean, but I get it. It's like popping because it's like a thing. Alright, okay. Well, I don't know. Pop your pussy kind of could just be like she grinded on some white guy. But nobody talks like a stripper would pop their pussy. That's probably what it means. It would be more like I was grinding my pussy on white guy. She was like, I was basically a stripper for white men in college, but they never paid me. Well, what did you get out of it? Oh, dude, you're only college, bro. This chick was crazy, bro. She was fucking strip on the squash team. Dude, she fucked all the squash players. Okay. She popped her pussy for fucking Landon and Townsend. Clifton. No, I guess it's just horrifying me here. I would just, I'm not him, but I just, if I were to put myself in his shoes, his Air Force One, I would be horrified. gotta be honest. It's just so bad. It's just a terrible look. On top of that, like, she's liberal, and I only bring that up because, oh gosh, at the year of the Republican president, yeah, you know what I mean? It's just such a weird combo. Series of 2024, 2025. She's political. Well, no, she's very anti-red pill guys. Oh yeah, that's why I said I believe she's liberal. She's like very woman power, you know. And she, yeah, and the whole thing is like, I've been watching the latest. Her whole thing is, what money he makes is our, what money I make is mine. That's one quote. Okay, but that's just like a ditzy thing to say. I'm like, that's anti-red pill. Oh no, she's very anti-red pill. She made a recent TikTok talking like these fucking. I can show you it after the song. It's funny that she does that because neither of us are red pill. We're making fun. We're making some of the same disagreement. I mean, we're I mean, Sean said it as much. That's too big as you're talking about shit. We are agreeing with these, I guess, red pill guys to some extent. Right. Not all. I don't even know what they're saying, so I can't agree or disagree. It's like a Japanese person. All I'm saying is, I'm criticizing her something. It's like, I don't care when someone says body count, I just assume they're like basement level intelligence, like lower almost my body count's pretty high. Besides you. But so I don't care what a woman does before they meet me, as long as it's not like funding terrorism or something like that. Or listening to Andrew Schultz, right? But it's another thing to do your past versus like during your present being like on a podcast insulting the person that you're with for what you're saying. That's right. Yes. And Akash stands that's true. She's allowed to say these things. It's not funny. Oh my God. It's funny. Roster of right roster of like like shop. Your wife said that. I rather my wife say it as a roster of guys. Yeah, that makes it a little bit because the break is why he and then like because he's whatever he is. There's some other breaks who also right. I would be a good roster. What? Yeah, really? I mean, yeah. I also get you thought I have some sort of that I'm speaking. It'd be interesting if it's like, say it's an Indian guy and his wife said that his wife said I had to work a roster of Pakistani men. I would take it. Because they have like a beef, they have like constant war over that place, or an Irish woman, she's like, and I had a roster of British guys. I was popping my pussy for Pakistanis everywhere. So, you're just like getting angrier and angrier. I had this, listen, like British soldiers, I would just let them, jay off my face. Like, the IRA guys are like, what? I married a fucking traitor. I was thinking about something like that too. I forget what it was, though, but that's perfect. Yeah, he acts one way and then he's a complete simp. Fellas, though, let me tell you something. Gosh, the fellas don't respect me. You can't say that word anymore. We're taking that back. Because the fellas talk. You need to do some work before you can say fellas. Okay? I show up dressed wear a white beater with a fucking button up open. With like a big ass belt, like 5 different big belts, so we can like rotate them. And then you do Irish stuff. Yeah, you can dress like a kilt or something. Or like, I don't know what Irish dress. I had a roster like this. I still got my pussy. I think it's funny if I dress like Alfred Lopez and try to act like him on the show. Where are you from, man? Come on stage. How do you from the That's the biggest narrative now. There's a lot of videos of her avoiding a kiss from the cops. Oh man, I know, dude, it gets worse, dude. That's fucked up. It is crazy. And so like every and like this model, like dodging it like she's Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, man, that's a rough thing. That's why you gotta get somebody who's you can't shoot you high or whatever it is, you know, like you gotta fucking find someone that likes you. She's like me, is a bitch, and makes it look like a sitcom. What's the possible flow? Right, and they don't even care. We're having more of these things happen.
upon so and so
What up, Chan? I haven't watched it. That's just like it's kind of annoying. I'll pull up. I hit on TikTok plays automatically, so let's see what I can pull up here.
she told her
Bad.
master of
She's
Hungary.
very just like
The
be honest.
English, the English, and the 18 and governor has
Another war fucking argument. How do you make that happen? I just want to ask. I kind of regardless of how I feel about it, she's gonna she goes up. So there's something like you said about Brandon Chavez doubling down. Like not even acting like anyone's exists. Like you know what I mean? Like there's no good points being made yet. Everyone's wrong. So my problem with what I see that my problem with
When your enemy changes every 5 seconds. So I guess now these red pill guys like wanted to cancel us. Well, you can cancel us when people you don't respect. Also, like, talk about how beta of you to attack women. We're just like, oh,
we're not red pill. We survived the COVID. Yeah, look, I'm happy where I am. Okay. How beta am I? How about 7 times a week? I dare you to find somebody more beta than this guy. Yeah, right. Yeah. Fine. Okay.
girl, like on the same episode, we're talking about Gilmore Girls versus.
He talks about Gilmore Girls all the time. I did tell my fiance, I was like, I go, we finished watching. Oh, we watched Pluribus, right? And you should definitely check out Okay, definitely check it out. Don't spoil it, no spoilers. Even the plot of that show is spoiled. But anyways, so we finished watching it, and I'm like, do you want to start, like, Better Call Saul? Because we had just watched Breaking Bad, right? And she's like, Gilmore Girls, and I was like, I gotta be honest with you, I would rather just read. I want to read like, it's fine, but she's like, all right, and I put that it's not terrible, but it's not something I'm going to share, brother. You know, I know exactly how I watched all of it. Did I like it? Not a chance. Did I act like I liked it? Almost every day of my life. A year. And that's why you're a beta back, like you said. And it's just not like arguing why it's bad. Here's the thing. I can give you any of the reasons because I have a bias as well. Right, where I'm like, you know, when I watch my own content, never. No, not a chance. But like, I was like, you know, rationalizing bargaining with myself, like, well, I don't know, it was pretty funny right there. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know if I was really fucking honest. Everyone's like, hey, dude, I thought you were gonna be like, I did rationalize, like, well, at least Adam hired, at least Adam Driver's not in every scene. I did rationalize myself more than some episodes.
Y ahora la cantidad de personas de justo y unique de tanto
What happens after the class? We ask him what he's doing. We go over his apartment. We have sex with him, so we don't have to have sex with our husband.
When your muscle fibers break down, they come back better and stronger because they repair, and then you get actually physically get stronger. So I'm like, oh, maybe going through all these cancellations and these hate comments or whatever, like it's actually making us stronger. And I know that in my life, like every time I've gone through any kind of suffering,
My dear professor from college, it's like bad. Yeah, it's like the scene fucking sucks without the music. I think there could be there's something to be said, but I also do like music. I love music. Yeah, and he said, right, true. She was making a blanket statement just to be like, do the scene without music instead of like doing it while thinking about music. Yeah, like let your performance stand on its own. Without music, I don't think I would have made it this far. That's a good, it's a good point. Yeah, good thing to notice. This is very boring. With that, you would almost think, can we just turn the Sabrina Carpenter up, which is something you probably don't say often. But yeah, can you just turn her down and just play her the Sabrina Carpenter until it's over? I didn't even know it was Sabrina Carpenter. We might get this taken out of the YouTube.
like God has rewarded me with happiness and euphoria, and happiness and euphoria wouldn't be as amazing as it is if you didn't go through suffering to kind of like have perspective. Going through all this, you really realize who is by your side, and like me and Nail, like becoming more like sisters. Like my husband, who's always like been so supportive and amazing, and then just like all my best friends who are like, "You're that bitch." So I'm like so grateful for the circle I have. I'm so grateful for you.
Would you like it if I called you that bitch? No. And I don't. Do her friends really say that? I don't have any evidence. Yeah, I'm take her at her word. No, she talks as if she's in that I Love LA show, where it's a very heightened version of women hanging out with each other in Omega. Yeah, it's not. That's probably not how people really talk. Bitch. Oh my God, you are her. Oh, he's him. But I don't. Maybe they talk like that, but does she talk like that? Maybe she's like so far down the rabbit hole of like this Brenda Chavism that she's like on the phone with someone that's calling her a bitch. She's like, right, I hate that bitch. She's talking Billie Eilish style. Oh, she advanced, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, they talking about me like I'm guess what? I'm empowered by my pussy, bitch. How far does this go? She should lean into it even more and start talking like some old pimp. Man, I got the old in my fucking. Look at these weeds I got for my man. I can't see, baby. They call me Iceberg Sing, baby. I'm Iceberg Sing. I'm out here. I ain't playing with these Reddit comments, right? I put it in good. My husband is making money. His money is my money. And my money makes my bitch go good. I just make my cousin up like I can. I'm from the hood, baby. I'm that bitch. They call me the flagrant hoe. I'm saying, my pussy ain't flagrant though. Got some in my back that made the cum go to the back door. You're like Latinas and Andrew Schultz's thing. That showed you texted and said, oh, you just I was watching Mark Gagnon stand up. Wow. That is trash, obviously. It's very bad, but it was making me laugh because immediately he asked the audience member if she was Latina. He's like, are you Latina? I was like, I'll do that. And I didn't know he did stand. Did you know that? I maybe I hadn't known that he did stand up. I'd never seen it. Are you Latina too? To the man. No, dumbass. Let's see Iceberg City.
Guys, when you're a simple little boy, it just breaks their brain that a girl can like just be loved for simply existing. My husband loves me for simply existing. I don't have to come clean to justify my worth. I'm not even gonna go through our whole life story because you're not deserving of it. Like honestly, like I truly like I feel bad for the people that follow content like this because it's just so like damaging and you're just doing such a disservice to young men and pretty sure like it's all 12-year-olds anyways and like also wasn't like
What? Middle schoolers are damn. If middle schoolers are going off on you, that's fucked up. I know, right? Something it's like a podcast with 12-year-olds going, she's a fucker. Doesn't cook or clean. Oh gosh, your wife is a whore. Oh gosh, son, I'm podcast with this guy Andrew Schultz. Andrew Schultz is a comedian and that gosh is a simp. 12-year-olds. Andrew told me that a Latina take the cum in the back and they get pregnant. You know, the Slayer. And they do that, and then they go, no, I can't scream. My mom said she'd take us to the new Wicked movie and to watch Wicked 2. And then I bet that she has a muscle pass and fucking creep pussy. Damn. I mean, I don't think we're doing a disservice to young men. I have no point said, maybe it's bad to be in such a Brennan shop, but I have no point said treating them. Cleaning, sure, you don't know how to cook. I said it before, you don't need to know how to cook. But cleaning is not something that's, I mean, you can hire somebody to clean, I guess, if you have a lot of money, but you can clean on your own. I can clean. I don't have jack shit. I clean in my apartment. She's saying that a bunch of 12-year-olds are talking shit about her. So she's also making content for 12-year-olds where she pops her pussy. Or no 12-year-olds are like, I think I have a shower in a costume. I really like Indian chicks. I'm she's such a roster boy. I would like to go to I would like to go meet the flavor guys. That's my last wish. So I'm trying to pop some pussy. Damn, she's gonna have a 12-year-old boyfriend.
Not demonetized on YouTube? Like, is this why you're still clinging to relevancy? Like, I think you should get a job. Like, I'm sure H&R Block should be
12-year-olds should get a job. Then you go into H&R Block and your advisor is a 12-year-old. Hi, so did you get a 1099 for your YouTube ratings? Who's Bob DC? Who's Wadsworth?
be hiring soon. Better because all the man's opinions are turned out.
A dog. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's got a lot of flaws in the logic there. I'm not gonna sugarcoat for you. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yeah, I mean, she's not very likable. Yeah. But is she getting a lot of views? Does she have fans that tune into the podcast? Like female Andrew Schultz fans. Is that how it's going? Let's see, here's our gosh. Hey, Senora. She's kind of like which I'm only familiar with her. She's got a song on every single post that'll be flagged. What's the yeah, because she's trying to get I did some research before the show, so I went through all these. I took a little break, if you know what I'm saying. And then they're all songs that always have everyone, even the ones that might have been so it's impossible. Very wise person in his life. The other thing I was going to say is I know we didn't know what else about the last couple of years. What we did was check and see what sometimes doing because I worry about Jeff. Everybody has been kind of making fun of him. my blue shorts texted me a link to an article about how it's like the failed comedian launches GoFundMe and gets ridiculed. And he goes, shorts from, wait, is this real? Speaking of Twitter, you've heard about the Twitter apocalypse happening right now? What's going on? That there's the locations can be found now. Oh yeah. So look at this, dude. This is a girl saying, "Men, be honest. Why am I still single?" It's nice, good. I like this. Very funny. I changed my VPN set to flappers, so if you look at my location, it says I'm in for me. But yeah, that's I was looking into a lot of that earlier, and I know they're like, yeah, it's just crazy. They're doing things to expose random right-winger accounts that are in Pakistan and India and all that. And same with like left-wing accounts that are like just getting us. I don't know why India wants us to fight with each other so much. Maybe it's just for the get money, engagement, some scam kind of cool. They're just smart. I mean, we do this because we hate Brandon Shaw. We really love him. Yeah, he's one of my favorite guy. That'd be funny if you could have like instead of location, be like how you really feel about something, and it's just like X knows, and it's like Brendan Cooney loves Brendan Shaw, Flapper. I hate coffee cake. Wait. Can you scroll back? That caption is like the last two I saw. Oh my god. Probably I should watch one. I think so. Jeff died. Most likely we'll find the most disgusting, cringe-worthy thing. It's also condescending. You treat everyone the exact same. I was so worried it was going to be the black guy. It's just missed the punchline. How fun. All right, go back. No, I know me too. I was worried it was going to be comics or something. Like I treat women and race, any sexuality, everyone the same. I think that's the most respectful way to do it. You're not doing anyone a service by feeling sorry for them or treating them different. Yeah, it's funny that he's talking shit about Mark Barron treating him like shit. Mark Barron treats everyone like shit. Yeah, Mark Barron is living out these words that he's saying that he's offended by. He treats men and women the same. So you're from men. You know, I feel for Jeff Dye in some ways because remember I sent you and Alan a tweet about him and he's like, some comic, I don't know, I can't remember their name, but he tweeted, Jeff Dye is like horrible, he's the worst comic ever, but then Jeff Dye shared the end shot screenshots where it's like, hey, I love you, Jeff, which is pretty savage. That's the guy's part. And then Slade and other so somebody wrote, well, what about the toupee? And then Jeff Dye goes, that's real. Smiley face. Yeah, I'm a bald man, okay? And I can't, it's not in me to make fun of another bald man. But I'm going to do it anyway, so that hat is just not so you can't see he's probably not wearing the toupee for that hat. Right? So yours is toupee. Yeah, he said here's the thing. Toupees, I thought real. So I think, okay, good job, Jeff Dye. You got me. I'm not agree with it. But you're right. Toupees, they're serious. French restaurant. I met with your French toupee. Toupee was a big that's what I think is true. It's gonna get like, imagine how much you sweat, and get hot, you get this hot thing on your head, and you take it off, it looks like a raccoon. It looks like something you pulled out of my ear. My ear was exposed. That's yeah, so that's normal. But I don't want to hate on him for that. I get it. I want to hear. But hey, but it worked for him. Why would you do that? Don't tell your owners that you have to. As the owner. I mean, like, what is it like? For all of that, yeah, I mean, you take it off. It's well. I mean, yeah, the toothpaste is just, I wouldn't do that. Judge them based on the way they look or who they have. I think it's racist. Some of the voter stuff is like, I mean, people can get driver's license. Here's the thing, though. I used to believe in we should have an onion voter too, but then Jim doesn't that. I'm like, kind of like, oh, we should probably rethink this now. You know, maybe we do have
Sex with or what their genitals are. Most likely to find.
I mean, another thing I was gonna say is how does the comedian know that Jeff Dye has a toupee? Pause. Why is that? What are you doing with that guy? Okay, toupee was like, what kind of house? Not that great.
However,
If God doesn't make mistakes, how are his He's scripting out the whole right wing thing. Every take. He's not trying to do that. Oh, dude, I had to do some research earlier. Did a lot of research, actually. My fridge is actually all sized. Just kidding. Oh, gosh, Sleep has a couple shows up. Oh, yeah? December, the weekend of December. That's your week out. It's expensive. Yeah, that's way too much for us. That's what I'm saying. But where is it? Irvine. Yeah, kind of far. Not that far. But, I mean, what would the bit that we would do there? What bit? I'm not. Okay, first of all, what bits are we going to do if I go to harass? I'm not going to harass. I don't like it. I don't know if that's where you're trying to lead to. No, I know. I can't. I would literally just go and then bottle up all of my emotions and go on a podcast. I would just take it like that the whole time and just be quiet. You love the sign that just says like Jeff, Steve, George. It's the roster. It's the city. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I can't. I don't really want to make fun of his wife, but it's just so funny. I do. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just say it. I just want to. It's the funniest thing of all time. When I saw originally that, I think it was the first thing I saw was Too Lazy to Try, and it said like Akash in a beef with Fresh and Fit. I go, I gotta go fuck what Fresh and Fit thinks is too good. And then, but I put it on because it's Too Lazy to Live. I want you Too Lazy to Try. What am I fucking unique? So I go, be surprised. Yeah, he probably got a little. So I turn it on and it's like, Akash wife is sipping and Rosso and I can't skin like that Jack Nicholson thing right there. I can't believe how funny this is. It made me like a person. So it was really very happy. Brought joy into my life. Very stressed out at the time. It was easy obviously, I probably can't talk to them. I've been so genius. They're trying to get our mind off the MC problem. And they didn't think that this would work, but that was fucking work. Yeah, if Trump really wants to get our mind off MC, he should be doing something that, like, manosphere, right? The manosphere, because that's what we laugh at, right? No, he's just around the same country. That's the manosphere. Oh, okay, yeah. That part, I don't know what the whole thing is. I'm not saying Trump is behind it, but he said Trump called that meeting. His wife's head. Tell us not hitting the couch and start hitting his wife. I'm talking about it. He said, his wife's got to pretend that she's a royal. With the fresh and fit iron in the say that. I'm not going to say chicken on chicken. I don't want that, but I would also want that. This guy Jeff Dye is a GoFundMe, okay? He's asking for 25%. He's drunk. He's a real comedian. He isn't too big. Hold on, Joe. I'm sorry. I'm laughing. Last cowboy. Yes, the cowboy died. Yes. Women hate him too. Okay? Make it happen, Joe. I love you. Scenes where I finally did it, dude, where I was like, every time an Epstein video would drop, like me and Carol was like, I'd watch it. But now it's like every time Jazz Lang Sing shows up in my YouTube algorithm, I make time. Yeah, you got it, dude. You can't let that go. It's entertainment, you know. Like Jim Berg. I don't know what he is. I don't know who you are. Is Big Andrew Schultz entertainment? He's an entertaining guy. Mark Maron, this guy is doing all this shit. He's fucking everything up. Joe Rogan made my life. Okay, Dane Cook is a bastard. Speaking of the universe, dude, let's catch up on a psycho guy. Serious fiction. Christ. Doesn't he go live? What is it like this? 6 days ago. I can't stop. Should we see the live or the actual videos? You can't breathe. Mama joke's so funny. Let's see this. Okay, so we can go 5 minutes.
So what's an example of something that has no sight function in the day?
It's doing the standing video. This is like our show. Let's see if I we should check in on him every week. We should message him. Hey, show. Write a comment. Say, hey, first 5 minutes of the audio. Let's tell Big Tree. That's a little later. Like popular demand. To the point where he got recognized today in Naples, Florida. Somebody said, Peter, my father-in-law heard as he was here. We'll get it going. So, just a quick update. This is how I'm seeing some more. Just a quick update. A really good time. My in-laws are visiting. He's in his own world right now. Yeah, it's like things he's deep in the British. It's a little too much British. Yeah, you can sometimes get a little too much British. Yeah, you wouldn't think it, but let's see. Do you want to hear any voicemails we got? Well, today on Jim Burr, we got Dell and then the Urbanator. My father-in-law and a fat guy named Urbanator. Yes, I do. Alrighty, let's see here. We've got two. Oh my god. Alright, I mean, I fucking hate 3-minute voicemails, dude. Tell me if you want to cut this off. Oh, Dylan. And then I also like the idea of the listeners forming a cycle. They really did hang out. Him, Successful Egg, and Formula One hung out. Yeah. Where? I don't know. Maybe I'm just falling for some 12-year-old on the internet, like fucking with me, but on Sora, they made a Sora of them, each other hanging out. Because the last voicemail was a bike gang and now it's a scooter gang. See, I catch light tails. Fuck, dude. Every once in a while, I pay attention. But yeah, shout out to you, Duck Over Deck. We are both largest. Let's see here. He's leaving the same message. I think he accidentally thought that he didn't leave that message because his phone was still on. Right. Maybe at the end of the other one, there's two people on it. I think it's funny that we're like got 2 voicemails and it's a guy leaving me. Okay, there is a limit to the voicemails. 2 minutes and 43 seconds is your limit. I will stop. Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ. 2.5 minutes. My heart's in. Look, shout out to you, Doug. Yeah, that's it. All right. See you next week. Welcome back, ladies. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Rabbi This week on Patreon, we watched Luis J. Gomez's new stand-up special. You're making it work. And if you want to know anything about that, you know what you gotta do. You gotta join the Patreon. Sorry, dating. But anyways, I turn over to you, Drew. How are you? I'm doing good, dude. I just wanted to tell the people that watch the show. I wanted to tell them that we're making shorts now. I haven't slept much. Yeah, dude, because you're fucking hard working. You don't sleep. What is the... But if you could just comment your favorite times in the show, and then I can find them and I can make it shorter. That was awesome. Genius, dude. Yeah, that's such a great idea. Thank you for saying that. I told him 5 times before. Every time he has the same reaction. I mean, I love it. I love it. Just go, everything's good. I don't know. Yeah, just add it to the list of things I don't understand. Or maybe did I listen half of it? Most of it, I'm not sure. Even if I did, I'm not smart enough to know for sure if I did. So, Cody, how you doing? You went to the dentist? I did. I should start with that. I want to start with the dentist stuff. Well, there goes the whole episode. No, honestly, no. This is a short. I swear, I know I took 30 minutes to do.
Well, you fucking cliffhung me the whole week. You told me like I gotta wait till the show.
Yeah, I didn't, because I was at the dentist, right? And I was kind of like, oh fuck, because I was texting you, and I realized that you had been making fun of me for going to the doctor all these times, and then when I text you, I'm going to another doctor. The dentist is a doctor. And I was like, whatever. And they reminded me that we had been saying for a while that I was, the next time I go, I was going to ask my doctor his professional opinion. He sees teeth every day, whether my teeth are small or not, because many of you have said my teeth are small. I've done what I can to dissuade you from this. I've measured my teeth. And this guy over here giving me shit saying it's not a proper measurement. You're off a couple millimeters. Yeah, I don't know. Huge difference. You're full of shit. And so I measured my teeth normal size. I'm not full of shit. Take it back. All right, take it back. So I measured my teeth. I didn't quiet the hawks. Didn't quiet the hawks one bit. And I went into the dentist and I got my teeth. Everything's good. No cavities or anything like that to report. But I got them cleaned or whatever for my normal checkup. And I told you before, just to set the stage, the dentist I go to is all Mexican, right? So people speaking Spanish, I'm the only whitey there. And then when they come to me, they start speaking in English. And so he's like, he's I don't remember if it's the beginning or the end, but I go, hey, can I ask you a funny question? And he goes, well, yeah, sure. And I go, I have this show. I do a show, and a lot of the people that watch say I have small teeth. Can you tell me your professional opinion? Do I have small teeth? I said this verbatim almost, right? And he looks at me kind of weird for a second, like he's thinking, and he turns back on the light of the x-ray machine and shines it down so he can see he goes, and shines it down so he can see my teeth. He thinks for a second, he looks at it, my teeth, and he goes, no. And I'm like, are you sure? You sure? These are not small. Like, they're not even a little small. He's like, no, normal size teeth. They're fine. No. He starts laughing at the end, but the beginning, he literally turned the x-ray machine light back on, shined it on my teeth so he could give an opinion. And then I turn over to the nurse, and she's laughing. She's like the person that lets people in. And I go, what about you? Your professional opinion on the teeth? She's like, it's not small. I'm like, listen, don't worry about my feelings at all. Just tell me. She's like, no, I've seen small teeth. Those are normal. This is fucking bullshit. So I don't know what to tell you guys. Sorry, I guess. Suck it, haters. You fucking, Cody wins again. All right? You guys fucking lose. This bullshit. You lose, but DZ loses. Loon Fart loses. They're all people that haven't said anything on the team. Just names I can remember off fucking Ryan Hardy loses. Fucking, we all lose. Sorry, big team. Big dick. Sorry about that. Let's see. You're gonna tell me that it's not like this, dude? No, it's not like that. I wish I brought the double. You can always bring that up. This is what the doctor saw. He would have said the truth. I told the nurse. I said, oh, it was kind of funny. She goes, I'm just curious what kind of show has a podcast. Oh my God. So you did exactly what I do. I should have told her the name, but I just figured it's the nurse at the dentist office. She's not going to care. I'm not going to watch. That was something hilarious if you said some of those guys. Yeah, what was that? Oh, it's a Papa the Pixel show. Oh, yeah, I'm on Sabido Gigante. Let it go. My piece of brain is no function. Now, I should have said the name of it, but that in and of itself is kind of funny to explain to people who knows if they like comedy or not. Just like, Brendan Shaw goes, they're like, no, and you're like, well, do you know stand-up comedy? Do you know rugby? Yeah, do you know about fucking squirrels? Those fuck squirrels. No, dude, you fumbled the bag. So, when they ask you what show is it, you should say, like, I swear I don't have small teeth. Like, it's a show based around the DM. Yeah, it's fine. It's actually called Small Teeth, so what you said doesn't help at all. Gonna have to change the name of the show. I mean, I never really thought I had small teeth until until we started the show, no one had ever said that to me once. And people have said almost every other kind of insult, right? Fat, tall, hairy, ugly, all of the above. Small teeth is new. Big gums is also new. This would be so shit. That's fucking, yeah. That's what I was going to say next time. No, exactly. It's actually perfect you didn't ask that. Right? Because then you come in next time and you say, like, the audience agrees with you, it's probably small teeth, but now they think it's big gums. That would be the worst case scenario, is that now that I've proved that the teeth are not small, now it's clear that they're big gums. I fucked myself. I truly fucked myself. I'm just realizing that now. Now the narrative is that I have big gums. It's almost undebatable. Which one would you rather have? I'd rather have big gums than small teeth. I think I'd rather have. I don't know. I don't think my gums are big. Oh my god, they're huge. Really? I'm just kidding. I guess I should measure my gums to figure out. I should have done. I never even. The thought didn't cross my mind. I never once thought about measuring. What you should do is start a GoFundMe to get your teeth bigger. Uh-oh. I see what you're doing, Gerardo. You're trying to play games. Well, guess what? This is fucking Monopoly. We just passed go. Let's talk about the last cowboy. Jeffrey Daddy. Jeff Daddy. I saw someone make fun of him because he obviously Jeff Daddy has been in some trouble lately. He went on Joe Rogan and he talked about how he can't take being on Los Angeles and he has to leave. I'm watching it. I can't wait to see it. However, he had some backlash from that, and he started a GoFundMe to move to Austin and get even more backlash from that. And one of the things I saw was, I think it was Ron Funches said, I will not miss his cigar smoke on the patio of the Comedy Store. Damn, dude. That's what you hear. That's the last time you hear before someone tells you dating is hard in Los Angeles. You thought you were going to come at Jeff Dye, and then you hear that, you're fucked. Jeff Dye's going to fucking beat you up, man. Oh my god, I do. And it's weird, like, we especially me and you, the Tweeties crew, and sometimes Bart, the guy that produces for us. Yeah, Bart, sorry, he hates when I do that. But we get these moments where we cover these people, and it feels so good. You get like an ounce of what it feels like to be around a party. Just like, oh yeah, ounce. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, we get a little bit of Jules. Now you're under my control. I can do like all the fucking Jules in the house. What's up? This is gonna be a very tough episode. What about being Jewish makes it coincidental to you, Nick? Nick Barr. Do you mind if I start with what you want to bring up? I don't even know what I want to bring up. So it's weeks like these where we don't need any topics. We just talk about Jeff Dye the whole time. So, this comedian Steph Tolev shared something that I thought was so funny, dude. Shout out to Steph. Yeah, let's check this out. Great lady, never met her. I hate to brag here, but Jeff Dye has had me blocked since April 12th, 2017, and I will post receipts. What do you think about that? See, April 12th? That's kind of like almost, is it more than 2 weeks from the Gringo Pop? That's he blocked her anyway. Oh, you think you're blocked, Steph? Yeah. Jeff Dye control. Alright, let's go back to this. Sorry, control. It's so hard to get that noise on the go. And I mean, these open micers weren't workers. I don't know if that is. Was he the one? I mean, would you ever post this, dude? I posted some pretty ridiculous. Like, I posted shirtless pics when I was working out. Yeah, and like his bits. Because don't you remember when I did that? I mean, like you remember doing my shirtless pics. But because Alice Hamilton, another very controversial person in comedy, had posted a thing about some random show booker who like used a picture of her boobs instead of a picture she sent. And I jokingly posted a picture of me without my shirt on. And I said that Fucking, I think I said Chad and JT did that to me. Like they posted that even though like I didn't listen. So it's like a bit. But I also wanted to post it. Yeah, you're a couple. I'm the last guy. Yeah. Let's see here. I started comedy 12 years. This is Chip Dice here. I started comedy 12 years ago. What was I saying? And one thing that has been a pattern in every life is people always tell me, you don't look like you. See, there's that. That was pretty good. You fucking hit out the park. So I used to dress crappy on stage on purpose and try to look sloppy because I thought it would make me the way a comic was supposed to look. The first time I met Jim from here, he waited for the book. Yeah, wait for the night. How can you write this? Yeah. Wait until he talks about Jeff Ross. Oh, yeah. So the first time I met Jeff Ross, he said to me, you don't look like a comedian at all. You look like a model. I know he was being flattering, and I'm obsessed with Jeff. Obsessed with Jeff, so it didn't hurt my feelings or anything. In fact, when people tell me I don't look like a comic, it never bothers me or offends me. But I feel like it's similar to the bullshit female comedians hear all the time. Female comedians, huh? You say, I just stop talking about female. Yeah, don't you know that they don't want to be called that? Even I know females out. Women don't want, for whatever reason, whatever you think about it, they don't want to be called females, Jeff. Don't you know that? Come on. You said it twice in the sentence. Well, he does also address that later in very long captions. Similar to the bullshit female comedians hear all the time. Female comedians always hear nonsense like, I don't usually like female comedians, but you were funny. He knows that from experience. He's probably the one who said it. Also, he did this incorrectly. He just put the period inside of the quotation. He's not the smartest cowboy. I don't think it's as offensive as it is annoying or ignorant. Comedy, like all art, doesn't have an age or a look or a face or a gender. Funny is just simply funny. And although, yes, I might not look the way a lot of comedians you might be used to seeing look, I am still a comedian. And from now on, I'll be proud of how I look. From now on, I'm going to be proud of that. I eat a healthy plant-based diet. And I do yoga daily. Cowboy shit, daddy. That's you play that while he does yoga. One of the hardest things about yoga is taking off your cowboy boots. So many cowboy boots in the yoga studios. The same way I think a large woman or a thin woman should be proud of who they are and their appearance, I too will be proud of how I look. Body positivity from Jeff Dye. This really sounds like a bit that I would do. You know, like a fake, like one of the many fake posts I have where people are using slogans. Yeah. But Jeff Dye is completely serious here. You know, it's also literally the bit that you thought that mine was that was redacted. My bit that I did where I said it doesn't offend me or bother me. But he's dead serious. Being serious. Yeah. That like it's funny. He's writing. You know what? It doesn't make me mad. His stupid small brain. He's furious writing this. And Steph told us that, to be honest, I wouldn't fuck you, and I fucked a lot of bootleggers. Explain yourself. What are you trying to get sympathy for? Being attractive, being on TV, and very confused. Back in 2017. Steph told us she fucking, it's a hot move right there. Calling him out. And then she blocked her. He blocked her for that. Yeah. Saying that he such a long post. He loves to do that. He loves to make an absolute fool of himself. Being his version of sincere. Sincere shit. I love when people do long posts. I got into comedy a while ago. People used to say that I look like a lot. It used to bother me. But then I realized I should be proud of myself. I eat a plant-based diet. It's like, who is this for? Have you lost your mind? Don't you know that comedians are reading this are going to tear you apart? Do you want to be made fun of? Look at that photo. I mean, he wants to be made fun of. Look at this. You don't put that hat on and think, well, out scot-free. That's why I'm wearing this. I want to, I want to comment on this.
So you know what a popular saying is in entertainment, right? Like, all publicity is good publicity, right?
Yes, there we go.
You know he's thinking that, right?
I guess so. I mean, he may, once again, we may have stumbled onto one of these hidden geniuses that we think are stupid, but we're the stupid ones, right? Yeah. He's laughing his way laughing his way to the bank, man. We're talking about him. He's not talking about us, although he does reply and do messages directly to people. But then those get reposted.
Yeah.
Like, I saw
I forget what the saying is, but in the vein of, all publicity is good publicity, what do you think is the most recent video that was about? Don't look at the screen.
I mean, I assume it's about
Brendan Schaub.
Oh, no.
I swear to God.
No fucking way. Really? This guy is a genius. All right, take it back. This guy will keep you busy, all right? He's not just going to come at you one way, okay?
Let's check this out. Let's see what he has to say about Brendan Schaub.
I have a great Lakers hookup. I go to all the Lakers games. I invited Brendan Schaub when we first became friends. He said, come to the Lakers game with me. Like it. We'll meet the owner. It'd be great. So that's all my only kind of flex, that can bring people to these kind of things. I don't have a lot to offer, but I can offer that. So he's like, yeah, I'll pick you up. Brendan Schaub comes to my house like a race car. I mean, this thing it's got the big spoiler on the thing. We're all big guys.
I'm so stop. You didn't just say that. I swear to God. How the fuck? That's got to be all over chains. Oh. If you hear that, you're like, oh, somebody at PF Chang's, you fucking pull the fire alarm. He just said they're both big guys and they're camping in a small car. It wasn't Chab, it was another cop. It was Jeff Dye. It was Jeff Dye. It's like PD, Shorty loves Rogan. Rogan loves Shorty Pie, calling haphazard. He said the big guy, small car's Jeff Dye. Oh my God, you won't believe who it was. It was Jeff Dye. Andy Kaufman. Oh, fuck, dude.
Oh, man, trans Tim Kennedy. Let's see. Alright, let's see. I wasn't expecting that.
I just believe.
I literally saw him mention Brendan Schaub and I stopped watching it because I had no clue he was bringing up small guys in big cars.
That is crazy. I just think watching it, you fucking drop the coffee glass and shatters on the ground, and the coffee glass says like big guys, small cars or something.
Oh, he's classic coffee.
I'm 6'4". I don't know how tall he is, but he's taller than me. And we're in this tiny thing in traffic on the 101 going to a Lakers game. And we can barely talk. We're both talkers, And it's the whole time, halfway through the drive, even though we were like new friends at the time, like, what did you think of this car? And he goes, well, you're like a little kid. My son loves this car. That's hilarious. We pulled up, I was like, whoa, this is awesome. But then I got in and I was like, bro, we're not built for this thing. It's tiny.
Some of that story was kind of funny until he got to the little kid. Like, he lost me there. I mean, just the idea of the two of them fitting into a small car was pretty common.
That was my favorite part.
Almost a good story. Yeah, this is almost a good story. I just went the wrong direction with it.
Yeah.
Like, look at us. We look like morons.
Yeah, we do look stupid.
Nah, us, them.
Oh, you're right.
Like, he should have gone that route. Like, we looked stupid and, like, do a bit about it. But then he goes, he told me I was a kid. What? I don't understand. What? I don't understand that at all. I don't get the joke. Rogan dies laughing. He's like, I'm not a kid. I don't like a kid. I like cars.
I was trying to play that noise. I didn't prepare this. I just thought of that. It's so good. And I figured it. Reload it again.
A little bit of fluffy there, too. Yeah. Sound effects. Who knew Jeff Dye was a triple threat?
And I got into the car.
Jeff Dye, or Brendan Schaub threw his beer can out of the car. It's a beer can. He crushed it against the forehead.
But let's see what else we got here. This is so he told me that this is the car they drove. Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool car.
The whole time.
I don't know. I mean, I If I had a lot of money, that wouldn't be the line pick, but it seems fast.
Yeah. Good job, Frankie.
Now it's me. I've become the cowboy.
It looks fast. Let's see what other stuff he's trying to capitalize on this fame, newfound fame. Never heard of before fame. Never has been famous. Let's see here. Ladies for dating. What's a bigger red flag? Has action figures or pet snake? I mean, don't answer here.
Yeah, it's not for a lady. I'm not a lady.
It's just weird. Everything he talks about is basically about females. Women.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. I saw someone tweet about that too. I forget who they were like. Imagine being, heartbroken and wanting to move to Austin over, like, just all you talk about is dating is hard in LA. It's like being a comedian in Los Angeles, talking about how dating apps and how people are fake or whatever. It's just like so hard for you that you have to move to Texas.
Yeah, and it has to do so much with politics.
Yeah, Libs don't want to date Jeff Dye. You can't find the right conservative woman for him.
Let's see what this one is. You want to read that?
Jeff Dye, and this is a Khalil Gibran quote. Who I've never read Khalil Gibran. I know who he is. Do you know who he is?
No,
but it's like this book that it's like a very popular, like, it's not 50 Laws of Power, but people that read 50 Laws of Power may have read Khalil Gibran. It's a narrative. I have learned silence from the talkative. Toleration from the intolerant, and kindness from the unkind. Yet strange, I am grateful. I am ungrateful to those teachers. Jeff Dye, very well read. He reads the pop books.
the best part, dude.
57.
57 likes. Keep it in context, though. He was just on the biggest podcast. Just on.
Oh, yeah, so not very much.
Yeah, dude.
For being in the biggest one.
The State of the Broken Bump and his career.
Couldn't help it with this random, New York Times bestseller quote.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Because you'd think if people that read books would be really into Jeff Dye.
My favorite thing I've read in weeks about the Mariners. So it's like Dodgers. Yeah, he's just posting some great new shit.
He's getting destroyed on threads. I was going to try threads. Yeah. We're going in on Jeff Dye.
He's literally a trending topic on Threads.
That's hilarious.
We can look up this. I mean, if you just scroll, I'm sure you'll find the trending. I don't know how to work Threads yet. I mean, you're new to it too. Oh, this is literally Steph told us.
Yeah, I think we're just on Steph told us.
This is how to go into Threads.
Wow, Threads is just Steph told us. It's the first thing that comes up.
Oh yeah, Gian Marco. This is
two sides of the same coin, whatever the saying is.
This is in regards to his GoFundMe post. I thought it'd be funny, and rich guys would make big donations, and we'd all be like, haha, Gavin Newsom sucks, welcome to Texas. I was wrong. Instead, a bunch of loonies online went apeshit and lost their mind. Since it seemed overwhelmingly negative, I took the L and removed the GoFundMe, refunded everyone. For the record, this may be more conservative after seeing the quote works and trigger.
The problem with Jeff Dye is when he writes, it's so much funnier than anything I could think of to say. It's so great. I love that he put more in all caps. More conservative. People are mean to me, and now I believe what I believed before, even more than I did before I did. Like, dude, what are you, 10? And then you're getting destroyed by everyone, including Gianmarco Saragossa, or whatever his name is.
Look at this. This is what I'm talking about, that yellow trending Jeff Dye. Is he the first thing that ever trended on Threads? They don't even know how to make a trending thing.
Highlighted need.
Let's see. At the top, the AI says Jeff Dye faces ridicule and criticism for making girl program.
Well put. Threads.
This is ASW here.
Hell yeah, another hawk.
Years ago, I walked in a green room post-argument between Jeff Dye and a group of lady comics, and he looked at me for some support for whatever bullshit he was saying. And I just shook my head slowly in response, hearing everything coming out about him now. I wish I had done more. I just made fun of me for
Yeah, I remember, like, Alan told me this story years ago. We had a Dodgers. We all went to the Dodgers together. And we were laughing about, I forget. I think it was around the time where, like, Di was posting, which he still does. He'll post pictures of himself and, like, stupid quotes. So me and Alan used to send it to each other and be like, Iceman strikes again. Like, the Death Man, uncontrollable. And then he told us all about this time where that happened. He was in some green room. The guy was like, bitches on my right.
Mr. Jordan,
He said, "No moron." He fucking, I don't know. I didn't even know. He's like, I was like, certain show things I can't really say. Let's just say it's
With this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against resolution condemning
My wife is funnier than me. Rabbi is a healthy senior who loves to troll.
Wait a minute, they attack this guy. Your dog is fucking ugly. Let's see here.
transparent presidency. He's the one who has those
answer. You said
legislation.
These strollers who have a big
Is who called the FBI's national
person Chavish.
because I repeat, you just
Bubba.
there is ample. You want to come in? You have seen.
Don't you ever accuse him of
Just like you just like
You want to come at me?
all right.
You fine then. All right. Let's talk about everything. I don't care. Come at me then. Come at me. Your wife is funnier than you. Okay? And your dog is sick. She fucking don't have kids. Some dog and a stroller. I will snap your neck off. I'm not big man. I'm not angry with you, Tom Clark, at all. I'll kill you though. Say it to my face. Come to the comedy store. See me on the patio. I'll kick your sick dog.
Just in and threats has been Jeff Dye, thank you for being trending on threats. Yeah, Jeff Dye, you guys know me fully with the threats on Twitter. I just like today's reaction. That's why you're on Twitter.
Shame on you. Any decency you will be signed right now. It's like this game over.
I have these things locked away in the producing vault. Let's see here. This is from Cat Alvarado Comedy. I like how he's going on just because he's conservative. It's because he treated enough people college to make a poor work around and now the more people are middle colleges. Why should I take them on the road? He thinks the hate is for his politics, but it's how he treated people. I don't have beef with him, but I've heard so many stories where he starts making decisions. It's like, I'll pull up what you sent me right now. I'm trying to look for very liked tweets here, like this one here. Do you want to read this one?
So this is the Kelsey K. He says, I wish nothing but the worst for Jeff Dye, but please stop saying he's from Seattle. Yes, he's from the area, but he grew up in Kent. It's a large suburb that has a unique reputation, a certain joie de vivre. If you know, you know, and Seattle locals know. Oh, Kent catching strays. I don't know if we can blame all of Kent. I don't know about that. I feel bad for Ken. Jeff Dye definitely sucks. Rest in peace, Ken. This is, I mean, like, when you see this, oh, dude, all of this is what we used to send each other, these memes. What do
you think like, oh man, this guy's cool. I love his memes. They're always so bad. Remember when he found, and he's also like hilarious. He's always, it feels like he's doing these things on purpose because he always goes head into something where he gets destroyed online. Remember when he said he shared the thing of Stevie Wonder, the fake Stevie Wonder thing, where he said, when I was around, he wasn't doing any of that about P. Diddy. Or I didn't see him doing any of that. It's clearly a joke about Stevie Wonder being blind. Like that funny of a joke. And then Chip Dye was like, oops, I fell for this one. I mean, bro. And then, of course, I've messed with Chip Dye before because he did the thing where he goes, guys, look at this. It's an all-women's comedy show. What the hell is that? They won't even let men on. And I wrote like an all-Cooney or a no-Cooney show, or like Cooney sucks or whatever. But he was roundly made fun of for that, too. He never has any good comebacks except for that one time with Neighbor when he said, relax, you're not the traitor when you're not a traitor. That's actually kind of cool. I'm helping Jeff Dowdy's one, too. What do you think about this right here? It's a comedic genius. I know I have a lot of young followers, so I'm going to do it. 6, 7. That's me. I don't like that. But I'm not surprised. You could probably make something funny out of 6, 7, but that wasn't it. Julie Roll probably saw that. Like, hey girl, come here and watch your new dad. What the Jeff Dye thing? Let's watch one video.
I love this so much. Heidi will understand Halloween. 1 year she goes as E.T. 1 year she goes as Shrek's wife. 1 year she goes as an old lady. This year she went as Medusa, like a gross, ugly, green Medusa with moving snakes. I love this. Halloween is supposed to be fun and spooky. What is women's concept of Halloween? They always go as like something sexy. Women, you're attractive every day. Every single day, women are beautiful. Halloween is
I'm not even curating any of this. Everything's about women. Yeah, he has a problem with women. Something happened. Yeah. I don't know what it was. He's mad at women. Also, I don't understand the important use of this. Yeah. What he thinks about women, this is the piece of it's a high dude. I said, put on jelly roll. Every time I go with a woman, she asks me, look at red glass. He's mad at women. I also, just to go back for a second to the thing we said about the way he looks. Like, that didn't cross my mind ever. Like, I was never like, oh, Jeff Dye's so fucking hot. Like, it makes me mad that he does stand-up. I absolutely have had that thought. Other people. Like, just another fucking, look at that guy, he's fucking attractive, he's killing it. The guy's fucking sexy again. Yeah, I would never have thought that about Jeff Dye. I just thought he was a bad-looking guy, you know? But I wouldn't hate somebody for being good-looking. I just said it. I would try to be their friend. You know, I want to be with the cool dudes. And since when was Halloween about being funny? It's about spooky. Yes. And some people find sexy spooky sexy. I mean, he's not, well, Heidi Klum is crazy with her fucking stuff. She's always doing crazy stuff. He's not on there. He's pretty dedicated. Yes, good job, Brendan. I didn't listen to a word he said. I was lost there, so I just said something. Well, it's never about being funny. It's about being scared people. That's true. Yeah, she does. I think she does that, right? That's what she does. The only funny thing is like little kids dressing like Donald Trump. Saying like Donald Trump moves. That's what that is. But aside from that, be a ghost or a fucking serial killer or something like that. I was an astronaut. That's terrifying. I think I had the same costume that Rogan had at the clip, to be honest with you. Oh, yeah. I just realized that I didn't get it on purpose. Let's see what else he has to say here.
It's supposed to be gross. I don't understand all these chicks that are like always going as like, I'm a witch with my boobs out. You're like, that's just a hot chick wearing a pointy hat. Your boyfriend's got an eyeball hanging out and blood gushing everywhere. He understands Halloween. What is women's concept of Halloween?
Yeah, what's wrong with a how to do this. Again, Jeff? Jeff's version of it. Even dumber. Yeah, Jeff's waiting. You think mansplaining's bad, ladies? Wait till you get Jeff's plate. Okay.
Hair extensions. This is the time of year to be a spooky thing. You don't
Fuck, I sound like Jeff. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were doing that. No, I literally just said. I mean, it can be spooky. It's up to you. I quit comedy. Whether you want to be spooky or hot is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I disagree with that. Whatever Jeff Tyson said.
need to dress hot on Halloween. I love this.
Okay, so that's it. You love Heidi Klum's costumes. Whatever. Alrighty, let's get to the most recent updates that you had filled me in on. You sent it to me, right? What do you mean? Go ahead and tell the people what you did. Look at the camera, though. Don't look at the screen. What I did? What am I supposed to pull? I mean, I just... Oh, fuck. Are you, like... Alright, yeah, this is actually important. Sorry, I'm sort of here, I'm sort of there. Anyways, like... Jeff Dye started a GoFundMe, and because of... Should I just read off what I wrote? Alright, because of what happened, well, Jeff Dye had to take down his GoFundMe because woke libtards and the radical left, Antifa, comedians, Steph Tolev, all of them, they made fun of him. It hurt his feelings. He had to take it out, and he took it down. He refunded everybody, and you know what? That just didn't sit right with me. This is America, dude. I don't care if it's Los Angeles, all right? I don't care if you're at Brentwood. I don't care if you're at the Comedy Store. I don't care where you are. This is fucking the United States of America, right? And if somebody wants to start a GoFundMe to help them move to Austin, especially when it's someone who's the only thing standing between the woke me and the wall, So basically what happened was I made a GoFundMe. Okay, there we go. I made a GoFundMe for Jeff Dye. I put his face into ChatGPT and I said, make it look like Jeff Dye, but sort of like him, just to be more insulting. So it's not even Jeff Dye in the picture. But I don't think people will be able to tell. And then, you know what's funny? The caption helped Jeff Dye get to Austin. That was one of the suggested from GoFundMe. So there you go. And then I can read what I wrote if you want. Go for it. I said, hi, my name is Barb Clapperton, but I'm unimportant. What is important is raising money for one of the most important anti-woke voices in all of stand-up comedy, the last line of defense before the woke meets the wall. This titan of laughter, Jeffrey Dye, was raising money in here and moved to the mecca of comedy, Austin, Texas. But woke libtards with purple hair and nose rings bullied him to the point of taking down this GoFundMe, or his GoFundMe. The tears stopped flowing today, Jeff. Yeah, it's libtards. I mean, you want to tell Picasso that he should paint with a different brush? Get in line. A lot of people have comments. I don't read it. Today we fight back. Give Jeff the money he needs to get out of this godforsaken double-master Vex hellhole all the way to the mothership. Please donate ASAP. Jeff can't take another day of dating LA or waiting in line behind people wearing double half-cab venti fraps for another millisecond. I covered it all. But is he aware of the Erewhon crisis happening in... Oh, he doesn't even know. That's going to be a harsh awakening for him when he gets there in Austin. But yeah, this is my GoFundMe. It doesn't look like anyone has done it. We got to get out there. We need this money for Jeff to get to Austin. He needs to be at the mothership where he belongs. Welcome there. It's definitely a place where he belongs for sure. Nice. Well, hell yeah, dude. That was, I mean, what a week, huh? So many other things I want to talk about, really, but no, not really. I mean, just go back to memes and diet about this. Oh, sure, memes. Yeah, you guys on the memes. Oh, those are actual memes. They're not memes. They are memes, but they're... Oh, no.
So the fucking rain makes it so hard in Los Angeles. Fucking dreary.
So everyone is so serious about guns. I like to have a good time.
So you click on. What about his Twitter? Are there any memes on there? They're all hidden videos.
These are all yes, but they're also very. I didn't even know about that. If we want, we could watch some of his stand-up. Let's see here.
I think we're gonna be on the wrong side of history on this whole Karen thing.
Let's see here. Maybe we should hear these Karens out.
I think we're gonna be on the wrong side of history on this whole Karen thing. The internet's so hard on them. It'll be like a video of just like a Karen complaining about something. Read the comments, like, kill this fucking bitch. You're like, all right, why are we so hard on the Karens? It makes no sense, because my favorite thing about young people, as much as I shit on them, my favorite thing about them is how good they are about, like, trying to defend a thing. They're very good about being like, well, have you ever thought about this? And technically this, and like, they're so sweet. You see, like, a video of, like, some teenagers robbing a Lululemon, right? And you think, well, surely this is bad. Nope. You read the comments, all the comments are like, well, the bigger question is systematically, like, well, they're probably going to eat those yoga shorts, and really, right, they come up with all these things to defend it, which is nice, and then there'll be like a Karen recording them, like, they shouldn't do that, they should have to pay for all that, and all the comments like, shut the fuck up, Karen! You should fucking die, Karen, you fucking bitch, don't record them! I want her hairless and homeless and fired from JCPenney's. Put her address on here. We got a fun cover.
Is it a Lululemon or a JCPenney? It's a JCPenney.
Yeah, well, he said Lululemon at first, but now they're gonna fire a JCPenney employee. I guess she was at the Lululemon, but she works at JCPenney.
He's done research. He knows that females. He knows a lot about women. First of all. And he knows that women that work at JCPenney typically shop at more than other. And guess what, dude? JCPenney's still fucking work.
Yeah, that's probably it. It's more the JCPenney sounds funny. You're right. You're a comedian.
I just watched the Eddie Murphy documentary.
Oh, dude, I want to see that.
Yeah.
So, I think that's funny, the idea that someone is off their shift at JCPenney. It's like, never fucking, like, it never stop. No days off. Yeah, look, even though I'm at JCPenney, Lululemon, I'm gonna help out and do what's right. They film something like thief. I got him.
Why are we being so hard on Karens? Also, women will all eventually become a Karen, so just take it easy. Do you know that that's what a Karen is? My mom's a Karen. Most of your moms are probably Karens. They're nice ladies who were once, the whole world was at their feet. Everywhere they went, people were trying to fuck them and buy them stuff and letting them cut lines and asking them to dance and flying them places, right? And then after, 60 years, all of Earth just treats them like they're invisible now. And poor Karen's going, nobody's trying to fuck me anymore. Maybe I'll take this out on a fast food employee later. I'm not saying Karens are right. I'm just saying take it easy on them. Maybe let's hear them out. Maybe they should open another register. Maybe these fabric prices are outrageous. Right, I've never seen these boys in this neighborhood either. Good lookout, Karen. I think we're gonna be.
He hates old women too.
Yeah, it's just like,
Not just young women.
he loves penis.
He certainly doesn't like women.
Yeah, he hates vagina. All dick for me. He's at the restaurant order.
What age of woman does he like?
Can I get a human? No vagina. This is disgusting. Just dick. Extra dick, please. What kind of human is what?
What age woman is he? Is like Jeff Dye, like not?
Oh, come on. You know, that's Epstein stuff happening. That's the right question.
Yeah, I shouldn't ask that yet.
I'm pretty sure it's young.
No.
What do you think? About, the question you just asked.
I think it was. I don't know. I think I had nothing to say, so I just threw out the thing that was on my mind.
Oh, I think he's into chicks like Steph Toll.
Maybe. And then because of that, he's really. Steph Toller was the heel turn.
Yeah.
He was mad. He was like a secret crush on Steph Toller, and she just randomly was like, I fucked trash. I wouldn't fuck you, loser. He's like,
about how women suck.
That would be kind. That would hurt. Honestly, a little bit if you just posted something and then Steph Tola saw it and wrote on your wall. Listen, I fucked some open like I'm talking like trash, like gutter, like no job. Fuck, people sometimes like infatuated with her and think she's a virgin. She's like fucking random. Yeah, you go, oh man. I thought Steph was like funny. I was not a fan. She just told me out of nowhere she would fuck me. And then I'm like a loser and doesn't understand what's in it. Now I hate women, I guess. All the young men. Doesn't matter. All of them are gone now. I forget what I was thinking during that clip of the fucking Karen shit. It's very dumb. Like all the stand up. He was saying that we need to be nicer to the Karens because of young people stealing. All this stuff is like Fox News or regular zeitgeist topics that he has no real opinion on. And he's doing the fucking McAllen thing. What if I do like this? And then me, I'm a man. And I'm like, you gotta dance. McAllen, his energy is some sort of ghost demon that haunts people. It floats around from comedian to comedian. You're doing normal stand-up, and it's like, I stand up on my pants. Yeah. Men and women are equal. That sounds good. You're like, okay.
I'll be honest, man. Men and women aren't equal. I'm sorry if that hurts your little stupid ears. We're not equal. Because equal means the word same. We're not the same. In fact, that's my favorite thing about a woman. It's that she's not a dude. Quit pretending we're the same. And walk around, I can have a baby if they'd let me. I can't. I'm trying to make it up. We're equal.
I'm laughing because I'm thinking of Tim Tye. He realized that not like a long time ago, like recently. He was like, I can't have a baby. He got mad about it. He's so dumb. He's like, I can't have a baby. Women and men are different. He just found this out. Damn, dude. Makes me so fucking mad. Well, yeah, there's a whole different America of people way dumber than this kills me. Yeah, I really hope SNL has you as a host in near future, Jeff. 24 likes, too. Because he's saying that men and women are different. This is so old, dude. This is the beginning of stand-up. You didn't see the what's it called? The username that's joined. How to just Jelly Roll. He probably doesn't have a computer. Even though he's rich, I don't imagine him like on the MacBook. Can you imagine if you saw Jelly Roll like doing his editing? I'm doing me like some video and sunglasses and headphones. And he's like, hey, we could do a cross. I'm using the lingo of them to cross replace. And it was already where to go to transition. And he's ready to watch the Jelly Roll editing is so Jelly Roll, like, I gotta watch my YouTube structure videos here. Welcome to YouTube. I'm going to tell you how to make a 30-second clip on the remember to like and subscribe. I picture him when he's writing a comment on his phone. He doesn't have it. You think he's talking? He's definitely doing diction into the Siri. His Siri is called Mama. Mama? Mama, what can I do for you today, son? Has a southern accent. Mama, type in your YouTube video 30 seconds long and teach me how to edit. Type in a comment on Jeff Dye's video about how women and men are different and about how I want to know who's getting it. You got it? And it's like, the mama think that's it. No, I'm working on Jeff Dye. I want Jeff Dye to who's getting it. Actually, that's right. Can you think people DoorDash? He thinks DoorDash is a thing you call. Hello, DoorDash, this is Jelly Roll calling again. I need a Pizza Hut delivery to my house. Give me that. Baby girl, what do you want on the pizza shop? She just takes his order and goes and gets it, and he thinks that's too good. His wife gets him all the food. My girl, DoorDash gets a pizza today. DoorDash is a euphemism. She went in and got me the food. DoorDash girl. That make her come do that. I tell her, I show her the door is, and she did. My favorite comedian, you bet. You did, Ricky. I like the guy that owns your pub at Papa John's. You make me hungry when I see your face. Oh my God. I love watching you guys. Dude, there's gonna be a video of Jelly Roll all mad on TikTok going like, everybody coming after you, man. What do you want to find if you play away? I don't know why we use the way to come to me. And you get big for Jim Dad. Abuse problem. He might go back alcohol. But he come at me, I'm mad. I ain't been over for 19 years. Jeff Dye is gonna. I can't wait till Brennan Chop defends Jeff Dye. Oh, you're right. One of them's gonna kill us. Maybe just me. I'm okay if it's just me. I want you to go on and live. I'm fine. I'll fight them both. Shit. I have violence in my DNA and shingles. So if you want to come at me, welcome to shingles. And I was vaccinated, so probably caused the shingles.
Well, Jeff, or what's his name? Jelly Roll's the one that actually included you in the video.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Jelly Roll put up my tweet. I'll kick Jelly Roll's ass. I beat the shit out of Jelly.
Are you positive?
Yeah.
There was something. Let's look up Jelly Roll. Somebody sent something saying that he probably needs to get a facelift because he lost so much weight.
Well, good. I mean, I'm happy for him. But listen, I like that he lost weight. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is he can't be beautiful.
Right. I mean, that's such a good picture of him, dude. I love pictures like this. I wish that was me with the grill.
Imagine your mama rolling up and you see that.
Yeah. Where's my pizza roll?
What does it say on his head? Something man.
Certified man, probably or something. Let's see what this article is about. Jelly Roll shaves off his beard for the first time in a decade. Picture of it.
It's like ballers. Doing us all here about.
Let's see if I can go to Jelly Roll's Instagram really quick.
Keep going on Jelly Roll Strike Flex. I'm sweating. Yeah, he doing my HBV. I've been posting about my daughter thinks that my girl DoorDash on my HBV. I got his Instagram.
Oh, it's a guy doing the bed. Oh, your lab is not that far off.
This could be me if I keep eating coffee.
Yeah. Who's the real Jelly Roll? Who's the real Jelly Roll? You can barely catch his laugh. Jelly Roll's laugh. It's close to what you're doing.
Oh, that's like that guy. That's Australian food.
Oh, shit.
No fucking way.
I don't see the infatuation. Listen, I like drinking. I don't drink anymore.
Yeah.
I would never drink out of the shower.
That's where your feet go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to drink out of a shoe, but we're not black belts, like we're not stars like Jelly Roll. We don't know what it's like with black belt right there. Maybe once we reach the heights, we'll know. It's like, that's the last thing you do. It's like, when you're drinking out of a shoe, that means you fuck up. Killing all the haters. Fuck off.
Yeah, what's that? There's actually something that
She's also for about 11 years after she had married her now husband, billionaire Glenn David. After divorce, and then two of them are situational, so saying they would be 100% comfortable with him being around their children. All three
I hope I helped. Yeah, I'm glad. He's doing well. Wow. Let's see. Most recent post. First time in reading Australian Wagyu. The champ cooked it for me himself. I'm laughing at this song, but I'm also laughing at it calling food sexy. Now you see my ears so big. Yeah, I could see myself doing that. If it's like a really good coffee cake. Yeah, if I'm making a coffee cake, you're not gonna see sexy. Probably not, but I mean in a fucking down bad way for a coffee cake. Is that Volkanovski? Yeah. Okay. He's busted in the back too. Hi, Jelly Roll, Mr. Jelly Roll. I don't follow you, but my friend did. My friend's name is McKenna, and unfortunately, she lost her battle to addiction. McKenna absolutely loved you and your music. She got clean several times and went to a few of your concerts. She even owned a tattoo gun and tattooed a lost cause on her face the day before she died. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. She's leaving behind a little girl named Maybe. It gets worse. Amazing. McKenna, it was bad. Can I be honest with you? I wrote this. I wish I could play the piano. Do you think you read that or no? Maybe. I'm sure he has a lot of the. Not a chance of this one. You put the wagon with the right spot. You see Alex Volkanovski has like this cast on his hand, and then what happened? We'll talk about it. He's like, just can I see? And there's a big bike where just don't pull meat around, cook meat around. Hey, mama routine. I beat my mama. Let's see if we have any voicemails today, dude. Jeff Ty, we're with you, dude. I started GoFundMe. I hope that appears that no one has donated or looked in it. But listen, only time will tell. We might be able to get. I might have to be able to help you get to Austin. And if I can help you a little bit, I'll be worth it. Yeah, dude, Jeff Ty. I hope you move out of California because you want to, not because of forces. I don't know what the streets are going to be like with one less force around. I never know. One last cowboy, dude. I never know whether it's going to be funny. I tagged the hashtag GOP Labs. I think that's kind of funny. Oh, for the hashtag Women Scare Me. Yeah, for the GoFundMe. Yeah, for the GoFundMe. I was trying to get some things in. But yeah, let me know. Right in the comments is the Jeff Dye GoFundMe funny. Let us know. Blockbuster. It was the worst idea I've ever had. Yeah, that too. Well, we do have two voicemails. One looks like it's from a landscaping company. But maybe they don't want us to know that. But it did pop up on my thing as a landscaping company. Okay. Let's see here real quick. If you want to leave a voicemail, you can call us at our phone number. Call 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. And keep in mind that leaving those voicemails keeps Cooning alive for a couple more days. So shout out to the people that do leave them.
I have shingles on my brain, dude. It's all good to be redacted. I don't go there. You might not remember me from the guy who had meningitis and then encephalitis and shingles. I remember you. I'm sure I would forget that. No, as soon as you said that, I remembered. But, great great guy. I never met him. I will say the guy that's been leaving his voicemails 3 weeks in a row did not leave one today. Yeah, so we'll be looking for you. Let's see this one. Hopefully it's not redacted. Well, thank you. Thank you for the voicemail. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure we will watch it on live, right?
I'm sure we'll watch some clips. Honestly, I watched the whole thing with Bud Easy. What's her name? Janae was there. Mean Jean is her name. That's why I said Jean. She's gonna probably look like this. I was being disrespectful again. Who else was there? I forget. There was like 5 or 6 of us watching it live. And it was honestly so fucking boring.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. But the clips maybe make it better because it's short versions of it.
There's a couple clips on Chang's that I saw already that are pretty good.
Yeah, nice. Good. I can only imagine. I've not seen a single episode of Story Wars, so I don't know what it's like.
Yeah. But it seems like a cool show. It's just the Brennan Schaub. Oh my god, it was just like a black energy. Like he doesn't want to talk about anything type shit.
Oh, that's so lame. But also kind of funny. He would do that. No, that's cool, bro.
He was just promoting his podcast, and everyone else is like, "Catch me on tour, and then he went to Brennan Schaub. He's like, "Fire the kid, good job,
Sure shot.
back envelope."
And the Story Wars, don't they do a thing you have to guess who it is or something?
Yeah.
So he goes, his thing is like, he found a great thing that makes it so that you can drink it when you're drunk and it makes you not drunk. Sure shot. Or he just guesses things he's plugging. It's sort of that's
Quite funny, yeah.
yeah, no, like this story is like, this guy got broken up with in senior year of high school, so he came in the girl's house and like broke in or whatever, and then Shops holds up rain. They're like, what? He's like, dude, I'm a marketer, magic man. How was Sally, bro? And they're like, yeah, that's but you've already done that joke. This is the third time.
I mean, it's insufferable. His story. Guess what his story was? What? That he got kicked out of the fucking baseball game.
Oh, yeah. I think I saw it. It's like, obviously, it's good, man. It wasn't smart. Kicked out of some baseball. Yeah. All right, well, have a great week.
And I said, Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. I ain't waiting. All I have to do is run. You be the big and I'll be the dancer. Since the last time, baby, just say yes.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Oh man, thanks for coming back. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we watched the N-Word. If you want to know what we think about her, she's a stand-up comedian. Somebody described her as on our Patreon as a friendly, tipsy flight attendant doing stand-up or whatever. But that's what they think. So if you want to know what we think, join the Patreon.
If you want to join the conversation, join the Patreon.
Yeah. Otherwise, we don't care.
We're very lowbrow publicly, but behind the scenes, we're very, very highbrow.
That's very true. Especially this last episode. Yeah. We really, historically, we don't do it. But I sound like hell just then. How are you doing?
And if you really want to know how I'm doing, I gotta do a spoiler-free, or what is it called? I'd say spoiler alert.
Oh, fuck, what is it?
Yeah, I'm fucking boner, just kidding. I saw Begonia.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I thought it was epic, dude. You know,
Nice, okay.
it's not the best movie to know the ending to. You know, like they watch the movie and it's like, oh, that's the best. They watch it, you know, because it's kind of like,
So really, you knew right away. Wow, okay, that's pretty good. That's kind of like you saw it.
yeah. But it's also concerning to people that you go to the movies with, because you're just whispering like, and then they're over here like, thinking it's a funny joke, but honestly, the ending was not a surprise.
Did you like that she was an alien?
Yeah, it's the truth.
It's like it's a documentary too. Everything in it was so real.
Let's just say you're lucky I don't have a neurodivergent cousin. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. See what I mean, we don't want to do too many spoilers. I wait for the biggest point. You already, so that, if you had a neurodivergent cousin, you would obviously sterilize them as well. This is what you're saying. For sure.
You don't think I'm not chemically castrated, Daddy?
You're like, I'm just so tired. It's like all I think about is chicks. So I can't castrate myself. Well, you're actually your ass. Oh man, that was brutal. That scene actually was pretty horrific. Yeah, have you seen any of that guy's other movies?
What makes you?
The Favorite, The Secret, like the killing of the sacred deer, dog tooth. A lot of his movies have to do, they're similar. With dog tooth is very similar to Begonia in a way. Because I won't give you spoilers, but there's like a sort of kidnapped in a way thing going on. Definitely check out Dog Tooth. That one's a sub. Oh, yes. Okay. I like to hear Dog Tooth. Yeah, I will have to watch it. So just the cat, the dog doing crap outside for it. They're bad dogs.
And don't be one of these 1-star, 10-star freaks, all right?
I guess, I don't know,
I'll give it 10 stars.
Walk right into that. I don't think it's a 10.
No, me neither. I think it's like a 7.
7? Yeah, I mean, it's really, I think it's enjoyable. That dude is really good at like making you want to watch a movie.
Mama Roll is your daughter movie. John Terry, what's his name?
John, yeah, dude, go down to Georgia Atlanta. He's got the finest green movies.
Go on down to Beatrice.
I don't think it's the I think it is. But yeah, everybody in it is good. I love that guy, Jesse Plemons. He fucking kills it every time. Yeah, he's great.
I think it's pretty nuts, dude. Pretty good movie. I give it 7 stars.
Do you think that there's any kind of Plus, is there aliens controlling stuff here?
No, dude, I'm more of the we're alone type.
Okay.
You know, these freaks online say we're not alone.
Sure, we're alone. Yeah. It's a lonely planet, right? Just us.
A lonely galaxy, dude. A lonely universe. All right. You're stuck on the planet, dude. You know, there's nothing out there, dude. Nothing that wants to mess around with us. Because we're more unique that way, dude. We are the aliens at that point. You know?
That's fun. Yeah, I never really thought about us being aliens to someone else. Because we're stuck here. We don't really go. We go to the moon. We're thinking about going to Mars. We haven't yet.
The other planets in our solar system are beyond. Do not wake up at 4:30 in the morning.
I want an alien to beat you up.
How long does it take Shab to mention his son's baseball team?
Not long. Not long at all. How long does it take him to try and sell like rain to an alien?
Right, yeah.
Look who the fuck it is. Everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Zoot's in the house. How you living, pimp? You met James McCann.
Yeah, no, I'm not lying this time. I actually did.
Is he cool as fuck?
He was like kind of drunk.
All right, so how much does he like me? Is he my biggest fan?
I didn't get to speak to him like properly because he was about to go on.
What did you say to him? I'll suck your dick right now.
No, he actually like he's like, "Are you a comic?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, I am." And then he was just like, then he said, "What are you doing standing around? You should have told me earlier. I would have let you on stage." He said, "You're are you Amos Gill's cousin?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's like, that's my step cousin, kind of. They're not married, but my step my like his dad fucked my auntie, and he just started laughing. And he just spoke up the drink, and then yeah, he said like, yeah, that's my interaction with James McCann.
Dude, you did it.
He kind of didn't want to be there.
Okay, baby. And you would have never known who this motherfucker was but for this pimp. You know that, right? No, you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have known who he was. I'm the one who said, "Hey, do you like James McCann?" And you're like, "Who the fuck is that?" And I'm like, "He's been on Joe Rogan and killed Tony." You're like, "Who the fuck is that?" I'm like, "He's Australian." You're like, "From where is he?" And I'm like, "Adelaide." And you're like, "I've never heard of him." And then you're like, "Oh, well, what? I met him back in the day. He did fucking blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "Dude, you didn't fucking meet him. You didn't even know who the fuck he was." And now you really have met him.
Now I'm 3 handshakes away from Epstein.
All right. I mean,
Do you hear what I said?
yeah, I don't know if that's how I would view my life, but okay.
I'm 2 handshakes away from Trump and 3 handshakes away from Epstein.
Okay. So, did he do well?
Yeah, but I have to live on it.
Dude, you fucking met him?
Yeah, briefly.
I know, but he knows who you are now.
He was very like he did not want to be there. He was not prepared at all, and then he still manages to like put on a good show.
Dude, I can't believe you met him. You wouldn't have known who this motherfucker is, but for me. And I introduced you to him, basically.
He's very talented in the sense that like he was just doing so much like crowd work and improv. Like his set was just like it's something else.
All right, so
It was like he wasn't like watching him live is like not like no, it was like this person just has like he's very awkward off stage, like off the stage. He was very awkward.
He was very awkward. Okay.
Like he probably was nervous, but he felt like this was his second show of the night, so he kind of just didn't. It felt like he didn't want to be there.
Right? You've said that like 8 times. I get that. I get he did not want to be there. That's cool though. So Zoot, you met him. You met your fucking hero.
He knows who I am now.
Yeah, he does. Get him in the Discord call. Get him in the Discord call, dog. Zoot, are you are you just fucking jazzed? Dude, that's a dog. He's the biggest comedian in the history of your country.
He might be the biggest comedian in Australia.
Oh, for sure, dog.
You're not like definitely.
No, dog. This motherfucker is giant. Zoot, are you happy? Have you ever been happy in your entire fucking life?
Yeah.
Dog, that's big time, dog. Dude, you're giant. You're like becoming a real fucking comic. When I met you, you weren't any of that shit. You weren't even a fucking anything. And now you're like becoming a real fucking comic.
I'm 2 handshakes away from Joe Rogan.
Aren't you 1 handshake away from Joe Rogan?
Oh, yeah.
Dog, you're 1 handshake away from Joe Rogan.
How many handshakes away from Joe Rogan here?
I think 1.
Who did you shake hands with that's been on Joe Rogan?
He hasn't been on Joe Rogan, but he's a big time media personality. He's Mr. ESPN, Stephen A. Smith. Not only did I shake hands with him, I had lunch with him.
Is it on camera that they shook hands?
Is it on camera that they shook hands? No, not to my knowledge. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe. I'll look it up. They might.
I get that. These days now, but
Do you think so?
I think he's living here. Do you think he will stay in Adelaide, or do you think he'll move?
He'll definitely move. There's nothing to fucking do in Adelaide.
Are you sure?
I mean, it's not even the 3rd biggest fucking city in Australia, which there's nothing to do in Australia. If he wants to just be an Australian comic, then that's fine. But he doesn't. He's already shown that he can be very popular to a global audience. So I think he'll be Mr. Australia comedy. And what he'll do is he will tour the United States, tour perhaps Oceania, Asia, Europe, maybe South Africa or something, and then he might make his home base Adelaide because that's home. But do I think he'll just stay in Adelaide? No. You have like 2 comedy clubs. Like he needs something big.
There's more than 6.
Okay, even if you don't have 10, you just got it back. Okay, so you're a married man, right?
Yes, I had to do a hangover in Hawaii.
Why do you call it a hangover?
Because
You're a pilot. You should know
I
it.
don't.
It's a
I
layover.
know. Lily, I understand. I am not in the right state of mind. I just woke up. My brain is not working correctly.
All right. Well, let me just say, I don't want you fucking flying any of my planes if I know more about planes than you do.
Fuck, I'll probably turn on the APU midair. I'll fucking die.
All right. So what's it like to be married?
It's alright.
All right. Are you doing anything for your honeymoon?
We're planning on. We're not gonna go far from home because I've already spent a shit ton of money, like going to Japan, and I had to book another flight from Hawaii to San Francisco, and then I had to drive to Sacramento.
Okay.
So my power went out at my house. The power outage.
All right. Well, shit happens. That's why you said you need that $100,000 generator.
Yeah, and I'm planning on buying it soon when I move into the property.
All right. When is that?
My wife said we're gonna move in like maybe a month.
Okay.
We're gonna finish packing and get back from our honeymoon. We're just gonna live in this. We're just gonna chill in this apartment for now. But we're planning on either going to Disneyland or we're planning on going to Europe. I don't know if money is gonna be like that much.
Yeah, dog. I feel you. All right. Well.
But how I have so much money is my wife's the fucking surgeon. So.
Dog, I don't understand any of your fucking stories.
I was going to be a surgeon. I was going to be a lot of things. I was going to be a mechanic. I was going to be a surgeon. And I just gave up. I need to stop giving up.
Doug, you don't even have a college degree.
I was going to go to college. I was going to go to college for being a pathetic. And then someday I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm done.
And how old is your wife? How old is your wife?
Dude, you asked.
Well, she's in training, my bad.
You're lying. Then how does she have money?
Let me open her.
How does she have money? She'd be in debt. Your story makes no sense.
She doesn't tell me anything. Why is my keyboard
Rabbi.
I hear you, dude. Okay, so let's get something straight, Levi. You can't say that you're a pilot if you're not a pilot. You can't say you work for American Airlines if you don't work for American Airlines.
Oh, there we go.
You can't say that your wife is a surgeon if she's doesn't even have a college degree. I mean, you just look foolish, and it makes you look like a huge liar.
It makes him look like a child. Rabbi, how do you know this guy's actually 19?
He came in and had like he had a good explanation, and I understand. I don't fucking check IDs at the door. It says if you're 18, you can be here.
Oh, I'm really glad.
How do I know you're 18, Zoot?
intellectual conversation with a child, like someone under the age of 18 cannot have.
I think most of our conversations are of that type.
I
Bro,
just got.
some of your conversations are kind of, alright.
How many venues have I told you I've been to that are 18 plus?
Doug, he says he flies a plane. Come on, man. Like that. I think you have to be how I don't think 16 to.
It's 16 to be a private pilot. Private pilot. But you can be 14 to start your training on ground. To, like, learn your ground information. And then I'm pretty sure you have to be 15 for your instrument license.
How many hours? How many hours do you?
Have to have.
How many hours?
I have around maybe. I'm pretty sure I have 40,000 or at least 30. Because you have to have a certain amount of hours as a training student, whatever you want to call it, flying an itty bitty Cessna to even get your fucking private license. I don't remember the amount of flight hours. I would have to do my research again. And then you have to have a certain amount of flight hours to get into an airline. Some airlines are different than others.
Yeah, why did you say you work for American Airlines though?
Because I'm stupid sometimes. I don't think straight. That day I wasn't thinking straight. I'm applying for American Airlines. And now I don't work for them. I'm applying.
Wait, how many hours did you say that you had?
I have around 40,000. I don't think I have enough to even apply yet.
You do realize that 40,000 hours is nearly 5 years just to go on a secure for.
It is 40,000 fucking hours.
That means you would have been spending every single hour, waking hour. Wait. You would be spending every single waking hour to get there. Pretty much every single waking hour of the last 5 years to get there.
Doug, Levi, you're full of shit. Like former U.S. Air Force pilots from World War II don't have that many.
Okay, so private pilot's license, PPL, requires 40 to 70,000 hours of flight time, which typically takes 3 to 6 months. Commercial is CPL, requires 250 hours of flight time.
Stop. You're not making sense. 40,000 hours is far more than 3 to 6 months. Dude, you would know this if you're a pilot.
Well, the FAA is the FAA.
What's your date of birth? Go. Okay. I mean, we've got a lot of questions when like there are only 100 living pilots that have 40,000 hours.
So then this was just a line.
No, not this website. You would know. You would know from your own experience. Doug, I've been living in a plane for the last 6 years. And you wouldn't call it a hangover. You would call it a layover. You recognize that you sound like you don't know what you're talking about.
Rabbi, did you know that up to 260,000 hours?
How many of those in a plane?
Probably about 12 hours on a plane. Maybe 12 days.
All right, there you go, big dog.
No. I'll probably spend 24 hours on a plane.
Okay, so back to Levi. Levi, you've got to understand, if you're going to say that you're a pilot and you don't know anything about being a pilot except websites, then we're not going to take you seriously. If you say your wife's a surgeon and she hasn't even graduated from undergraduate yet, we're just gonna think you're full of shit. You get that, right? All right, so I'm gonna give you another chance. Okay, you're gonna be honest with us. If you're not a pilot, that's fine. If you want to be a pilot, that's fine. If your wife wants to be a surgeon, that's absolutely fine. Is she in school? Is your wife in school?
My wife is in school, and let me be completely fucking honest, I'm a lying sack of shit. I work at fucking McDonald's.
All right, did you really get married yesterday? Okay, so you work at McDonald's. So why are you talking about being a pilot?
It's just a big dream of mine. My fucking grandpa was a pilot, my stepdad was a pilot, and it's just like in my fucking family. Most of my fucking family love aviation geeks. It's just I don't have the knowledge. I have sort of kind of knowledge to be a pilot, but honestly, in my mind, it's just too late. You know, you should just give up. It's too late. It's gonna put me $90,000 US in debt to even go to fucking ground school or whatever you call it.
You said yesterday that you had money.
Okay.
What did you say, Levi?
I was just asking you not to fucking interact with me because I'm overstimulated.
My man, you gotta be honest. I gotta be honest with you. You have to be nice to the people in here, and you just told too many lies. Okay? I just can't believe anything that you're saying. So for those reasons, you gotta go. Okay? Yep. Take care. There you go, Zoo. Zoo, you're so funny. You're like 40,000 hours. That would mean that you spent the last 5 years of your life in a plane.
That's a long time to spend in the plane.
I'm in agreement with you. And man, I don't think that we just a moment. You raised a really good point. Just a moment, I'm banning him. It's a really long time to be up, but yeah, there were a lot of questions. I mean, he just joined like 20, I don't know, less than 48 hours ago. But he came in and he was like, I'm having a flight to Japan tomorrow. Like, okay, that's fine. But like, if you're flying to Japan, he's like, I'm gonna arrive at the airport like 1 hour before my flight. Like, dog, that's like for an international flight, they recommend like 3 to 4 hours. And he's like, yeah, maybe I'll get there like 5 hours early. It's like, how'd you go from 1 hour to 5 hours? Okay, fine. I don't know, but you raised excellent points, Suit. 5 years in the air. Your wife's a surgeon. She's 19. Way to sniff him out.
Sonic the Hedgehog 4 is coming out.
Are you excited for it?
Yeah, I don't know saying anything about Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay.
I tried to give James McCann a Sonic the Hedgehog copying a puzzle. He didn't want it.
Okay, I wouldn't either. I would be like, don't give me that shit. I don't want it. Why did you try to give it to him?
So,
Why did you try to give it to him?
so I don't fucking want it.
All right, that's cool. So did he know your cousin?
Yeah.
That's baller. Are you glad
They
that
have a podcast together.
Are you glad that he did not invite you to do stand up?
Those band films.
Yeah, so are you glad that he didn't invite you to do stand up?
Yeah.
Dude, now that you say that person, I don't know. There's another thing they said which like stood out in my head, which was all right, so he said he was from like Sacramento and somebody else was in here. I forget who. But we were talking
So
about
I did.
go ahead, Zoot.
I'm along the line tonight. The amount of times I lied about meeting James McCann and I actually did.
Oh, I know you did, big dog. I'm proud of you.
There's a good chance many years ago that we might have been in the same together.
Dude, that's fine. I'm not stupid. I know you didn't meet him, and that's cool. You met him now, and that's super cool. But this person, whatever fucking Levi, came in and was like, somebody else was in here, and I was asking him about the Super Bowl, and, and Levi was like,
Rabbi, I couldn't tell you about. I didn't get to tell him about you because like he was like going to perform, but like the interaction was very like very awkward.
"Zoot, that's absolutely fine. You didn't have to. But the next time you see him, you should be like, we're from the same place, but I didn't know who you were until my friend who live streams his life on YouTube told me about you. And then you'll be like, yeah, so he's a big fan of yours. He's seen you on Joe Rogan. He's seen you on Kill Tony multiple times. He's seen you on Joe Rogan multiple times, and he's watches your stand up. And he made me aware of you, and I can't believe I didn't know who you were. But I'm really glad that he made me aware of you because I'm a big fan now. And you lived with my cousin, which it shows it's a small world.
He's very very awkward person.
All right. I mean, he was doing a lot too. You're pretty awkward in person too. You know that, Zoo, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was like some nice interactions I had with anyone, but it was real weird.
You tried to give him a Sonic the Hedgehog puzzle. I mean, he's gonna think you're weird. I would think you're weird. If I met you in real life, I don't think we would be friends. Not because I don't like you, but you would say something that made me feel awkward, and I would just leave you. And I think most people would do that. But the fact that I've gotten to know you, I mean, probably shows that I should give people more options or opportunities. And I think that we've become good friends. But you would just, if you gave me a Sonic the Hedgehog puzzle, I would say exactly what James McCann said. I don't want that. I'm about to go on stage, so I understand that he felt it was awkward.
No, he was very awkward. He's like, oh shit, like he knew who I was. It was weird.
How did he know who you were?
He's doing a show, and James McCann made a show.
Okay. Are you ready to lose?
Henry Wilson is one of the. Henry Wilson might be like the most well-known person in that.
No, it's James McCann. Zoot, you have an invitation.
I don't know like how, but he follows like everyone I'm following on Instagram. It's like, what the fuck?
Dude, I can't believe you met James McCann. And you didn't know who... Zoot, why... Oh, you hit. Good job.
I met James McCann.
I'm proud of you, man. That's great. Oh, that's the move I was going to... Oh, I didn't meet James McCann.
You will one day.
Dude, James McCann is going to suck my dick if I want him to. And I don't want him to, but he's going to be like, I'm going to make that motherfucker's career giant. I talk about him a lot on this stream. Oh, what a shot, Zoot. Zoot, that was fucking brilliant. Zoot, that was... The biggest people are Margot Robbie.
Comedians.
Oh, comedians? No, there's not. There's that guy. Who do you name? He's like part of. He became an American citizen. Who's that guy? No. Oh, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Look at the shot. Are you fucking serious? Wow. What is that guy's name? Who's the biggest comedian in Australia? Jim Jeffries, yeah. That guy? I think James McCann's bigger than Jim Jeffries. How many times has Jim Jeffries been on the biggest podcast in the world? That's the biggest podcast in the world, dog.
Isn't Kill Tony?
No, Kill Tony's the largest live podcast in the world.
How many subscribers does Joe Rogan have?
Something like 20 million, something like that. Well, on YouTube, on Spotify, I don't know.
You think everyone in the world knows who Joe Rogan is?
No.
Who do you think the most famous person in the world is living?
Maybe Donald Trump.
You think Trump?
Yeah.
Not Ronaldo or Messi?
No. Americans don't know who that person is. Or who those people are. Like, most Americans don't know who Lionel Messi is. Most Americans don't know who Cristiano Ronaldo is. You would be really shocked to just see like how few Americans know anything about international soccer. Now, oh, what a shot! What a shot! Oh, now, like, do I think what?
Who's the most good person?
I mean, I don't know, but Donald Trump is up there with the most famous person alive right now. Especially because he's really well known in, like, his caricature is really well known in Asia and in Europe and in Latin America, like, and then he's really well known in the United States and has been for 30 years. And
you think those Asian countries care about him being on the actual final side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they don't think it's a good thing.
I don't think I don't know.
I mean, most of them don't know about it.
That's because in their culture is different. It's not as like. I care about stuff, but it's like not as like big of a deal over in a lot of those countries.
Zoot, I am so proud of you for meeting James McCann. Like, I really am. I give you more shit than anyone in your life. And I tell you this somewhat often, but again, I make fun of you a lot, but I do it in good-heartedly, and I don't try to ever make fun of you to the point where I want to hurt you. I just like, because you laugh at yourself too sometimes. And, you just, sometimes I'll be like, wait, why did you do that? And you're like, I don't even know. I don't even know why I did it. And like, okay. And you do some funny stuff. And I have told you on some things that you've done, I've been really proud of you. You fought for yourself with that job with the solar company. And even though it didn't turn out the way you wanted, I'm proud that you didn't just back down. And I'm proud that you stood up to that guy. That was all really cool. And I'm proud of you for certainly just becoming a stand-up comic. Like, I'm proud of you for all the weight loss you went through and getting in really good shape and everything. And the fact that you said that you wanted to be a stand-up comedian, and you weren't that funny when you first started, and you didn't have any material, and you've developed it, and you've made friends, and you got up there and you did it, and then you got okay at it to the point where you were able to get on stage and entertain people, and you dealt with hecklers, and I'm proud of you for that. And you didn't give up when you bombed, and then you did well enough that you were able to do what you said. For 6 months you said, I want to do raw comedy, there's a chance to be on TV for it and everything. And I'm like, okay, let's see if you do it. And then you actually got up and did it, and you were successful to the point where you won as a wild card to be in the finals for your state. And now on top of that, you met the biggest Australian comedian in the world.
What is that they're saying allegedly killed Ian Watkins, one of the most disgusting pedophiles?
Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
And he was found completely and totally dead in a
Zoo!
in Wales a couple of months. They're claiming that it's this dude, and the dude just completely and totally refuses to go to any court dates. He just said, "Fuck it."
Zoo, what are you doing?
You could have done that would have made me like him more.
Zoo!
Anybody's going to put money on somebody's books in prison in Wales? What do y'all think?
What in the fuck are you doing? Dog, I don't want to hear those kinds of fucking things. I was telling you all the reasons why I'm proud of you, and you're watching some creepy ass video. Okay. So anyway, Zoo. And now you've met the biggest comedian in all of Australia. That's baller as fuck, dog. He is the biggest.
It's not bad, not bad. She had a lot of energy on stage.
Dog, I can't believe you met him.
He was pretty normal on stage.
Did he have a mullet?
Kind of. But he looks like he does in the videos.
Yeah, he does. Did he have glasses? He didn't have glasses on?
Yeah, he did.
And he knows who you are.
He's not. He's pretty medium build as well. Like he's not like. He's not as light fat as he looks on camera.
Did he talk about Shane Gillis?
He talked about like he just talked about like how many massage parlors there are on that place.
Is that true?
There's 15 massage parlors on my street. They just keep popping up. Like Harley Street's like my nightclub strip. And all these massage parlors just keep popping up and no one goes in there. No one goes in there. No one knows if they're eating or not. If you saw a massage parlor called Swedish Chinese massage, what would you think was going on there?
Happy endings?
You think so?
Yeah, dog. If it has the word Chinese in it, at least in the LA, that means happy ending.
Is that true?
Yeah. Some of them are offer more than others. Some of them will just jerk you off. Other ones you can straight up have sex with the chicks.
Have you been to one?
Allegedly, I'm the king of those motherfuckers.
Have you been to one?
Allegedly, I'm the king of those motherfuckers.
What are they like?
They all kind of differ. There are some that are like I don't want to describe it. Like some of them advertise online, like what they offer. Like you can basically go and they have like reviews online for what they offer and how hot the chicks are. And you've never scored on this hole. And like depending on the place, there's like what's called like a what do they call that lady? Mom, like the Asian lady who, what do they call her? Like a it's like an older Asian woman who like runs the place. And then they usually have like women from China or just the Far East who will give you a massage. Usually all the massages are basically the same price anywhere in LA. They're like, usually it's like $30 for a half hour, like $60 for an hour. and then the legitimate ones, they mamasa or something like that. Mama-san. That's what they call her, Mama-san. And the legitimate ones will usually use the word like family. I've been to legitimate ones, and um, they'll have like the word family or something like that. And then illegitimate ones allegedly will have like um, just you would go up to those, go in, and they ask you, how have you been there before? And even if you haven't, you just say yes. Are you gonna fucking go? Um, and then they say, okay, like generally, they'll be like, all right, how long do you want to go? And you'd be like, either 30 minutes or an hour. Uh, and then they um, ask, then like the shadier ones are kind of like whisper, like they're like, okay, come on in, and they will have like table and like towels and stuff, and they're like, okay, get ready, and then you then they go and like go and get the like oils and shit or whatever, and then you usually derobe. They'll have like a robe, or they don't have a robe, but they'll have like towels and stuff. And then like the more shadier ones, I don't want to say shady, but like the ones that like offer full service is what it's called. They'll like whisper in your ear what you want, and you basically like, if you know the deal, they'll be like you could be like full service, and that'll be like, all right, $200, and then like, all right, and um half service is usually like $150 or $100, which is just a jerk off usually. But then for the full service, they come in with, they'll give you the massage still, and then you can like play with them, and um, then if you want, allegedly, you just fuck them, and then usually it doesn't last the whole hour, but then you there's no like kissing or anything like that. It's literally just sticking your dick in the chick, and then that's basically the deal. And you don't have to tip extra after that, so the whole deal usually costs like $250, $260, something like that. Sometimes you can tip afterward, but and then they have like illegal, obviously, and so a lot of times there'll be stings on these places where like they'll have police like parked outside, and um, like when that happens, like nobody goes to it, but they are everywhere in LA. I mean, it's a way that a lot of women from the Far East and Latin America and Eastern Europe come to the United States and are able to make lots of money very quickly. Um, I've heard of some of them that they they offer full service, but they'll just lock the whole place once you go in, and you go and just have sex with the chick, and then you know, and that's the end of that. I've heard of I mean, they're just like basically um I described this once. I mean, it wasn't in stand up, but it was like, I remember describing it at to a friend, like basically if you go into some areas of LA, like the Valley or some places in Orange County, not even really Orange County that much, but more the Valley of Los Angeles, a lot of the places have, they all, like every street looks the same. It's like a 7-Eleven, a eyebrow threading place, perhaps a gas station, um, perhaps like a convenience store, and then a massage parlor. Like they're on in some areas of LA, they're like on every corner. They're not on corners usually. They're usually like kind of not on a busy part of the street. And a lot of ladies are able to provide for themselves that way in a foreign country. Yeah, go ahead, Zoot.
You can't speak to Jay McCann on Monday night, right? But who would you like to speak to on Monday night at Love Fight?
Chelsea.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, dog.
Me and Chelsea don't talk.
All right. But you can say, hey, my friend is a big fan of your comedy. He's seen you on podcasts and he wants to talk with you.
What's about
Remember again, just in my mind, we've got Pablo A, Cutter in the middle, Cutter A.
what's name someone else.
Who's that blonde? Yeah, that chick.
That's probably more possible.
All right, but I want to talk with Chelsea. And I'm going to tell her, dude, we talk about you all the time. You're a celebrity on my fucking stream. I always, dude, no, she'd understand. She'd be down. I'd be like, you know, I ask Zoot every fucking day if he's munched your box. Zoot, I wouldn't do
Yeah,
it.
I'm not even onto this.
I know, I wouldn't. I know, Zoot. I just do that to bust your balls, dog. I've met Riser's family, and I was very nice with them, and I was very professional with them. I wouldn't do anything to embarrass you.
There's more girls than just that.
I know she's the one I want to talk to, though. I've seen most of her. I've seen her comedy. I've seen like everything she does on Instagram and stuff, and I've seen her on podcasts. And the reason why she comes up in my mind is because that one time. This is really why. That one time, I was like, you were like, I'm like, did you go to stand up? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, were there any girls there? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, were there any hot girls there? And you're like, there's some like okay looking chicks. And I'm like, is there anyone there who's talented or something like that? It was something like that. And you're like, maybe. I'm like, is there anyone there who you would fuck? And you're like, maybe. And I'm like, all right, who? And you're like, I don't really want to say their name. I'm like, all right, well, tell me the letter of the alphabet that their name starts with. And you're like, C. And I go, Chelsea. And you're like, how the fuck did you know that? And I'm like, bingo. Ever since that moment, Chelsea's been the one.
Chelsea. Love girls. They love girls. There's so many other girls there as well.
All right.
So Chelsea, I actually like. There's a girl story. It's like she's married, right? That I went to school with. That like she was at the event. Like she's like, oh, I know who. Like, she said to Chelsea, like, do you know who that is? Like, yeah. They got to school together. But Chelsea worked with a girl that I went to school with.
Okay.
So she asked me like that. What's the first interaction I had with Chelsea? She sent me for yeah, everyone sent me for Everyone sent me for Everyone sent me. Rabbi ever bumped in front of Chelsea.
Okay.
I did have a really awkward set. She was like, there was like 20 people in the room, and all I could see was like she was sitting like close to the front, so all I could see when I looked up was her face, and I was just like, that was a hard set to do.
Okay. What's your favorite female singer? Who's your favorite female singer ever? Would you munch Sabrina Carpenter's box? Doug, shut the fuck up. You're so full of shit.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Who was? You don't think she looks at all fucked up? You don't think it's weird that she has fucking black eyebrows and blonde hair?
So does my girlfriend.
Do you know that Sabrina Carpenter's aunt is the voice of Bart Simpson? What'd you say? Yeah, dog. Wow, you know that you're shit.
You know that.
What, Zoo? What happened, big dog?
Did you know that Netflix is increasing their subscription by 24% a year?
That's pretty steep. So how much is it now?
$21.
The lowest tier is $21? Doug, I remember when fucking Netflix was $5 fucking dollars. And it wasn't that long ago. I remember when Netflix was by mail. That's tight, Zoo. So, Zoo, let me ask you this. If you had the opportunity to fuck Sabrina Carpenter or Sydney Sweeney, which one would you fucking why?
Sydney Sweeney.
All right. What if it were Sabrina Carpenter and Dua Lipa against Sydney Sweeney?
No, it's Sydney Sweeney.
Is there any chick who you would fuck over Sydney Sweeney?
Celebrity or real life?
Anybody.
Yeah, this girl in real life.
Is Chelsea one of them? All right. If Chelsea said, Zoot, I want to suck your dick, would you let her? I'm asking you a very honest question.
Oh my god.
What is wrong about asking a heterosexual male whether a bisexual woman would suck his dick?
You're very awkward.
That's not awkward. That's completely a normal question. Would you let Chelsea suck your dick? Yes or no?
My standards aren't that high anymore, so probably. She's a lady adult, so that's pretty much my standards, man.
Yeah, dog. Did you ever see her stand up about Tinder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a weird thing that you guys have going on in Australia. Like, what's the age of consent in Adelaide? Is it like 16 or 17?
17.
17. But it's not that way in all of Australia, right?
It's 16 everywhere else that's Australia.
There you go. And is there a reason for that?
What?
Is like South Australia like more conservative or something?
Why is it 17? It's more protected than high school.
Yeah, but I mean,
high school relationships.
well, anyway, so Chelsea tells that story where she's like, I was on Tinder before I was 18, and I put in my profile that I was 17, and all these people, but not just men and women, like swiped right on me or whatever. And that made me realize that not just men are creeps, but women are creeps as well. But here's the thing, which is I find to be interesting. Swiping, like a lot of people don't pay attention when they're swiping right. They just fucking, I've used automatic swipers that just swipe right on everybody. So I like didn't necessarily think like those people were creepy. They could have just either not read it or weren't paying attention. They were to assume, and I think rightfully so, that if she was on that app, she's 18 years old.
Yeah. I don't know why it's 16, 17 everywhere. Like 17. And 16 is
All right. Are you proud? Are you proud that you met James McGann?
Yeah.
Are you gonna hang out with him soon?
Yeah.
Are you gonna hang out?
Yeah.
Are you gonna hang out with him next hour?
No. But Rabbi,
What up, baby?
it should be 18. It should be 18 with Romeo and Juliet in a perfect world.
You're saying it should be 18 with Romeo and Juliet laws in a perfect world.
Yeah.
Okay. I am someone who thinks that should be expanded a little bit. I could see. I mean, I don't know what the exact law should be, but I think it should be legal for a 16-year-old to date a 14-year-old, a 17-year-old to date a 15-year-old, an 18-year-old to date a 16-year-old, but it shouldn't go lower than that. I'm saying like 2 years. If you're within 2 years, because here's what happens. If you have someone who had just turned 18 one day before their significant other or whatever turns 17, like basically like, so I think a 19-year-old person should be able to date a 17-year-old person, but I don't think a 30-year-old person should be able to date a 17-year-old person. Basically up until 19. Then once you hit 20, then you're dating at 18, and that's fine. Because that happens a lot in high school. I mean, that's like pretty common in high school that you have a I don't know, a 15-year-old dating a 13-year-old. Like that's, or a 16-year-old dating a 14-year-old. I think that's pretty common. Or a 17-year-old dating a 15-year-old. And I'm not saying I endorse it. That's what I think is the best. I want people to date people generally at that age of the same age. But if I had to expand the law, I would say I don't want the thing that I want to avoid is the 18-year-old boy who just turned 18 who gets a statutory rape charge because he had been dating his 17-year-old girlfriend for 4 years. I think that's stupid. I don't know what the exact law. I don't know what the exact perfect law is there, but I think 2 years is okay. More than that, there really runs into issues too, where you have seniors in high school who date freshmen in high school, and that's really common. And if the school allows that, like here's what I don't understand: the school allows it. And then the 18-year-old has to break. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the school shouldn't allow it. But if they're not going to legislate that, I don't feel like the people should have to break up just because. So does that? And I'm just talking it out here. So does that mean it should be expanded to 4 years? I mean, that kind of seems a little creepy, but like you basically have, I don't know. If the school allows kids to date in high school and allows a senior to date a freshman in high school, then I don't feel that they should have to break up once the senior hits 18. But I guess because of the law, they force that. I don't know. I feel like the school really shouldn't let the person that much older date the person that much younger. I guess would be probably ideal. But since they're not going to do anything about it, you're going to have a situation where you have maybe a 17-year-old senior in high school who dates a 14-year-old.
Is an icing still a job? If you're still possibly still a job, but that's icing. Like that's a weird one.
It is a weird one, and I don't know. I don't know the exact right law or whatever, or right number, but there's something. So I feel like the school shouldn't or the school should prevent it, or it should be allowed. And I mean, there's just this weird time between when you're between ages, I don't know, 13 and 19, where there's these different relationships that occur. And I mean, I can remember I was either 18 or 19. I think it was 18 or 19. And I knew a girl who was dating a guy who was 26. And that was bothersome to me. And I thought it was somewhat creepy. However, I think she was 18 or 19, and she wasn't groomed. It wasn't anything like that. But then that guy became my friend, and he wasn't a creepy guy at all. He was a really good guy. It so happened that this girl liked him, and they hit it off or whatever, and that's just how it happened. But I thought that seemed so old to me back then. It just was like but this guy was well established. He had a house, he had a car, he had a good job, he had a good degree, and she found that to be attractive, and she started dating him, and they dated for at least a couple years, and but I felt like, hey, I mean, much like that joke that is all over Instagram, like it's really hard for 12-year-olds these days or 13-year-olds these days because they've got all these CEOs and tech moguls who are going after their girls. When I turned 18, I was like, or when I like 18, 19, and there were these older guys dating the girls my age, I felt that was like unfair because it's like, hey, these guys are established, they have jobs, they have cars, they have houses, and I just graduated from high school. I don't have any of that stuff. How am I supposed to compete?
The problem with Chelsea's jerseys is it doesn't work anywhere else in South Australia.
It would work anywhere in Australia, wouldn't it? No, it would work anywhere in Australia. You could be on the dating apps at age 16 in the other states or province or territories of Australia, and it would be legal. She could say 16, and people still swipe right on her, and it's legal.
Yeah, that's basically 30-year-old or 16.
Right, but I don't necessarily, or woman, say that person's creepy because you just might look at the person, not view their profile and just swipe right. Especially if you're on those apps all day, it's like whatever. I'm not paying attention to this stuff. I'm just waiting for someone to message me.
But if you are in a position of authority, it becomes 18 times. So that means like hatred, what's the parent? Something like that. Then it becomes 18.
What up, baby? When are you gonna go on Twitter Spaces again? What up, baby?
Have you ever used the term blame?
Oh yeah, I used it the other day on camera on an Instagram reel. I was saying that a lot of Israel is goyim, and I want to change that.
How are you going to change that?
It's a really sad situation that the country has. About 40% of its population that is Jewish, according to the state, is not Jewish according to Jewish law. And I think that's a terrible, terrible situation. And so I want all of Israel that is recognized by the state to be Jewish, to be recognized by Jewish law. Someone like Ghislaine Maxwell, not Jewish. Everybody says, but her father was Robert Maxwell, and he's Israeli, and his citizenship passes to her. That's a cool story. Her mother was not Jewish. She's a goy. And it's a situation where it's a sad situation where about 40% of people who are recognized as Jewish by the state of Israel cannot marry in the state of Israel. It's a really sad situation. They're goyim, and I don't want that. I want them to be able to marry. So what does that mean? It means that they need a conversion, an Orthodox conversion, so that they can marry halakhically Jewish people. So if you're asking why did I use that term, I was using it directly at Israel. And this is not a it's not allowed within Jewish law. And Jewish law trumps Israeli law from a halakhic standpoint, from a Jewish law standpoint. That's not how it works. Jewish law does not bend a knee to Israeli law. Jewish law has been going for thousands of years. Israel is a 77-year-old country. So that would mean just that it just would mean that about half of Israel needs a conversion. And really the whole country in many ways might need a conversion, just to make things easier. So what does that mean? It means people would need to keep kosher. They need to keep Shomer Negiah, which is essentially family law, family purity laws. And there's some flexibility in terms of that. But then and they'd have to be Shomer Shabbos. Go ahead.
You think Palestine is part of Israel?
I think Israel is the whole world.
Do you think Israel is the whole world?
Yeah, I think Israel is the whole world.
That's what it means in the Torah.
Arguably in the Torah, the boundaries are basically the Nile River, Hindu Kush, the Euphrates, and the mountains to the north. I mean, that's approximately where it is. But there's an argument to be made that we have a diaspora. We have a huge amount of Jews for 2,000 years that were in exile. So we've made our home everywhere in the world, including from the largest cities in the world, like New York and London and Sydney and Melbourne and Cape Town, to small little shtetls in Eastern Europe. We were basically a people who were spread over the world. And thus Israel has had its, at least the Israeli diaspora, the Jewish diaspora, has had its borders moved to every corner of the world. And thus I see the entire globe as being Israel. And if you want to be Israeli, I don't really care about that. If you want to be Jewish, then convert to Judaism, and you can be Jewish as well.
We're gonna go.
All right, so well, I'm proud of you for meeting James McCann. That's amazing. And I hope really good things happen to you today. And I look forward to hanging out with you tonight, okay? All right, big dog. That's tight. I hope you have fun.
There's no saying that that's internet racist.
On stream?
Who's someone you've saying like could you
Yeah, who's someone I've seen who's famous?
bread in order to be food and be ready. So we see about the halacha shkuna goes on in this. We explain the halacha l'maisa. We asking that Eruv is not in shum shavir, but rather Eruv is in shum shira. Eruv is that home is where the food is, and halacha l'maisa anybody can say because they're doing the same place, therefore also should be residents of the same spot. So once they finish the Gemara. Says Rabbi Shishai come full circle. So the Gemara says, "Amari lo lujika shoto sivas ikolave." Amarava,
Yo, baby.
Amarav, halacha Rabbi Shimon. So the Rabbi one has that. By the way, the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon. So let's say, remember again, what is Rabbi Shimon? This is in Shin Sameh. Shin Sameh. Shin Ayin Ches. Shin Ayin Ches, but it's Shin. So they have to Shin. Here it is. Shalosh Katzeros Psukos Psuzu Psukos Psuzu. Remember again, we just said Alam calls Rabbi Shimon. What don't we know? What don't we know? Which version of Rabbi Shimon? Remember again, there are two different versions of Rabbi Shimon. So now the Gemara says, Shalosh Katzeros Psukos Psuzu Psukos Psuzu. Listen to this. If you have three Katzeros that are open one to the other, and they're also open to the stuff. So this is our case. A, B, and C are in still alive. All open to each other, also all open to each other. What's the halachas? The Arab called Achas, Yachisonos, and Sonis, Yachisonos for every Yachas. So what happened? A and C both made an Arab with C. Like Arab from the F and the first one says, Yachisonos for every Yachas. So we'll say, so again, A and B, both A and C made an error with B, but A and C did not make an error with each other. So what's the halacha? Achisonos Misuch Zu V'Ha'emsoyes Express Info Achos Mehem Ve'ein Express Open up again. So A and C are both committed to B. B is committed to both A and C. However, again, A and C may not carry with each other. Depends on when it's so. Kishanasna and Soris will do what they do, they do what they do. Oceanasna and Soris will do what the emphasis is not in. Aval and Muslims, they have Soris will do what the church by Shachos. Losh from the guardian, he's actually secondary, So let's say, so I love Philadelphia. This is the open two concepts that we ship, which means that if you have a change of A, B, and C, and A and C is a real good team, that they make each other, we constant that A and C could carry into B, and B could carry into A and C, but A and C cannot carry into each other. Okay, now watch this. What this does is, when it's double A and C can carry into each other, that's only when it made two different illusions with B, and the confidence that he would be two different forms.
Yo, baby.
Interestingly enough, A and C, because it is their illusions, into the same form in B, but all three are there so there was like three concepts of sinning and no direction of the soul of the Misha Baba, we'll say fasting and Hava. Misha Baba, the Tosh Baba, somebody is traveling, and Shabbos is about to start. So what happens? So how you not is you run together. So Omar Street doesn't have to. So what happens? He knows the landmark. He knows there's a tree or there's a fence within 3,000 Amish on the current location. So remember again, you don't see the question of the is. Person is more than 2,000 Amish on the current. Shabbos is about to start. So what I want to do is I want to make my Macham Shvisa somewhere that's within 2,000 Amish on my current location, but also 2,000 Amish on my head. So I'm going to do is I want to say my Macham Shvisa should be that tree, that fence, that is less than 2,000 Amish. And this my Macham Shvisa Pizza, says you're allowed to give home on Shabbos. So Misha Baba down to Hashkolo, somebody's traveling on the road and he gets stuck on Shabbos, at the Erev Shabbos. The Hayya will not keep even on Gadet. And I know a landmark, I know that there's sure there's a fence. Bamish Pizza, she can't tell them, they separation. The Bamish Pizza should be underneath the tree, should be underneath the fence. Well, I'm not sure. Obviously, you're going to the king. My wife, in order for him to go into such a Bamish Pizza, he has to be more specific about the color of the Bamish. Just say underneath the tree or by a fence, that is not. However, Pizza should be part of, but it says that not the tree should be in front of the tree. Then the hundred is of the manual of the or about this up high level. Nim some hundred Misha Sheka, Boaz and Lost. However, a person says, you know what, my mom teaches me to be in front of the tree. Or my mom teaches me, by the right side of the fence. He specifies the area. If you don't see that, that was at some point within 2,000 hours of your current location. And what that does is that allows your Shabbos to go calculated from that location. So it turns out that if you Shabbos, you're actually able to travel 4 times. And they don't knock you in the Bakilava. The local person doesn't know a discernible landmark, or he just doesn't know the halacha. So I'm a where I am right now. Again, let's say a person doesn't know about this landmark ahead, or he just doesn't know the halacha, and he's thinking, this is my mom teaches us right here. What's the halacha? What's the $2,000? Now what's the reason that's the halacha? How do you get the $2,000? Rabbi Hanina says it's a circle. It's a circle. You have 2,000 that's essentially you have a circle of a diameter of 4,000 hours. So we'll say effectively means what? In halacha l'maisa, you have now when you say 4,000 hours, you have 2,000 hours in any direction you want. But we do it as a circle. And you have a thing is no. You're both kikabam merubas. And if any of the thing is going to come saying no. We don't look at this one as a circle. I look at a square. Why are we looking at a square? Because they say niska uzabia. What's measured from a square, not like a circle, you get more space, right? You get more earth, you get the corners. You get the corners, the Rosh Amru, and this is that which he said, Hani Maharu Birakma. On Hani Rabosai has the ability to establish the Makar Shisa with his feet. Or if he doesn't have to use food to establish the Makar Shisa, he can establish the Makar Shisa with his person, with his feet. Already there, Anu Eimanu Ala Ani. And that's why there is only a country who can establish the Makar Shisa with his feet. Like everyone else who use food already. You know, over Echat Ani the Echat Ashi. That's not the only one who establish the Makar Shisa with their person. Like just by physically present. So only the Arvin the Kash and the Hakil al Ashir, so we see the Arvin. Also, in fact, obviously anyone can establish the Makar Shisa with their person. Said that the rabbis gave a psula, they gave a leniency, and they said that Halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and establish the Makar Shisa with you. They let the God use the food, because the son of Shasha, the time that you're here in a particular place. Halacha l'maisa, he says, anyone has the ability to establish food with their physical presence. There's just an additional psula, but you can go ahead and establish food, establish any food, and you can send that food with a shaliach. Someone else can establish the Makar Shisa on your account. As we did there, stop will give the today. Let's see if we got this tomorrow during the break. What my dad is. All right, so we'll say good for you. Beautiful. That's the book of tests. 129. You have to do up on school of test day 123. And we have to come up with Amar Adiga, Amar Shura. This section runs up to the bottom of the bottom of the book. Today on Sunday this morning, and we can learn these modules, reading everything, getting all this room, this week, and everything else. mother, Devorah Bas Yodor, Karkov became Baruch and Baruch. Baruch and Baruch Rishkov is dedicated this morning in memory of Baruch's mother, Ziba Bas Shaul Ali, one of the Baruch who was married to Tarek and Devorah, Shamor and Maria. And with that, let us begin. So we said to begin our fascinating halachas concerning a Yoledet on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, Omlet Shmuel, Chaya Kofman Shakara Pasra. So it's a Chaya. So the Chaya means, yes, Chaya can mean even a woman who is active believer or a woman who is just
Yo, baby.
So Chaya Kofman Shakara Pasra. So the woman is giving birth or is with the womb is open. Being obviously, being obviously, and we call it as a Shabbos. So it's the womb is open. Whether she says 15th or 15th, we have a Kala Shabbos. This is remember again. But this even means as follows. Pretty much if you're going to see someone who is active labor, is considered to be a Polish Yeshua. Someone who is ill, who is imminent to that's the Russian of Hebrew. And the womb is open. The womb open means active labor. So I'll say that situation, whether she says, I need something to tell me something, if he assess that she needs it, and halach noise in the Kala Shabbos. This Talakada, or once the womb is closed, again, we discussed the timeline of this. Main Amra Kappa Podcast. Main Amra Tzika, Main No Amra Tzika. In the Kala Shabbos, halach noise, once the womb is closed, whether she says, I need something on Shabbos, she doesn't say anything on Shabbos, we're not in the Kala Shabbos. So again, this is that the Buddha is not the focus of the Shmuel, is that the Buddha's version of Shmuel has it, and I'm not going to make something to whom is open, with no Shabbos, or whether she continues it or not. Once the womb is closed, we are not the Kala Shabbos, so whether she says she needs it or not. The Ashi must be helpful. The Ash, this was the Ashi. Marzutra must be helpful. Marzutra had a different version of the statement of the Shmuel. Amra Yehuda Amra Shmuel. Chaya called Mancha Sheba Pasua. So Chaya, woman in labor. If the womb is open, it's Amra Shmuel. Amra Shabbos. So whether she says I need it or I don't need it, Allah so we are Masalo Shabbos. This stuff happens, however, once the womb is closed. Amra Tzika Amra Challah Shabbos. What you see is this is my ritual. In our Lutheran version, we can answer the womb is closed. If she says, I am in dire need of something, then enough to them with the Kala Shabbos. However, no Amra Tzika, in the Kala Shabbos, she does not say that I need something. Allah woman. So that's the Kala Shabbos. So once you learn my focus, you have Ashi and Rashi. Remember again, so my focus is what Shmuel said. So according to Rashi, everyone agrees on the first part of the situation, right? So remember, when a woman, when the womb is open, everyone agrees that the Lord Almighty we call it Shabbos, and whether she mentioned it or not. In the focus is once the womb is closed. In the Rashi's version, in the Rashi's version, Allah Almighty Shabbos at all. In my Zutra's version, if she says I need something that requires full Shabbos, we will do it for her. But if she doesn't say anything, we won't do it for her. So the Rashi Amira, my Zutra, Mashi Kula. The Rashi, Mashi Kula. Interpret something like what's Kula. The Rabbinic Kula, who do you follow? So our Zutra is, so remember, the Rashi, our Zutra is Neko, but the Rashi is not, right? Remember again. Because he says, even if the womb is closed, if she says I need something, then the Kala Shabbos for her. The Rashi knows, no, once the womb is closed, we have the Kala Shabbos for her. So who do we pass? Amalei, Halakha Kimashu. Because the Halakha Ba'al is a line, Safek in the Fashas. Whatever we're doing is without. Whatever we're doing is a possibility of stretching to light. Halakha Ba'al is anything. Yet when you passing light, Zutra, and yet even once the womb is full, the womb is full like you need something. And something that requires full Shabbos, we will do that. Where we like the innocence, came out and watched this kind of shit. Ama ben yeni şarkı için Alaman'da Rabbi time that she sits on the birthing stool. Like they have like a birthing stool, right? So time that she sits down on the birthing stool, that halach remains the beginning of that means the woman really was strong. The shark has that short sits stool where she was like from behind that blood, you can trickle out. Trying to plug the people out of her, that's the beginning of activity. That ultimately again is the beginning of the Allah, Shasha Kabbalah, those don't also by that. And I would say she's kind of a friend for her, kind of a woman. Not walk from home, they can't walk from the or unassisted. A lot of women is that when you ever ran for doing but I've not said this before. There was no wrong, that's the answer. How long after did you see that you really have to be Rabbi is speaking. God will always say that Shiva, God will say that 7 days. Ramila, Ocean, obviously, 30 days. I mean, I like to also start remember again. So, first of all, these are important a lot of the Gabe, Gabe spouses, for example, this discussion about what's the unusual rules at what point in time did the woman become illegal in the first classes or and that's wrapped up in this not focus? How long do you see ultimately the end of the part? That's again heaven as a rule. It's also something that this is a where it says I mean I love Saya, a woman teacher, Timo is dining in London. Because there are in a first part of reading that we are going to look at the father. From birth until the first 3 days, being of the 3 until being of the 7, and ultimately again being of the 7 to being of the 3. So on. So we went to Timo the first 3 days after the birth. Based on the 3 cotton, based on the low 3 and the
Justice for the four commuters from different numbers. We see more evidence of crimes. We all will create a joint task force.
Second one from the top. I use Timo Yomi design very much. This toolbar, the Philip Halachas Total Shabbos, Lane design, and Asomah design the Timo and Asomah. Those who want to choose, and now those who break up the street and the Halachas Total. So I for the first few days after she's given birth, from birth until day 3, being on the teeth, and being on the low teeth, whether she says, I need help, she said, I need help, or I still need help. The Kavanah Shabbos, in the Kavanah Shabbos for her, if we can see that there's something that she designed, we'll say, what about from day number 3 up until day number 7? What happened to her? And Mered, Sricha Ani, the Kavanah Shabbos, but on the low Sricha Ani, in the Kavanah Shabbos, which is ultimately again from 3 to 7. So remember again, from birth to 3, we do that we have to do for her, reading Kol Shabbos, whether she says any reason, she says, or I don't need it. From 3 to 7, then if she says something from Kol Shabbos for her, but if she doesn't say anything, we're not putting Kol Shabbos for her. Lami, which what happens to 7:30 and on. You will almost do anything in Kol Shabbos. A lot of them said, even if she says, I need something, she's not thinking to be in an active state, so that's that kind of conscious, and therefore we're not in Kol Shabbos. Avo, Osin al Gite Aravon. So we'll see what can you do. So what can you do? You can ask your grandchild. You can ask your grandchild to go ahead and perform the locha on behalf of this. Once it's saturated in Singapore again, 3 stages are up until 3, up to start from birth for 3 days. We do whatever you need to do. Come to college afterwards, yes, it doesn't matter. 3 to 7, if she asks you to college job, she does not have to college. 7 to 30, not from the Carlos Shabbos at all. But even in 730 we can call something law, actively and straight out ask the non-Jew to help perform any halacha or ritual. Kibrat Ula is Rabbi the Amar, but just the Ula, Naasa al Yidei Aramayisha. We'll say, as the Ula by Fraser Lewis said, when it comes to holocaust, the person is still, anything that you've done for this person, you made you through ancient. This is like a Muda, so you might say. It looks like that's actually a very important piece of halacha. This is straight out asking God for assistance when it comes to matters of a whole lot of Shabbos. Obviously, that's what much closer to Sahara. Because if the older is in a state of Sahara, then it goes after the what? If the Jew could himself, in a non-Saharatic state, they ask the guy to go and help out with the whole lot of Shabbos. Which is a Hamila. Zama Hamila, Davis Shimiko Sahara, if you're faced with the situation of holy as homeless, but no Sahara, Omer the Nafi Valis. You instruct the Nafi, and the Nafi is I'm ready to go explore. The Kaya Lamin Yom Malaika. Some people say, when we say that a woman's postpartum, halacha l'maisa, has a certain status of being a kola for the first 30 days. What are the ramifications of that statement? I mean, I've done it with you. What's the ramifications of that statement are for immersion purposes? What is that? Actually says, Ad Lamin Yom Malaika, which may have seen it. Because ultimately they're going to teach you this product. So for the first 30 days, the woman should be careful with her immersion because of the cold. The cold can be harmful to her. And so over again, they're the clothes and not like on the clothes. I just say, the nice people. So remember again, they're the clothes. We're back now, somebody's a woman. It's often very cold. So a woman, if you think about it, a woman is postpartum is especially sensitive to the cold. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, they have a lot of shots very vigilant. What is that if you get different from what you the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Amar Elishim Bailahima. About Bailahima Mechamim. And this only true for husband not with her. If the husband is with her, then even if she's chilled from going to Mikvah, her husband will warm her up to that physical one, that body one, will maintain her health. The guy who does this stuff, Havla is most lucky by law. She runs in the flat after giving birth. Children that brings in 30 days after giving birth, Havla is 100 home. They extended and she was very cold. And will say again, chilled. To the point that ultimately again she got sick. The Antil, the Arsa of State of the the point that was that they transported her from her bed to her husband, Rabbi, to keep him warm. I'm ready to go to work. Oh, sin the door of the Kaya is I'm ready to go ahead and make fire for a Kaya, for only if it was that shot. Again, interestingly enough, a woman postpartum is going to be immediately postpartum. It's considered, or again, during labor, it's considered to be an active sign, And halacha l'maisa may be chose because she is chose. Therefore, halacha l'maisa should be to go ahead and make for a fire on Shabbos. Savarmina, so we refer to the statement, L'chaya in L'chola Lo. Sounds like it's only for a woman who's giving birth. And that first sounds Chola. Furthermore, again, I would have thought that when he was the fire, the most like a shemmy, the most like Kamala, you can only make the fire when during the winter, and not during the summer, because during the summer already it's not enough. When you're doing this, you want to below, and the people do this as well. Most of the time, below the Chola. First of all, the license to make the fire on Shabbos is for any person who is known, whether it's who is giving birth or just Stamachola. Furthermore, again, says and furthermore, again, in winter and summer, he also says or all of that matter, if he's chilled, so that sickness, that he's chilled, Allah can occur even if it's very well known. Therefore, the ability to make a fire for a chola, so it's there, whether the chola is someone sick, a woman is giving birth, whether it's during summer, whether it's during the winter. So I'm going to see what other saying. this is Gantin's style. Another thing on this. Let's say a person did blood letting, right? A person gave blood, like did blood letting, it is kind of right? The result is very short. Also, no, we do that even if you can you make from a bonfire, even if it's the middle of the sun. Because since we are that this life system is fire, you want someone who is still and chill, love cast them not only by a yoga test, by a higher, but also physical to any woman, to any person. So look at the Gemara, once you start to love that in the Gemara says, Shmuel, so ulay haka b'shava, which is Shmuel, you could actually so ulay haka b'shava, but once you come in the Asian Haka, Siva u'tikum kisei shafut, so who is on this is apparently, Shmuel once gave blood, but once did blood letting, and as a result of blood letting, he became sure. To the point that there was an element of sacrifice. So what did he do? They burned a chair made of shanga. So it's a shanga, apparently a very expensive type of wood. So under normal circumstances, you would not burn. Right? You would not use a shanga chair to give it fire by which to warm yourself if you were ill. But apparently there is no other available firewood. And the need for a fire, the need for warmth, and the aftermath of blood that is so lovely. If they even burn this expensive Rabbi Salvulay Suda Yom. Let's say that Suda, they burned for him after his blood letting, they burned him with Suda Yom, which is actually Min Eres, which is as a seed. He wants to become natural over here. These are all very expensive things of wood. So, almost circumstances, you would not make a fire out of these types of wood, but because it's chill and active, or as a result of the same, it's sacrifice of these Greek Rabbanim would burn whatever they had available to them to eat the fire to keep warm for themselves. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, so for this shashita, Rabbi would go ahead and burn each shashita, a bench, which we will say any utensil. So it's the same idea, because after blood letting, you don't necessarily have a fire to warm oneself. These Greek Rabbanim would burn even items that were legitimate human. Only a fire the Rabbi, so by someone. All of these Rabbanim read this. I bahak other man is true about this. So what's this? So again, a diet, especially by the diet, a rabbi gives you the first two and you're going ahead and or bench, and you're going ahead and you're destroying it to the fire. So isn't that about conscious? Because of the biblical approach about conscious, which is the focus activity in wanting destruction. So how are you going to go ahead and burn the shuttle, burn the bench? For the sake of warming yourself, you expect not about consciousness, you can travel in front of you. Consciousness, if you fight ugly, if you have consciousness of my body, it's even more important. I don't take care of myself. Consciousness, shalom, I will get no. That's also about consciousness. So my physical, my own body is not about consciousness. It's more important ultimately again than about consciousness of the bench. Hold on. If you tell Yimka of the Torah so we can't man better for a person to sell the shoes of his home in order to purchase shoes. So the Gemara telling us that shoes are probably the most important garment that we have. To give you that shoe is the Yikach in others. In the fact, these ways when I'm a Halik, but there is nothing more embarrassing than the one that walks there. It's incredible. This obligation to go ahead and sell off the blue from your home to purchase shoes. Interestingly enough, it's not because you're going to hurt yourself if you walk without shoes. It's dangerous because you walk without shoes. It is such a concern. Right? It's so embarrassing. To walk around without shoes, which is what you do with ourselves, we need to maintain a healthy sense of self. When a person looks at themselves, they have to realize that themselves. Every Jew is a Benmela. Every Jew is important. Every Jew is royal. Yes, it's just because you don't walk around barefoot. Barefoot simply says you better sell off the beams of your home to purchase shoes. Heck, you've done the Imam your house. What happens if you did blood letting you have nothing? You didn't come in the other shoes. Yaskit man turkeys. Better to sell your shoes in order to go ahead and get food that you can eat after Breastfeeding is a high art. These are the most important. And halacha makes it better to tell us the food that you at home in order for you to have food. Yet, says the Gemara, what's more important to Jews? Eating something after blood. Don't eat something after blood. That is halacha l'maisa. Versus the food in a creation of the sacrifice. My son is working one some of the food. The surface is worth that. Rav Amar Basar, Rav says we need and
It's me.
after blood letting. One says wine. Cooking with wine after blood letting. Versus Rav Amar Basar Nasa, Basar Nasa, is the Rav says he needs wine. Just like the meat comes from the vitality of the meat. So let the nefesh, let the soul, the vitality of the meat, revive my soul, revive my nefesh. After that, the blood letting Shmuel says, Yayusuka Palaksuka. Let the redness of the wine increase the redness of the blood. Okay. So they have different emphases of what you can use post blood letting. But halakha l'maisa is clear that again, as important as the shoes are, so once you go ahead and sell off the shoes, in order to go ahead and purchase start a shoe. Remember that Shmuel knows that. No shot up to the cashier and coffee. Shmuel would do blood letting. On that day, they were preparing a cooked dish of stew. They would cook up the stew and also make a good soup. So that's also says, Tachos Sukkah, Tachos Sukkah. There's also like a redness of the redness or the richness of the liver. Go ahead and use the vitality of the Yochanan, Shasi, Atinapik, because this the Yochanan would drink until the aroma of wine literally came out of his ears. See, there's so much wine until he's fragrant with wine. Nachman, Shasi, Atinapik, Nachman would drink wine until his skin was flowing. So again, the idea of it is that they would go ahead and drink wine in order apparently to offset the harmful effects of blood cells. So Yosef Shashi had nothing to do with the silver. And Yosef would drink so literally again, blood would wine would come out of the function from the blood cells. Rabbi Mahadra Hanga back blood apparently God would only drink. Okay, now literally what it means is you drink wine from a 3-piece bone. It's really fun. Now, what is this doing? Rashi says over here, Rashi says over here, start plus a party, then Gimel Sham. Rashi says actually over here that Rashi over here that that Rabbi would only drink wine that was sweet for 3 years. So apparently again, each wine has to say the benefit on the individual for blood letting purposes. Then you make the wine, and if I'm not going to stuff, Rabbi will only drink wine that was at least 3 years old. I'm not going to check it out. I'm not going to check it out on this side. יום הדקה זה אמור להיסייס, אנחנו בגלל לגמרי. What is this? So that's my interpretation of the sentence coming to that one. So the concern is that first they go ahead and do blood letting and may not have sufficient food afterward to offset the harmful effects of the blood. Not really be able to that's repeat blood letting or defensive blood letting. Otherwise, that's not going to be overforgiven. And if you want to show that there's not going to be overforgiven, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You'll prepare a whole sumptuous meal. This way, you will make sure that you have enough to go ahead and eat in the aftermath of blood letting. Apparently, the mission is the way it works. Otherwise, I guess God doesn't not going to be concerned how he takes his life. Blood letting, you compare an intimate fish to your blood letting, you can compare it to very dinner. Therefore, go ahead and tell them that nothing is coming to dinner, and if that's something, you might as well do food, and you can say, haram means, engage in kind of like a bit of trickery is usher, with the exception of these cases over here. Let's make sure to go ahead. Go ahead with some level of aroma intention on this like it's usually more than specialist to work and the optimal self will escalate with social the aspect and then you can decide when you take apart the best thing to do blood that is what why this is a good one coming up and you can see over and you want to see more that's okay let's just say that you have enough money to put this one asking us blood belly what to do this so you got nothing go ahead and take a word out listen to this is actually say what the deal actually say what the deal this goes to the matter good to y'all the awful you know see those it's always unknown things. It's about like something wicked, possible, but it's not really in circulation. So in this case over here, it with his blood level. Right? The nice again he needs water. What's the problem? He doesn't have the money for it. All he has is a worn out resource that essentially he has a circle. What should he do? Watch this. So he went to laser Hashem and he saw then one of the 7 stores at his party. Here is the also. Go. This is sad because I was saying I can't do some of the wine before you go ahead and come. So watch this. What is the guy? He goes into the store, he takes some of the wine, he takes off the cat, and what does he do? He got the worn out corn, and because the person requires to go to the same again. Sorry, your money's no good. Right? That's not money. So sorry, that's all I had. Go to the next door, repeats the process. Next door repeats the process. Still, after a number of stores, he has now had a reuse supply. Because he's had a reuse supply, therefore, you have the negative effect. Negative effect, ultimately, again, negative effect of all that is I previously. Remember, in this case also, even though a bit of a subject, right? A bit of aroma. Remember again, technically speaking, the point that you're using is the point. Meaning it still has some level of value. In fact, the price is so low. Not go ahead and negate the fact that there's some level of value. Therefore, again, obviously, do not find someone who uses something like this for giving. Because certainly it does, it smells of nice. But the nice is because of the elements of the question involved speaking low, if you don't have a worn out representation process, let look at how many months are. 7 black dates, stock dates, a relationship needs to come together, rub oil in your temples, their nickname is Shimisha, and ultimately sleep in the sun. Friends of us if you can't get wine, 7 black dates, rub oil on your temples and sleep in the sun. Avlate has to go to the Shimisha, the Avlate comes, sleeping in the sun. Sometimes you sometimes like that. Didn't have enough money to purchase one. So he was sleeping in the sun. Avlate found him sleeping in the sun on the lake. He was very sharp. Wise men of the Jews, something that is statue, because it wasn't generally too much sunlight. Right, too much harmful. So how could it be that which is only harmful now becomes beneficial to you after blood, right? I'm going to Yom HaKadosh. So which small set, anticipate blood, right? Blood study. Therefore, again, I need to go ahead and speak to the sun to warm myself up. I will be able to marry by social definition. So ultimately, again, for the fact that wasn't the case, rather, it had to do with there's one day out of the year that halacha lines to speak up the sun of right that when it can, the Gemara says, it's almost enough about the day in which the summer solstice, right? The day in which the Kibbutz happens. The third, there's a kind of heat, the heat would actually become Savar, whatever the reason, Shmuel did not want to know this information ultimately. Okay, that was what it was about. So that is more both to the top. So the makeup is that Hakaza, sometimes so the makeup is that Hakaza, not killing the rest of the Shemai. But whoever does not pay proper attention, does not properly after going ahead and using already, so the spark could sit in the people. The spark could sit in the people. But only Chayev Lochas. And the opposite, Allah doesn't care about his health. Right? This guy doesn't care about his health. Enough to go ahead and properly after blood letting, which I care more about his health than he cares about his health. Of course, Rabbi Shlomo Rabbi. I man the other most of the late case of the current sofa. Film was shot to the Rabbi Shlomo both days. First in his blood letting. And then six in the religion. This is the why. Film was shot to the window. Who both in what I would be at them. And then look at maybe the blood letting. Let out the blood. If I have to walk in the place, I'm going to be a blood left. But us, shot it. The wind will come. And the wind will remove the remaining blood. So us, we do a section. The idea of being able to do a section of blood letting if a person is more popular than the other person that we got, check the view of the other person. Only do blood letting in a home that has walls that are 7.5 which are very thick walls. And there's a lot of it, there's no heat, there's no room. Whatever. Like Rama Kata, obviously I used to know. So I need more room for blood letting. And what? Don't eat. It was mud up the house, and we kept them all to the home, and we saw the doctor, I got Aliko. We said like one layer, or one layer of bricks in it. Let's just remember again, even though there was still layers of bricks that were there, and what all I saw, this layer was enough to last more to the detrimental effect of the blood Rabbi Shlomo Rabbi. I'm on that in the From the other day. You know, all of these things require a little bit of like a pause, a little bit of a waiting, a little bit of a resting before one goes ahead and gets up. Gemara says, Amar Shmuel, forced the Dama, called Rothschild. The Shmuel says, Allah Alright, for blood letting is once every 30 years. Alright, once every blood letting once a month. Like blood letting once a month is healthy. When you're about 60, you should do it even less often, once every 30 days. Once it's before 40, once every 30 days, between 40 and 60, once every 60 days, above 60, once every 60. What's the develop? Our ball is not on the shop. The says the right time for ball betting is Sunday, Wednesdays, Fridays. Sundays are the different on weekdays or ball betting. So they support that. You know, Arashini the Kamishiva, which is just ball betting on other things going on. Now, remember, we use those Swiss office. Yaki can be the Kamishiva. Only one who has Swiss office. Right? Only one ultimately again is goes ahead and has married to his ancestors. Should be well betting on Monday. On Mondays and Thursdays, when our bucket is in sitting section, the celestial day through a sitting section of I will say, at a time when the day through Shamala is in session, you don't want to do anything that places you into the peaceful side. Sometimes we think the works as follows. There are a lot of myself. If a person doesn't put themselves in a state of sacrifice, then how often am I is probably willing to go and let certain things go. The problem is, if I put myself in a state of sacrifice, very often the business model will say, listen, individuals already in sacrifice, let's just exact retribution for his misdeeds. Therefore, says the Gemara, very, very important to avoid putting yourself in sacrifice on Mondays and Thursdays. Why? It's just like the Bezdin down here is in session, the Bezdin Shalmala is in session. Gemara says, if most of the Shabbos are my so why can't you go ahead and do blood betting on Tuesday? What's on the Tuesdays? Gemara says, you show the Kaima Madin is ultimately again on Tuesdays. Apparently, the influence of Mars is felt in air. The Kaima Madin is what he actually says. He said, Shemazel Madin, Shamisha B'Shar. Apparently, again, the Mazel, the influence of Mars, apparently exerts negative influence, is felt during even hours of the day. Mazel Madin, the Muna ala Khayat, ala Kevin, ala Karamis. Ultimately, again, the Mazel of Mars, as I say, unfortunately, is responsible for war, pestilence, and all types of negative things. Now the Shabbos are not becoming one second. On Erev Shabbos, the influence of Mars is also felt which is next to Cleveland, the Dutch made out and Trump is not Hashem. So also some apparently that's very interesting. So apparently people are very determined to go ahead and give blood on Erev Shabbos, or I should say, to do blood on Erev Shabbos. It's called Dutch Be'ad. What does Dutch Be'ad mean? In general, the halacha is you are not permitted to do something that puts yourself in sacrifice. That is the general halacha. There's an exception to this rule with you. If the activity that we're talking about is something that is general, something that's engaging, there's a concept called Torah it's about watching over the simple people. So let's say, so I can so for example, you say the halacha is the point is not saying to themselves to muffle sacrifice. I say, how can you drive? I don't have to drive. Driving is just really very sacrifice. There's a concept of Shabbos, anything that becomes normative, even if it has some element of risk in it, is since the public have trodden through it, like given the Dutch Be'ad. Since people do it, there's a certain level of divine shmira over normative daily activity. So therefore, again, the divine shmira, the influence of Mars, is felt in even hours of Friday as well. A lot of the messages of this time for people to do bloodletting. On Erev Shabbos, therefore halacha l'meisa is permitted. There's words Amishmor, Dalit, a Wednesday that is also the fourth day of the month, or Dalit lovers, or a Wednesday that is also the 14th of the month, or Dalit do Esim Ba'adim, or a Wednesday that is the 24th of the month, or Dalit Leka Arba Basvei, or a Wednesday that does not have the fourth day of the month, right afterwards, or doesn't have 4 days of the month afterwards. Sakranza, ultimately against the blood. Rosh Chodesh B'Shivim, full shots. What's that? Okay. So Rashi points out that here, these are at least more esoteric discussions. But the idea being that I was saying is better to avoid bloodletting during these times as you propose a heightened level of suffering. We might go back. We might go Kodesh Shelo Busha. First thing we follow Kodesh and the after Kodesh that Kodesh. Shlishi goes the third ever Kodesh. Sakana. Ma'ali Yom Tava. Busha. Go say the first thing goes ahead and gives it says already Erev Yom Tava calls it says weakness. Ma'ali Yom Tava Sakana. If you give blood on Erev Shabbos, it's not much Sakana. That's the one that Kulu Ma'ali Yom Tava. You shouldn't be able to cover that test. And that's like Chazal says, you really shouldn't do any bloodletting on Erev Yom Tov in general. But that dinner on Erev Yom Tov was a safeguard for Erev Shabbos. The nothing day of the Gilgal, Shnei Tabuach, because in Erev Shabbos, the most of the evil winds, that wind is called Tabuach. The evil Yisrael Torah, Hayat Tabach, Nuhu, Nuhu, Tamar. What's the terrible about that wind? Because had we not accepted the Torah, that wind would have been the source of our Torah. Also, pizza the hate is done. The first is to strain, he ate you, and then he did bloodletting. So he is Allah also pizza. The only effect that the bloodletting has is on that week that he just consumed. In other words, it like, but apparently bloodletting after consuming meat doesn't have a economic medicinal effect of bloodletting. And if it does it, it gets the wheat out of the system. The honey meat is a rule. Therefore, again, also what it's saying is that if you did bloodletting after eating meat, doesn't really have an abortical effect. About like human makeup, but if you're looking to lighten yourself, what does it look like? The halach reminds the person feels heavy, so to speak, after you human with bloodletting, starting to make them feel a little bit lighter. Okay, and make these done, she allows them. We'll say the person does bloodletting, really to drink immediately. Achila ad katsini. For eating ultimate against also will have to eat with the food. But it sounds like what it's saying is the halacha l'maisa. For achila, you should wait up until the amount of time that it takes to walk half a mile, which is 9 minutes. Vailu, she allows the mali about bada achikash. Doesn't mean they're drinking after bloodletting. It's only beneficial to do it immediately. But if you drink later on about bada achikashi, that is actually detrimental to our health. Or dumalo kashi, in our mouth. And maybe you're supposed to drink immediately. If you don't drink immediately, then what you drink doesn't have an effect on you one way or the other. Yours is taken. After you got cash on that shit. If I know, Achila Katinio, when we say that you have to eat, up until the amount of time that takes up half a meal, we must either come out in a basa or the time of the cash. So if you did that, you have to wait 9 minutes after bloodletting to eat. But if you eat before that or after that, it's problematic. Or if you know that to have the maximum effect of food after bloodletting, you should wait the amount of time it takes to walk a half a meal. But if you end up eating earlier or later, it doesn't really have any effect. Which the Gemara says, Machnis Rav Mea Kari Buddha, Mea Reshe Buddha. This is the Rav says, if you find that they're selling 100 boards for a good buy it. 100 animals for a head, and 100 animal head for a good buy it. Mea Sefari Buddha. And if they're selling 100 animal lips for a zuz, don't touch it. Right? Don't touch it. It doesn't mean you're currently getting the lips of the animal. Alright, going on to the official part of it. Apparently, again, there's no medical benefit to going ahead and the lips of the animal. This is the actual cheese. So you have to be healthy, you determine worth having, which the emergency does not. Apparently, the lips are meaningless, and therefore halacha l'maisa you can 100 persons don't die. What we do is, Rabbi says, Yavir and Beirasino. So ultimately, you're going to Pirafino. Yoma did the Saki de Rabbanon on a day, this is the side, that ultimately again, the Amidis are coming, we're lazy, right? And we're not coming to the day. So this is the day when the Amidis come, we're a bit lazy because it's dark, not coming to the day. What do they call that? Amriya Ibn Yoma did the Saki. So today is a lift day. The load is down in my car. And ultimately, you're going to listen to whatever you were talking about. So what is a lift day mean? A lift day means like a lost day. Just like the lift ultimately again those who have any nutritional value. Therefore, even if you can't don't go ahead and eat it. Apparently, it was a very unproductive day to they recovered a religious day. They were to vegetarian. They offered everything. Incredible food. Apparently, with incredible use of course it's cheap. I thought it's cheap. Although you get a lot of cost, they're very good at the money. Ultimately, the things that are done for a baby on Shabbos, for example, the Gemara says, "Shenei Nar, U'Mordechai Yom Chovedes Osaf, Lo Kari Sayis." When you were born, on the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was not cut. U'B'mayim, Lo Rachatz, right? And ultimately, again, you weren't washed before the Mishi B'Melech Lo Lachta. You were not salted. Again, we'll turn over this. V'Asel Lo Chasalta. Again, we'll see all between the woman, so we'll say, how you feel about this? Right? On the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was cut. Or I should say, on the day that you were born, you can't Shemiyalder Tabla B'Shabbos. You see, it's a couple women give birth on Shabbos. Lo Kara say, your umbilical cord was not cut. You can't Shechot Kinati, but we'll say, remember, you might think of this. Anything in the puzzle that said was not done, you see that these are the things that are normally done in the course of birth. And if these things can be on Shabbos. And the can't Shechot Kinati, but the name because the umbilical cord, or my Norachat, when you were not washed in water, the machine, you can't shut off, sin have blood Shabbos. So from here you see that under normal circumstances, you can go ahead and wash the baby on Shabbos. Not the Hamelech Lo Lachta. And you are not salted. You can't shemokin hablad b'shabbat. It's not waiting to taste. So Rashi speaks in the apparently they used to apply salt to the skin of the baby when the baby was born. The Marashaka will be different. The Marashaka applied some type of like baby powder. And one of the ingredients in the baby powder was salt, the babdaka actually. You can't shemokin hablad b'shabbat. Hasel lo hasalta. You can't shemokin hablad b'shabbat. Where you see that you swaddle the baby on Shabbos. We'll say remember again, swaddling in fact is something we saw before, which is that halosh l'meisa, the baby, when the baby was born, he lives, but kind of disjointed a little bit, so they would go ahead and swaddle the baby very tight in order to push the limbs back in something. So you learn just after this pasuk, and we rebuke in this pasuk all the things that were not done for the baby in this pasuk. We see what is normally done for a blood, or for a mother, or for a daughter. Hadron Allah Subhanahu was a Shaya, Nazikov, and the American tomorrow begin the sentence. Alright, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Today's Daf School Test 109. 109. We are up. We are up. 109. After touches, remember, we're still discussion about were valid, and they became hustle. Oil will be changed. Although no yarkin, scandalous, and for a startup, he's subject to the laws of stupid things. Which would be to be however, you have the covenant which is possibly certain of us, even though they must also only low years. It's indeed in a certain on the gap that what? Do not take the gap. Such a term like that is subject to the law of other layers, ultimately again is subject to the laws of future. That's what it is. That the person to try to do the solution. But it's still a good that's a kind of around it and had to tell you something which they you could see the very which often that's more about outside of the one which you type. They give up a person open up these corners because type. One is type. That's the Mishnah. I'm not like John's not too long. With one which or then one of the I go ahead and put up a shine. You guys see it out. Of the heat of the Lord,
Yo, dog, what up? This is the biggest pep of all time. Wah, wah, wah.
Use this, I get money from it. It'd be funny to see. I wonder what kind of, because anytime I kind of have oh my god, he asked about coffee. He asked about bacon. That fucking because I got a test on something interesting. I just made your test. It's not yearly, by the way. It is yearly. Oh, dude, I do one checkup. And it's not yearly for Graves. Graves is like 3 months or something, but that's doctor work. This narrative you're spinning. I don't know where to begin. But not even doctor checks again where the pit stops. I do not like going to the doctor. Okay? All I get is bad news. I would fuck if it were up to me, I would never go. But you're supposed to do a yearly checkup and you get a panel done or whatever it's called. My cholesterol is not good, but it's not terrible. Every time I go there, I'm like, I got when they first start and they put the thing on, I'm like, fuck, it's gonna say I have high blood pressure. It's gonna say it is. And then I go, I try to breathe really, and I start thinking about think of the beach. Think of the beach. Even though I don't really like the beach. For some reason, I think that's supposed to calm me down. Because one time I went there and it was like, well, I just was good. There's been a couple of times where I've gone there, it's been too hot, right? And they're like, we can't there's one time they're like, we can't stop until it goes lower. You take some deep breaths. Let's go. Most of the time I have it's only when I'm stressed. But anyways, I got the cholesterol is not too good, but that's not the big deal. Graves, pretty good. Graves medicine, testing good, dude. Doctor said, I wish I remember exactly what he said. I think he said, okay. So if the Graves is firing on all cylinders, no excuse for my behavior.
I did. Oh, there's so many health updates too.
No, I know, that's what I said.
The one that's really bad, you already know.
Oh my god.
I think that should be last.
Oh, okay, I'll stop.
Well, here's what I did do. Okay, now you know that I forget stuff, right? You pointed this out to me. You pointed out that sometimes,
Remember that?
yeah. Sometimes during T-Boys you say stuff I didn't hear. I clearly wasn't listening, right? And even on this show, you'd be like, dude, I understand that makes you angry. What if I were to tell you that my fiance feels exactly the same?
No surprise here. Right?
I actually already told you that. I told you about leaving keys on the door and all that. So I finally did call Kaiser to get the ADD test because I like to be medicated and vaccinated. So
After the test, you're like, is there any way a vaccine will fix this?
Dude, I'm so close to doing that. I actually got the COVID vaccine again. I forgot about that. Somebody I won't keep exploring over like multi episodes. It's not only that, but everything else. Like you already have those Monday through Sunday fucking COVID. It's normal to get the vaccine, you fucking conservative lunatic. And anyways, so I was there. I don't remember even. This kind of makes it seem like I go to the doctors a lot. I don't remember which one was where I got the vaccine. They were like, "We got the vaccine. Do you want it?" I was like, "No, I want it." And then right in that arm, Danny, we voting for Kamala up in this bitch. Like, voted for Kamala on Abu Dhabi. Squirt it in there. Squirt pause. Anyway, well, I got the COVID vaccine, and it was funny. The doctor, when she was like, "Do you want my doctor, my primary care doctor?" She said, "Do you want the vaccine?" I said, "Fuck that, bitch." No, I just said, "Yeah, of course." And then she goes, "I got the vaccine, so it's not too bad." And she goes, like, "Obviously, I'm here, right?" And I'm like, "Right." So, she's a little bit making me paranoid. They did the bit that I think you were talking about this time around. I haven't had to do this before. They were like, "Okay, you want the COVID vaccine? Here you go." And I just fill out this whole sheet. It's like, it's basically like Joe Rogan wrote it. You got myocarditis or whatever. I'm like, I don't care about that. Okay, on that count. Sign that shit, they put it in my arm. But here's what I buried this other thing. So, I was going to ask you, you keep calling them, but yeah. You said primary care physician, right? Primary care doctor, yes.
Okay. You also have a secondary and tertiary?
That's stupid.
There's no way you're seeing one every time.
Well, I have my general practitioner or whatever, the person that you go to, right? But because I have Graves, I need a specialist. I need an endo. We can never get this word right. You know what it is? Endocrinologist. It's endocrinologist. Something like that. Anyways, it's endoing me.
And when you're done, I completely forgot. Okay. Don't forget.
So I have two doctors, but I'm working through there. Because here's the thing. My fiance said, you should talk to your doctor about this. You keep forgetting things and all this. So I said, fine, I will. So in my checkup, I said, I can't remember stuff, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, what do you think? You have ADHD or something? And I go, I don't know, do you? And she's like, I can get you a psychoval if you want. So I said, for sure. And so the nurse comes in, right? And she fucks me. The nurse comes in and she goes, do you want me to make the appointment for you? Now, I got caught, and I'm used to being like calling and then kind of make the appointment, and they go over this, like, you gotta get referred and all that stuff. Sure. And I go, you're gonna make the call for me? Absolutely, let's go. So she takes the phone on the wall and dials in. Whatever, psychiatry, something or other. So I guess you gotta go to psychiatry. Right? So I'm waiting, and then someone picks up, and they're like, hello, and she's like, tell them what you want. This is the patient is here. He needs this. Like, this is the wrong number. We gotta transfer you. Mind you, this is the nurse of Kaiser. Let's call the wrong number. And I'm like, what?
The nurse is finding out she is great.
Yes, she's got Graves in the air. like the fucking COVID thing where you sneeze, it's gone into her brain.
In the slow mo is you saying, I need another doctor, and then fucking Graves to
Oh, doctor. So the Graves is highly in her brain. She's like, after she gets transferred, she's like, I gotta go, but they'll probably answer. I'm like, okay. She leaves the room, somebody answers, and they go, hello? This person clearly has no idea who it is. Right? So I go, do you know why I'm calling? And they're like, what's your name? And I go, Brendan Cody. Big sorry about that. And they're like, oh, and I tell them, and they're like, what do you need? And I go, I think a psych evaluation, like a psych, I don't know. I want to get tested for ADHD, you know? And they're like, oh, that's the wrong number. I got to transfer you. So they transfer me again, and it's the same thing. It's like over and over again. Somebody answers, and they go, who are you? Like Kaiser has a fucking bit that they're doing, like a running joke. Yeah, refrigerating. I felt like I was in I feel like I was going crazy. The nurse comes back in, and she's like, and I go, thanks, just keep transferring me. I don't know what to tell you. And she's like, oh my God. And she calls, and then I get this last person who's telling me that I gotta see a therapist first. And I go, that's fine. I don't know what any of this means. I just need to, like, what do I do? And she's like, I can give you the phone number. Like, if they don't call or whatever. And I get really angry with her. I'm like, listen, if they don't call, what's your name? And I say, I do the fucking speak to your, well, I don't say speak to your manager, but I'm like, I'm gonna fucking, complain. I'm gonna name you my name. And so, and then I'm a platinum member of Kaiser. I fucking come here every day. I was so fucking, they transferred me like 8 times in the doctor's office. I feel like I was an idiot. And it's like this loud phone. The doctor with the doors open, and I'm like telling people I need a psychiatric evaluation. I look like I do. And so I storm out, and then it ends up being that I do have to meet with a therapist, right? So I did a Zoom meeting with a therapist, and she's like, she goes on the call, and I'm like rushing to get to work, and I got the phone in my hand, so I'm like off to the side here, and I look over, and I'm like, oh man, she's already there, so they're usually late, and so I'm looking at it, and I go, hey, what's up? What do you need? And she goes through all these questions, like these. You've never had a evaluation?
If I have, they've done a really good job of not letting me know. But did she open with what are you thinking right now? She said something like, what if Brendan Chapman's the answer?
She would have been like, we need the meds.
I'll give you 5 more pills to take.
She was asking me, all sorts of things. Like, have you ever been hit? Did your parents beat you? Are you addicted to drugs?
Never had one of these.
Drink alcohol? Have you ever been hit recently? Do you live with someone? Do they hit? Everything is like, have you been hit? Has there been a trauma? Have you had an accident? I'm like, no, none of these things. I have ADD, I think. I can't. Then finally they got to the ADD questions. Hilarious. Because every question, I thought like, I'm fine, I've lived this long. I've not had any kind of real issues of people getting mad at me for forgetting things 5 seconds ago. But so I go, she asked me all these questions, and I'm like, I probably didn't do that. Every answer was like, one was no, right? She's like, do you have trouble paying attention to this? Yes. Do you forget things? And I go, yes. Do you get anxiety when you yes? Like, just yes. There's no question. What's the answer? Really, yes. And I go, I was honest with her. I go, I gotta be honest with you, I'm having trouble paying attention to you right now. I really said that too, because I was. I literally, she's in this Zoom thing. She's got flowers behind her, and I got so much going on at work and shit. And then we do this, so I'm thinking like, about work stuff. And then I was like, what is that? Like, is there a notification for Jane? Yeah. Do I have to respond to Belize right now on Discord?
So what's funny? What you're painting out right now sounds like someone that just wants Adderall for like recreational use. Yeah, but it's 100% true.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No, I know you can't. But I'm like, someone that's just like,
I think there was like maybe one no, because there was like a few questions that were like, things that I guess people with ADD maybe have, but I don't. And it's not the real evaluation, because now I go to a psych version. At the end of the thing, the therapist on the Zoom she says, so I think we should refer you, but here's the thing, you got a choice. All right, you got 2 choices. you listening? I said, no. And she goes, you can either, go to the psychiatrist if you're interested in medication, or you and I can do like 5 more sessions and I can just tell you. But if you want to go to a psych, you gotta like be willing to take drugs. I thought about it for a second. I was like, I don't really want to, because like I don't Adderall, Vyvanse, whatever it is. I don't really want to take. I'm already taking Graves medication. But I was like, don't kill me. I might eat it because I can't pay attention to things. So I said, yes, sign me up for the psych. I don't want 5 more therapy sessions. I don't need that, especially on Zoom. You're right. Look at that spider right there. Oh my God! She jumped on me. Oh, you sat on it. It's right there. Kill it. Oh no, the couch has spiders. Oh, that's your ass. Yeah, go for it. Please don't forget your part of the story. I feel like she asked you, you have 2 options, and then after she says both options, you go, what's the first option again? That's a big spider, what the hell? That spider was fucking huge. It was scary. I think the spider could kill you, spider. Yeah. But anyway, so I picked the psych demon. I'm gonna go. It's so funny today. This isn't even the biggest thing. I mean, this is crazy. I hope people like my medical stuff, because if not, this is a boring ass episode. So I get a referral, right? And I don't understand what to do, of course. So I call the wrong number again, and they're like, this woman, after I've transferred the standard 4 times, she wants to talk to you. She goes, we have the paper, just call that number. I didn't get it. So I looked at the paper, and I called the paper, and it's like this weird, it sounds like a cult. They refer me to some like new beginnings or something like that. And I just had to leave my voicemail, just go to my psychiatry. I'm going to see if I need drugs at some point. But they haven't called me back. So, but here's what, do you have any questions about that before I go to the big news? No. Oh my God, go ahead. All right, so here's the big thing that happened. All right.
Yeah, what up, Nathan?
As I said earlier, I went to get my blood work done, right? So on like a day before I had to get my blood work done, I woke up and boner alert, I had to sleep with my shirt on. Okay. So I woke up, I didn't have my shirt on, and my fiance goes, "What's that?" And I look at my chest, and there's this red bump here. Now that is not a good thing to tell me. Okay. So I'm like, red bump. I'm a little sick to get out. I'm like, that's it. So and it feels weird. It doesn't feel like a normal, like, pimple or anything like that. It's like a rash, right? So I'm thinking, I thought it was nothing, because it didn't really hurt or anything. It just felt strange. And then the next day it was a little worse. And I was going to get my blood work done anyway, so I figured, why did I go to my favorite place? Guys, waiting this ridiculous line to get. I was already going to go today. Why not just read my book while I wait? So I go in there, take my shirt off with the doctor, and the doctor looks at it. She goes, "Oh." And I'm like, "Oh, what?" She goes, "That's shingles. That looks like shingles." I'm like, "What the fuck is shingles? Dude, what is that? Why do I have shingles? Shingles is for like 80-year-olds. In my mind. I'm like, I see the vaccine. The vaccine's like, don't take this until you're 60. Take your shingles vaccine. And I go, what the hell is shingles? Shingles is a rash or something that's like dormant in your body. It's from the chickenpox family, and you can get it from stress, I guess. Oh wow! So, but it's also herpes. So she goes, yeah. I go, what? Like, what's the treatment for this? And she's like, well, we got this medicine. It's called something or other, Valtrex or gout, blah blah blah. And she's like, you have to take that 6 times a day. Oh my God! And I go, I didn't say anything to her when she said that. And she goes, yeah, it's kind of hard because it's hard for people because it's taking 6 times a day. And then she looks at me and she sees that my eyes are like, she's like, there's also Valtrex, which is like the herpes medicine. And she goes, there's Valtrex at 3 times a day. I think we're just going to do that. I think she looks at me and she's like, yeah, we're just going to do that. Because she could sense that I wouldn't. If there's something I have to take 6 times a day, it's just not going to happen.
Because then you got the Graves and the ADHD meds, and then at this rate you're going to get 4 more pills a day.
There's nothing I do 6 times. You're not going to eat anymore. That's the only thing. 17. I was like 6 times a day, sometimes a week. And I go, what it causes? And she says, it could be stress. It's contagious. So don't touch. Well, you can't because I got my shirt on. Oh, fuck, goddamn it. But it's contagious to touch until it crusts over. Ew. It's like when it crusts over, that's when everyone is safe. And then she goes, I can give you a cream and this Valtrex or whatever. It's like, oh, God damn it. And I got to tell I called my fiance and I was like, you gave me fucking, she goes, you over. No, I go, I got shingles. She's like, okay. I go, really want to wash the sheets and I'll wear a shirt. And she's like, yeah, and I touched it. And, that's her mistake. And so, but she's probably fine. But it's like, it's the last thing. I didn't expect to wake up and get shingles. Why do I have shingles? And I go, isn't that for people in their 60s? And she said, she's like, well, not really, no. Like, I got it when I was 18. I was like, oh, okay. So that made me feel better. This is not the first doctor that told me they had a disease I've had. I think maybe it's just that, like, doctors say that I had. If I was a doctor and I told somebody that there's a disease, unless it was like a murderous disease, I'd be like, listen, I got it. It's not a big deal. I would just lie. It makes me feel better.
Well, we are now 24 minutes in, and we are updated on Cody's medical history. I feel better.
Yeah,
I had no bullshit. It's not good. I saw it when I was driving.
What's up, you fucking homeless cats working at PF Chase? It's a dick slinger pimp here.
When you're driving, you just read the word, you're like, that sounds like something is,
It's more painful today than it was before, but it's not really painful. It just feels strange.
What's the one disease that black people get a lot? That's just sickle cell. So I thought it's shingles with sickle cell.
You thought I had sickle cell?
Only because I was driving. Listen, I'm a good driver, so I was very preoccupied on the road. It was very early in the morning. I was driving out to Glendale, so it's quite a drive from Seattle.
What up, babes?
But something you said reminded me of an encounter I had this week, right? And have you ever? When did all these doctor visits start? Was it anything in particular that made you a hypochondriac?
I don't think I'm a hypochondriac. I just think I'm responding to diseases that I.
My phone has a pregnant battery, and I want to bite it like a spicy pillow.
It seems like most of the time now it is something. I used to be like, I'm going to go there to make sure this is nothing. But now when I go there, they're like, that's syphilis. Hopefully not that. But
so, anyways, I was guessing, or I was hoping for a time frame. Like, was there any singular event? You'd be yes or no question. Was there any one singular event that made you want to go to the doctor?
I don't know. I'll admit to another thing. I remember one time I got some stuff here, right? And I'm like, oh God, I have herpes. And then that's like that. Yeah. So I had no health care. No, I had Medi-Cal, which I mean, that goes great.
Okay, dude. So I started by saying you could be just going to go keep on saying.
I ignored that. So I think this was like 2016, maybe.
Yeah.
I went to Planned Parenthood. And I was like, I don't know what this is. Can you tell me what it is? And they go, oh, that's good. What the fuck? I don't know, some skin disease. But it was an STD. And it just cleared up.
Okay.
And it's not, it's gone.
So, to answer my question, was it like, okay, I'm just going to avoid asking the question and get into what I was going to say.
2016.
Okay. I don't know. So when the Cubs won the World Series, you were like, I got to go check out for myself.
After getting molluscum, yes. Maybe, I don't know. It's the
So, molluscum, Graves, and shingles. Yes, that's MSG coming. What's it called? Anyways, I went to go get my palm read this morning. Right? Oh, yeah. And it was not my idea. I tried to resist, and I even said no. you know. But then on the day, I was like, we're gonna go watch Pneumonia, so I was like, all right, I'll bring my fucking ball, you know. And I walk in, the lady, I get the vibe the lady doesn't want to do this. You know what I mean? The lady's like kind of just out of it. I'm not really getting like a Jordan game 6, you know what I mean? If anything, it's the blue game if she's gonna pull out a good performance. She starts off hot by saying that I'm fat and retarded, basically. With more words. Wow. But she spent a lot of time on that. 13 minutes to be exact. You know, on how I eat a lot of junk food, and that I don't get a lot of sleep, and that growing up I had learning disabilities. This is how she started, right? And then she starts going into like, she's like, yeah, and you're a nice person. You're really nice. So, whatever. And I forgot why I was bringing this up. It kind of threw me off. Okay. So, what did she look like? Yes, I would. You know, no, she wasn't hot, but I would. You know what I mean? MILF? Yes, kind of. Yeah, okay. But she's a witch, and even entering this place, like I made her laugh really hard once, and she had an impressionable laugh where I was like, "Where's the fucking pot at with the hot water type shit?" You know? Right. And then she started going into. I really forgot why I was bringing this up, but I'll just talk about it now. Yeah. She started going into like, she was like, "Yeah, you're gonna." She's like, "You're gonna have a lot of health problems kind of real soon." Here's what I thought. This is why I brought it up. In my head, I was looking into her eyes like this, like, you know, like, I was like, do your best cootie right now. Do your best cootie, you know? But even in that moment where she's like confronting me with all this stuff, in my head, I'm going, dude, let's go on, man. Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, let's die today. I really do not care. Whenever I die. You know what I mean? And so, like, but I could tell she was trying to pull at some sort of string to get me to feel something. And I was just like, the whole time just looking at her and not responding. I don't know if you're supposed to respond to these things, which I told her at the end. At the end, I was like, I'm sorry for not talking a lot. I just don't never done it before. Right. I mean, what you say? I think you're a witch. This is Brunania, and I don't like it. You know? Yeah. She's like, oh, you're fine. You're not supposed to talk at all. Right. Whatever she sounded like. Yeah. And then she started saying that I was gonna have a lot of health complications. That I'm gonna be in a stasis with my endeavors until my 50s. That's when I'm gonna start killing it. I got a long lifeline. I'm gonna live till I'm 90. And then she's like, but wait, how are you gonna live till you're 90 if you're fucking fat and ugly and stupid? And then she keeps going on. She's like, she's contradicting herself. And then she says that I'm a good teacher. You know what I mean? And then she asked me what I do for work. Right? And I was like, she's grasping at straw. She don't know me at all. My poker face is killing me today, you know? I'm winning the whole pot, you know? Yeah. And I was like, producer. I didn't say comedian, you know? Yeah, she was talking about how my words are powerful, which you're welcome. So, yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of negative comments from bots don't speak the English language. I don't know where to be. And she's like, your words are powerful, and you should start using them powerful. You're saving lives. I'm out here like, I'm just in the kitchen. You know what I mean? I'm just in the kitchen cooking some orange chicken and shit, right? And but I guess that saves lives because everyone needs food sometimes, you know? Right. And so yeah, and then I walked out and I was like,
these guys are like that fucking
stupid, the dumbest shit I've ever done.
those guys in fucking Muppets. What are their names? Waldorf and the other guy, Waldorf and Waldorf and Waldorf and I just fucking had it. Waldorf and Stadler. Really? Yeah.
Like a girlfriend in essence, where I said something to the effect of, she said, just along the lines like, when you speak, people should listen. Okay? And then I said, so when I tell her to be, shut the fuck up, she should listen too. Right? Yeah, and she started, that's what she did her fucking witch laugh. Oh, okay, so you got it, that's good. Here's the thing, the whole time I was in there, I was fighting the fighter and the kid there, you know? Every single time she had asked me if I had a question, I wanted to be like, so, you just tell me who's here. And I hated it the whole time. I just wanted to know if I was here. But I never asked that question. I waited, and I sat in the pocket, and then I hit her with the, someone who told her shut the fuck up, she should listen. Damn, it would be funny to just say 8 inches to answer the question, and then Bruja. Is it Bruja? I think those are derogatory terms for that.
Oh, okay.
Brujeria is witchcraft, right? Bruja is witch.
Let me ask you this: do you know, is there a similarity between them and like tarot reading? Because I've been a tarot thing.
Yeah, let's just say that she sat down and she was like, "What do you want to do?" And I was like, "Palm reading." She put the cards away. You know,
Oh, right.
she's an all-encompassing.
So I forgot that it's the palm. So does she touch your hand
The whole time. And then she was saying that I tensed up after a certain amount of time. She tried to say that when I was 10 years old, I resigned from life. I'm like, whoa, no, dude. No, that's more like 26. You know what I mean? But she said that when she brought that up later, she told me this later, that when she brought that up, that I tensed up. And I wasn't trying to sound offensive, but I got a little offensive where I was like, well, it's awkward because like, I'm holding my hands up like this the whole time. You know what I mean?
I can't stop looking at my hand now. What can you really tell from someone's hand? Unless, I don't think, unless you're like Hercule Poirot or something like Sherlock Holmes. But those aren't real people. But they go, you know how like in movies they go, I can tell from your hands you work this a lot. That means you just like hand electricity and in the sun. No, and they knows your address. I wonder if there's any truth to that. Like if somebody were to look at my hands, could they tell that I did open mics for 10 years? Like, I have a podcast. Do I have podcast hands? They're small teeth, small hands. My body parts are small paws. Your furniture is small. This is a lot of small things on the show. I don't know where I was going.
Let me see your hand, your right hand. You're right-handed, right? Let me see it. Like this, like that. Smell my hand? No, I'm not doing that. Oh, you're fucked up.
Do you have a 7? Like I do?
What is that?
Like this? It's like kind of like a 7? Like here? Yeah, you do. Most people have like a 7 thing. And you got this thing. Yeah, every hand is like the same. How can you tell?
See, look at this. That's right here. She says this. And then she's over here. She's saying that I lived many lives. She said that I had so many lives, which is probably not good. If I believe in the afterlife, that means I'm going to come right back here, dude. I'm going to just end up in fucking Mexico again.
You have more creases in your hand than I do.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Long life.
That's doctor visits. Stress.
Yeah.
You should have. Oh, thank God you don't have shingles. That's messed up. So you went there. She didn't put cream on your hand, right?
Oh God. Dude, yeah, we're just trying to live you up, dude. Kill yourself.
She didn't live you up at all?
No.
Did she have any advice for you?
No. Other than like stop eating so much, you fat fuck.
Okay.
It was aggressive. At the beginning, I started laughing, like without her noticing, because she was so ballsy in my hand. I was just like, I was a good student, dude. What the hell? She said I had learning disabilities.
And you didn't, right?
Did I? I don't know.
Were you in any of the classes that are like, not gifted or like below the average kids?
I was AP, Spanish AP, history.
But you get to pick that, right?
Also, advanced math in 8th grade.
So it doesn't sound like she's very good at her job.
It's also like one of those, like, all that kind of stuff in the profession. Like, I'm in 12-step programs, but I like my sponsor, like, as a person. You know what I mean? Sure. And he's a cool dude.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I would be doing this if it wasn't for him being a cool guy. Other people I meet, like therapists, stuff like this, I'm always like, I'll sit here so you feel good, you know? More of like a people pleasing type thing. So like at a certain point, I was just like, just doing it for her. I don't want her walking away and being like, man, this guy caught me. All she was doing is paying narratives, dude.
Yeah, that's tough to call that out. Like it feels weird to be like, no, that's not true at all. I was smart. Because then they're totally wrong and it kind of feels awkward. I wonder what their comeback to that would be. Like, oh no, I meant like emotionally or I don't know what they would say. Yeah. Or maybe because they're a witch, they put a spell on you. Yeah, because they're pissed.
That's what I was scared of too. That's why I said no originally, but then I was like, I said I would do this. I'm not a big fan, honestly. At the end of the day, I'm not a big fan. Was it a cool experience? No, not really. You know what I mean? There was no other, it was just like, I'm not into this kind of stuff. Yeah, if there's a witch around me or something, or a fucking ghost or something, I'll just stop. Yeah. She did a bad job. She didn't predict your thing well. So worse your mind. Well, she started off by being like, listen, creases move sometimes. And I'm like, this is bullshit. Right off the top, like, she's like, your hand, like, there's one time where I was doing a hand reading and the fucking hand was moving. Like, the creases were moving while I was having it. Whoa, nuts. Whatever. This is crazy. Yeah, it was weird. He didn't like it. I didn't think. I was like, what's happening? I'm like, who am I talking to right now? Donald Trump? You know? It's just like, oh. And then she's like, give me your hands. I'm like, okay. You just basically told me the preamble was all this can be bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah, you could literally change your mind while it's happening. You know? She would hate me because I would talk way too much. I would be like, so what's this? Oh, really? That's what that is? I actually I would just fucking get in her face. I'm like, is anybody ever trying to Yeah, no, I was quiet the whole time. She asked me questions at the end, and then she was like, do you have any questions? And then I was like, I'm sorry. It's funny that with that kind of profession, in palm reading tarot, when the person is very into it, and that's their whole thing, because not like the cops we talked about, it would be funny to see them just like eating fruit. Even though it's totally normal, like that's a normal thing to do. But a witch, and she's all in a group, like reading your hands or whatever, and then you see your elders, and you're like, I don't know if you really know how to do all this stuff. They make sure you want to photosynthesize or something, or you feed yourself in the sun. Yeah. It's like, do you think tarot at fucking McDonald's? Like, this is where it took you, or did your tarot card tell you that you would need to, like, you see it at the laundromat? It's like, is that what the tarot said for the night? Get in here, clothes. So he doesn't wash clothes for you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Witch. Yeah, that's funny. I mean, like, you get the door dasher in the middle of the reading. But it's what you somehow. Then he knows you're a witch. You show up and you're like, hey, it's you. Oh my God. He's like, I told you. Okay, so let me ask you a question before you actually what else? What if somebody came up to you and was like, Cooney, if you do this, you have to, or if you want this to happen, you gotta be a witch. What's the thing that has to happen for you to be a witch? Warlock, right? Because that's like a male witch. Yeah, what happens for me to be a warlock? Wait a minute. The question is, what has to happen for me to do it? Well, like, this will be true if you're a warlock. Oh, if you're a warlock, this will also be true. And the lowest thing that will be anything of the threshold. For me, it would be like time travel. Like, time travel can work, but you gotta be a witch, dude. That's like a really bad thing to be a warlock. Honestly, I would just be. There's not much that would. I want to be $20. Yeah, like Jura. Well, Jura against you're getting money would be good, right? So like, Jura gets $20. $20 and I can turn it into a stool. Oh my God! It turned you why do I keep myself as a squirrel? I don't know. That's twisted thinking, dude. Joe Rogan has turned so many of his old friends into stools, dude. And turned into stools. Flying squirrel for the same. But yeah, dude, that's it was an experience, and then I saw them going in all this way back. Yeah, I mean that's like old school entertainment. Dude, I went to a second. Where? I've ever been to the Icon. Oh my God. Where's that? What's that? It's in downtown Seattle, right here, and it's like maybe 20 or less people sitting in the theater, but there's some that are like beds, like some seats that are like beds, and other ones that are like recliner chairs, but really nice. And it's like first class seating. You know how like in first class you have your own sectioned off thing? Yeah. And it's like 2 seats. It's just like that. That's crazy. And then every seat comes with a blanket. Is it super cold in there? Not really, honestly. Just in case you need it. Yeah. Just give you that option. I mean, like a Fubi fight is a full bed, sheets, pillows, and all that. So when he comes to tuck you in, the guy does, what's it called? Ushers come in and tuck you in, and they kiss you on the forehead. You water, you brush your teeth. Brush my teeth, I think. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. You can't see this. I'll show you the seats right now. Yeah, let's look at that. I wouldn't want to be there. I like watching stuff late at night in my bed. So get the pillows out. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to do that with a bunch of other people in a bed. It's pretty spread out though, dude. Yeah, like this is what it looks like. Oh, I see. That looks more like a Flintstones chair. And that looks an old space show. The Jetsons. But this is what I'm talking about. These seats are fucking cash money. Oh, yeah, those are really good seats. Oh, yeah, 2 big chairs. And the way they got the table set up is, I was going to say it's a little bit similar to the Alamo. I've never been to the Alamo, so maybe the same thing. The Alamo rocks, but I haven't been there in so long. Yeah, I like that it's kind of futuristic. It looks good. That looks like a good theater. It's called the Hot. I see. Where's it at? Yeah, downtown Seattle. Oh, downtown. Yeah, man, I mean, it's a fucking spiritual experience, dude. It's changed my movie going experience, dude. Yeah, I'm like, dude, I want to watch that. The food is fucking amazing. I got like $100, so that's the thing. We got pizza, French fries, and popcorn. It's full service pods. Non-stop. Oh, is that how you order? Yeah. Was there a screen or something? No, it's just a button. Oh, it's just a little table right there. This table has a button right. Alamo is great. I love going there and just I would like get a frozen margarita and then another frozen margarita, put it up there, nachos, and just like throughout the movie, I'm just like eating constantly and drinking. Is this the Alamo? Yeah, looks like the Alamo Draft House. Oh, okay, white seats, not cool. Yeah, definitely not as cool as I pick. Take your girl to I pick. You'll be thanking me later. You see those white paper though? Oh yeah, that's what you do. It's like they give you a pencil and you write on what you want from their menu. There's a little light under it. It blew my mind the first time I did. I wrote, this is actually how you're supposed to watch movies done the DMC way. You sound exactly like me leaving fucking iPick. iPick sounds pretty great. Yeah. It is like $25 pop for fucking seats. Oh, that's not bad, man. But it's not that bad. But food is one of the most expensive. They got a pool table and they got like fucking big screen of sports games, dude. I'm like, dude, I want to be here every week. Go like outside. Yeah, like it's underground. It's like you go down 2 levels underground. Yeah. And they got this like chill ass Freemason type fucking atmosphere. I think the Draft House has something like similar to that because J Light, you had a comedy show there. Go on their bar. They have a thing where you can hang out and they sell merch. But I mean, you said pool tables like in the movie. Although Ganya's playing. Oh, Black Phone 2 is out. Yeah, I want to see that. I don't. You know? No. Why? Black Phone was great. Don't get me wrong. Sure. But the Black Phone 2 trailer looks whack. Oh, but you said the same thing about Begonia's Daddy. True, but I watched Begonia's too many times. I watched Begonia's. I have seen Black Phone 2 trailer way too many times too. But Black Phone, one of the appealing things about it, this is movies back in the 20s here, was that it all took place in one setting. This one has like 5 settings. Just I haven't seen the trailer, and I remember thinking, how could there be a second one? Have you seen the first? I heard it was good. I think it's getting good reviews too. Oh, okay. I'll give it a shot. All right, I'll try it out. It's worth it. I heard a lot about Predator. Yeah. Like good, bad, good, but I don't give a fuck. That's crazy that they're still making Predator movies. Yeah. That picture's kind of funny of the guy. It doesn't look like Predator, really. It kind of looks like it's like a statement movie, like the Predator rights. Yeah, he's in a protest. It looks like British shopping in a thumbnail. You heard that? They're treating us different. That's my condoms. My teeth. This is when Nick Diaz calls you a pussy bitch. Yeah, what is making him do this? Interesting. Why is the Predator in his face something like that? Well, as far as temperament goes, Predators aren't known to be calm. Yeah, but do they do that? Where's ass? Right. It looks like that's me seeing a coffee king. That's you after the doctor told you had shingles. Opening my mouth for another pill. I like that me licking my lips because I heard that I could get another vaccine. This is you when they tell you no more vaccines. Like, it looks like he's happy to be where he's like yelling, kind of, we will not, the power to the people all the time, or whatever, like it's a protest. This is you with big teeth. Gotta make a movie about predator rights. Yeah, that's true. Big teeth. Trying to make kind of small teeth for a predator. But yeah, Friday Night, Five Nights at Freddy's is also out right now, dude. Knives Out is being shown again at the Alamo Drafthouse. This one's in downtown now. Okay. Mine's in uptown. Seattle, Demon. Oh, God, yeah. Did you see what happened with that guy, Antonio Brown? He got arrested for murder. Attempted. Did you see the video when he was in Dubai? I think so. Have you seen the video? Oh, where's it at? I think the picture's like Antonio Brown video. Should I, while you're looking it up, should I say what I think? Or do you want me? Because the video of it is like, in my opinion, pretty much case closed. Which one is it? Maybe it's the one in the, it might be the middle. This one? Yeah. Watch what he does. He is charged with attempted murder, right? So in my mind, attempted murder is pretty much someone's like, he's trying to chase his baby. His brain is shot. He's definitely just fucking phased. Imagine that. You wake up in the morning, this is second night anxiety. It would be.
NFL star Antonio Brown was wanted for taking murder after Wednesday. He shot at someone during a Hamilton Boston event. NBC 6's legal criminals
in that clip where he's running, he's literally running with a gun in his hand. You see the gun, and then he shoots the gun. If that's not attempted murder, what is? That is so obvious. The guy is gone, right? And he's running towards the guy with a gun. That's the stupidest thing ever. Nico Clemens. Doesn't know he's up to be Miami police say after months of searching, investigators found Brown in the Middle East. He was back to the U.S. and detectives brought him here to Miami to face charges. This right here is the warehouse where police say Brown got into a fight and then fired those shots. After police say he pulled the trigger. Investigators found and arrested former NFL star Antonio Brown in July. Miami police say he was arrested for attempted murder. The
Detectives say a May Brown shot at someone in a black scene in Miami's neighborhood. And a response says Brown got into a fight with a man. Moments later, gunshots.
All these witnesses that pointed their finger at Antonio Brown.
Someone later recorded a video that appears to show him in handcuffs. However, investigators say when they searched Brown, they didn't find a gun on him or anyone who was hurt, so they let him go. Investigators say they later watched surveillance and cell phone videos which showed Brown grabbing a gun off a security officer.
Oh no.
Going towards him, he grabbed someone else's gun. The FBI later told detectives Brown shot at him. Finally, Brown was on the run, posted videos to social media.
This is me with the gun. I got that thing on me.
Taunting us and saying, hey, I'm safe here. You know, and that's what we interpret from those videos. But you know what? He was laughing then. We're getting the last laugh.
A search that lasted months. Now into detectives preparing to bring Brown back to Miami to face charges.
No matter who you are, what power and what money you have, if you commit a crime in the city of Miami, we're going to identify you, we're going to locate you, and we're going to bring you to justice.
The real crime here is, did he ever put it in office?
I don't think so.
Yeah, true. I love how cops, like, you know, that cop is so happy. His friends are like, whoa, it's him. It's our guy. He's like, Gustavo! And you know what happens when you do that? Yeah. Get arrested. You're like, whoa! That's not how he sounded. That's how he sounded. You want to the Middle East? Sorry for cussing. You make him sound like Scarface. No, I'm not Cuban. Scarface is different. Well, the way you were doing it, I was like, it's kind of Al Pacino. It's kind of textbook when you were doing it. Yeah. I don't know about that. It's like in Miami, you come to crime, you got the fucking salt, you have to solve the crime.
That's him with salsa on him.
Put a little bit of sauce on me. Antonio Brown, like, fucking criminal with salsa on the back.
I saw this tweet. What made me laugh about it was I saw this tweet that said, Tom Brady has thrown touchdowns to 2 murderers. He didn't go. Yeah. It's Antonio Brown and Aaron. What's his name? Aaron Hernandez. Now, I'm not happy. Well, actually, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I am happy. I'm happy that he's going to jail. And nobody got hurt. And I hope he is, because I can't stand his tweet. I can't on his social media. All the posts, cracker of the day, all that stuff. It's so funny. He just steals memes from people. Never made me laugh even one time. They belong to jail.
That's a lie. I mean, he's made me laugh many times.
Really? Yeah. I guess you'd have to show me.
Yeah, I mean, we've had this conversation before, and I showed you. Maybe you didn't laugh to make a point, but I can care less if you haven't laughed. But he has made me laugh many times. And then, because then I'll look at I don't really care for the username. I'll look at the username and see that it's AB, whatever. And I'll be like, oh, fuck. He got me. Oh, wait, that's funny. He is funny. I don't know. Is he fucking insane? Yes. But is he funny? Yes. I don't know. I just say, tell me that Andrew Schultz is not funny.
So yeah, no, I'm happy to see him go away for a while. I think we can do without maybe one for a minute, especially since he seems to be a threat to society.
Yeah, I mean, you get the help you need, brother.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy. It's really hard out here in these streets for many people, dude. You were telling me about playing Montgomery fucking.
Yeah, so I forget. I don't know what the Austin Comedy. Have you ever heard of the Austin Comedy Festival? No, I haven't heard of it either. But apparently, he was 15 minutes into
First annual Austin Comedy Festival. Let's see. William Montgomery just got brought off stage 15 minutes into 4.5 hours set at a Austin Comedy Festival. Also at a Austin Comedy Festival.
Oh, so it's not even the Austin Comedy Festival. How many they got in that thing?
It's like those fucking comments people put where it's like, Antonio Brown ruined his life? Question mark at the end of it. You know what I mean? And then just so they can be like, flip floppy about it, be like, Antonio Brown ruined his life. It's what a lot of the internet's saying right now. Oh, yeah. It's like our politicization of headlines and clickbait shit. Follow me on Twitter, dude.
It's over and you have to watch me play.
So I started taking weed and Viagra, but the only problem is whenever I smoke it, my eyes get hard. And y'all just need to buckle it because
I feel like there was more. I watched one that had a lot more like time to it. But what cracks me, it's not even think he's doing that, but I don't think that they're paying attention. Yeah. And I'm not as familiar with William Montgomery. I actually don't know his bit because I haven't seen the Kill Tony stuff. But he was making me laugh because he was like so animated. He's like screaming at them. And I remember thinking like I'm actually enjoying this. And I'm not sure that this reminds me of like those venues where people have come to see music. That's the vibe I get. They're like they've come there for another purpose. And then he's like, maybe they came to get roasted.
Kill Tony Starr by Montgomery gets booed off stage after opening for Morgan J at a comedy festival in Austin, Texas.
This is a weird rumor, but I heard the Aaliyah plane crash happened because the pilot tried to ghost ride the whip. Yeah, I'm a little worried now. We might not do good in the bunker, more like Bull Crasher.
I laugh when I hear them. It's like the references are not super timely, right? But Paul Walker, more like Paul Crasher, if you scream that at me, it's time you should have had a contract. I think I'm gonna laugh at it. And the Aaliyah thing is like that. Maybe it's not good, but the way he's delivering it, I'm kind of like, this is kind of funny because he's just so crazy. Is that how he normally does this? Yeah. Okay, I'm sort of into it.
I heard the reason Paul Walker because the director forgot to say
That's kind of like the big piece of paper. Sometimes that might be part of why they're not into it because it's kind of just yelling and screaming. And I don't know if they're there for comedy. Let's see.
Austin, it has been a wonderful pleasure. Thank you so much.
Damn, and that reminds me of me. I've definitely been in that situation. I kind of look like it. TikTok refused to connect. I guess there's more video, but we can't see it. It's cool that he's famous enough to have a bunch of pros about me. I want that. Yeah, I want to be big enough that when I bomb, it's big news. Yeah. Brendan Cooney bombed today on Raccoon Tweeties.
What do we call it, Paul Crasher? What do we call it, Peter Dino's just a crazy?
What's Brendan Cooney bombs while performing the Gringo Poppy for a Austin Comedy Festival? That would be so funny. Yeah, I do that for just the reenactment and I bomb. That's what you're supposed to. Brendan Cooney bombs at the doctor's office, finds out the issue. Just a picture of you. Oh, no. I mean, I wasn't really familiar with Montgomery until watching it, but I gotta say, this may be controversial, but I kind of enjoyed some of that.
Yeah, he's fucking funny, dude.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't feel the same way about Casey Robbie. Yeah. That shit is pretty trash. But I enjoyed David Montgomery. William Montgomery. David.
I want to show you. Have you seen this one, right?
I don't know.
Where he's like, I ain't never lost time. That's just hilarious, dude. That's right here. Okay.
I do have one thing to say with this, and it's all about the respect of the craft and art. These are two people you need to know. So backing up saying, are you? Not something that is disrespect, not disrespect, but disrespect. Like you need to know what you think
For sure, I swear to you, Bucky, as it was leaving my lips, I just thought to myself, this is
these motherfuckers paved the way. So I want.
okay,
I didn't take a mad. Oh, well, thank you for bringing it up. Thank you. I want to bring it up. I do it, Dad. Bring it up. So maybe I need to stop. Yeah. But I'm never gonna stop. I'm never gonna stop. The best is when people they need to take a situation that's comical seriously. Like you gotta respect Eddie Pepitone and Jim Florentine. They don't even know why she's saying that. Jim Florentine's like, am I old? And Eddie Pepitone's like, I wish I wasn't here. This is called Tony. I don't want to be here. This is horrifying. I'd rather be on T-Bo's. Yeah.
Have you seen William before? I haven't.
How are you? Oh, this is, remember, yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, I actually have seen it. I'm great. Cool. Another bit I've been trying.
What do you do? Are you a comedian or what do you do?
Oh my God, William!
You're a play.
I like it.
Blackjack before we're talking to chat, making amends. Here we go.
You can't tell that this guy is serious. Like, what's it, Chad something or other? I forget again. Chad loves Johnson or something. I forget his name. Chad Daniels. It would be perfect to do this as a bit. You know, he could just be the A-grade comedian that no one would ever know, and it's good for the show. But after the show, he talked about it on the podcast. He said, "Yeah, I was gonna kick his ass." You're insane. You're gonna kick that guy's ass? That clown? That's good, like screaming. Yeah, not serious. Does it every episode, right? You're really gonna fight that guy?
It's funny because it's also like he wants to kick his ass because William doesn't know who he is. But William's only acting this way. It's crazy. It's just dumb because Chad doesn't know who William is if he doesn't understand that he screams at him.
Yeah, that's funny. I didn't think of that. First, William Montgomery obviously knows who he is. He's the guest on the show. There's just no way he doesn't know. And then, Jay, you're right. It is funny to be mad that somebody doesn't know who you are, but you don't know who they are. You're not a huge Chad. I know who you are. Well, I didn't remember your name just then, but I do know who you are.
Chad's huge in the limpest of ways.
He's all like, do your fucking joke, man. Do your story, bro. Let's see.
Yeah, he just do it.
It's so funny. Damn it. This whole time I didn't realize I liked that William Montgomery.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
He's good.
Keep your mind open in case you're It's very funny that Brendan shot your way out of this by saying you'd fight, but you also look like the gays version of Home Alone. And like, what's worse, this or the hand in the chest?
Hand in the chest.
This looks pretty bad.
You know what he looks like? This is a random cool. He looks like Thomas Massey. Congressman Thomas Massey.
Crazy.
I saw he's like this conspiracy guy. But yeah, no, he looks, look it up. Lives in the South. Oh, he's from Kentucky.
Okay, the guy that's on that dance?
No, maybe a little bit. He does have an accent, I think. It's MIT.
Looks like that. I don't know. Look at it.
Because it's like punishment for going on Kiltone, right? It's a terrible show besides right now, which is making me I'm dying laughing. I like this. But if you're a comedian that goes on it, you kind of deserve to be vilified. Like, and I like that.
Dude, William's been on it for so long. I was in a circle with him smoking weed. The first time.
Wow, isn't that crazy? That is nuts. The first time. That's your part of Kiltone history.
Not really. And like, notice I said in the circle, there was like a circle of people smoking it.
He made fun of how I talked.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is, I can't get over what's Parky being like, you don't know who these people are, that's the whole bit. You fucking fool. Idiot. Man, I had that. God, it's so embarrassing. And then after
hear that it's an ongoing bit to still be like, oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I mean, dude, Donald Rollins acting all serious on it. Oh, I heard he was really, it's clear, right? to get it done to you more than once is actually kind of, it goes back around and starts being funny. You go on there serious every time, you get seriously offended by Tony Hinchcliffe and William Montgomery and Casey Rocket. Like, you guys made fun of me. Did I just their names are Casey Rocket, Tony Hinchcliffe, and William Montgomery. And you're mad about that. Let me see if we have any voice. It is you do bear a striking resemblance simply due to your hair color. Yeah, I see. Let me see here. Voice. I think there's one voice. Let's see, okay. My shit was on quiet.
No. After the art of the rest of the
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. I like the awkward, awkward. The strange pauses are one of my favorite things about the voicemails that we get. Because it gives like a punchline. You know, you wait, and then it's like a totally other random shop quote. I like that. Shout out to you. Thanks for calling in 5 times in a row. Be just like that guy. Calls at 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. You know, play your voicemail on the fucking, what's it called? Come to the podcast, dude. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's it. All right. We'll see you next week.
Number one is I heard this
Leave up to 50% of blood behind, which can lead to cavities. Oral-B Bioelectrics round brush it. Pumps each tooth, leaving your back molars to remove up to 100% more plaque. Switch to Oral-B Bioelectric with Oral-B paste. Say goodbye to cavities.
For whatever the reason. So often in the happiness of the whole team vote. So the rituals of people participating here, he may not bring things back and forth from his home to the country and vice versa. Everyone else is permitted to go ahead and bring items from their home into this culture, and from their home to the culture, from the culture to their home. That's important to this guy's well.
What's up, sluts? It's Kabbalah and coffee. Why? It's whatever you want it to be, baby. What day is it, big dog? 48 days. Really? Yeah, how many till fucking Grand Theft Auto? Oh, that? That bitch, 279, perhaps. I don't fucking know. I'll tell you what we do know. You know, the biggest pimp of all time is Zurich. Means problems. We got 99 Zurich, but a bitch ain't one. Chillazone. Sounds like a fucking Pokemon. Murex. Trunculus. Goalless refers to Jewish diaspora or exile. Gay Kakin Afignon. Lexidien. May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. Akin ani medaber ivrit bekar ivrit mekrai shit. Befoal, Anaknu, Amur, Ladalber, Yiddish, O, Ulai, Aramid, Shegam, Otan, Ani, Yakal, Ladalber, Bimida, Mesuyimet, Aval, Ani, Maadi, Anglit, Lakin, Ba'u, Ladalber, Anglit, Zainishma, Tovlecha. Dude, those motherfuckers in that Yiddish server or that Jewish server, they when I came in, they started singing Hava Nagila, and I started singing as well. But the thing is, we gotta brush up on my fucking knowledge. This bitch. Why? Well, if you ask anybody, I mean, I know a lot of it, but you know, there might be 69 verses of the bitch. Why? Who knows? All right. So what is it? Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Benis Mecha. Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava no. Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Benis Mecha. I was thought about this. I mean, I know what it is. Everybody knows what it is. But I'm saying when I was a little kid, perhaps. Really, yeah, I thought it was. Why? I thought it was Venice Echa. Is that what you thought it was? Everybody thought that. Really? Yeah, what's it mean? Let us rejoice. I know that. Why? Because it's in the fucking knowledge base of everybody's favorite rabbi. Why? Who the fuck? Hey, let's make it light tan on white. What?
Very simple question. Why does it say Ba'od Amiladi Ben Baba? So again, the answer is very simple because the reason the Baba gave us a kumrah at the end of the last Mishnah. He's giving us another kumrah at the beginning of this Mishnah. So Ba'od, another kumrah. Ready? So every single time you find this kumrah, those are two kumrahs. You're going to use Ba'od or Rabbi Muta.
Okay, so it's let us rejoice, let us rejoice, let us rejoice and be happy. Let us sing, let us sing, let us sing and be happy. Awaken. Narina, Hava Nera Nina, Hava Narina, not Hava Na, Hava Nera Anina, Hava Anina Raha, Venisamaka, Venisamaka, Hava Narina. No, it's Hava Nera Ni Na. Hava na arena hana fuck. Hava narina hana. Let's hear it. Let's hear the song. I bet they were like, is he saying Yisrael? Yeah, bitch. Why? Because that's what you are doing. Oh, and here's the other thing. They were like, dude, what fucking song did these schmucks want me to sing? Take Me to Church? What the fuck? So I said I'd sing Take Me to Shul, and they were like, take us to Knesset. And be like, bitch, that's too long. Yeah, dog, but with the lyrics. Performed by Roy Howard, classical guitar, Whiskey Mick. There's no music. Dude, give me the fucking lyrics. Oh, this is the worst. Our Lucan. God, don't make Israel like that. Because it's like, it's expanded, baby. So can you sing it? Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Benismecha, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Benismecha, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Benismecha. Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava. Hava Negrina, Hava Neranina, Hava Nerina, Denis Meka, Hava Negrina, Hava Neranina, Hava Nerina, Denis Meka. All right, maybe we. Yeah, dog. All right, that's cool, dog. That's a cool story, and everybody appreciates it. Psych, bitch. I don't think there's more to it. Anyway, we got shit to cover. What? Like what? Dog. We keep adding shit. We keep learning less about Kabbalah. Why do you think there's more? I thought to talk about a heart at the end. Belev Mesteya, Belev Sameya. I know that one. Why? Only Simchas. That's actually different. That's celebration. Sameach is happy. What else is Sameach? What the fuck is wrong with this shit? Hag Sameach. Really? Oh yeah, it means happy. Holiday. Like Yom Tov or Good Yom Tov. Yom Tov, that's just good day. Doesn't necessarily mean it's happy. Here we go, folks. If you're watching this at home and you're like, dog, this is who they send us? Dog, I'm just doing my thing, okay? I'm fucking just living on the internet. Really? Yeah. And I said, I say the same thing to you. This is what they send me? Bunch of fucking, half you are goy who think they're Jews. The other half are Jews, many of whom we treat as goy. And then there's a small little segment who got their shit together of Jews who are halakhically Jews and practicing, and then goy who are going that are going. All right, cool. Oh, that was a really great story, and I really enjoyed it. Really? Oh yeah. What are your thoughts on your phone screen kind of being a little broken? I deal with it, baby. All right, here we go. What does Amachai mean? It's something so pleasurable it would wake the dead like when a rabbit and get stuck. Halavai, that's what she wants to happen. She wishes. You're Chicago. That's a Jewish head. Yanta, that's a talking bitch. How does she know? Really? Oh yeah, dog. Look at this athleticism. All right. Talkless, brass hacks, motherfucker. Really? Oh, for sure. Nosh, snacking, like snacking on pussy. Really? Oh, it's whatever you want it to be, baby. Basher, that's soulmate. Prashurta is a male soulmate. Prashurta is a female soulmate. Mishmash, I was taking a bath. I used that earlier. It's like a mixture. Butt kiss means nothing. It means beans. Good yontif. Good holiday, baby. It should be good. L'chaim, to life, Harv, neutral, black, kosher, smooth, mensch. It's a good dude. Female equivalent would be Seducus, from, or H.I. Chaya. Really? Yeah. Or what else? Or that's a Gittle. Good girl. Like you're really close with the person. Really? Dog, it's whatever you want it to be, baby. Why? Why not? Where'd you go, big man? Just slanging dick. Like it's going out of style. All right, tight. I've got this fucking I think Israel really like it. Really? I think y'all fucking think it's sick as fuck. It's like this project. I feel like I'm getting shotgun with different songs. I said shotgun. Oh, no. Put on your heart. We're gonna dig tomatoes. Yeah, Sam and David. Don't ever. I don't want you ever thinking that it's anybody but Sam and David. Right. Is that it? No. Yo, dog. What else? Mensch, Skoyak. That's Yasher Kog. What is it? It's like from strength. Skoyak. It means like Yasher Kog. May your strength be directed forward. And then so it's may your strength. And it was originally Yasher Kokaka. Then it was made Yasher Kwak, and then it's just Skoyak. That's tight. What's Oive? What's Oive? It's like, oh shit. It's like, woe is me kind of shit. There's Stettel, that's an Eastern European village. There's Strinel, which is a hat. And there's a Scheidel, which is a wig. Milkshake, Fleischig, Parv. Parv's pig is dairy. Fleischig is meat. Heimish or Hamish, that's homely. No, that's ugly. Homey, like west side. Schmata, that's rags. Schwiger is mother-in-law. Chazer is pig. Chazir is pig. Chazer, I mean repeat. Schlep, that's today's word. And that means to take your shit from one place to another. And I'll talk about this really where this like sticks out in my mind. I was living in Long Beach, and I would, how did you come to a Chabad? From Hashem, baby. But it was like this thing where I restored their shul with bare fucking hands. What the fuck happened here? What is this shit? Anyway, and we won't go into that story, but that's really great stories, I feel, involve Judaism. That's up there with any of the shit in that book, or in any of the fucking big thing of books. It's amazing. It's better than anything that happened in a cave or a fucking desert or anything. That shit's tight as fuck. We won't go into that story right now, though. Really? Yeah. What about that stairwell? Not that either. It was a. But like, how I came to this Chabad in sure no, that's how I came to that Chabad. Anyway, I was living in the valley, but then for a job I moved to Long Beach, but near the very close, like across the street from Lakewood, and I kept hearing everybody talk about Lakewood juice, and it's like, really? Like, I live like in Lakewood. Anyway, and I would drive, which is a massive drive, from Long Beach to Sherman Oaks every Sunday. I did it for like 6 months every Sunday, and for shoppers, and people would be like, that's a schlep, and it is deep. Really? Yeah. It's deep. My Rebbitzin know would drive from Irvine to fucking Westwood. And that's just schlep every single day. My Rebbitzins are Colonel Rothschild would drive. I don't want to get into that story because I just don't. You'll find out how much this woman meant to me, and still means to me, and how much she'll mean to all of you. But that's a schlep. But I would do it. I didn't even really ever know what time we were fucking starting because the fucking sun was moving. It was really cool board, but whatever. Who knew what the fuck was on it? Anyway, there's a bunch of chicken scratch, but it was cool. Oh, actually, I saw this boards at all the other Chabads, and I was like, dog, why don't you guys have that fucking strict chicken scratch board? And they're like, yeah, it's kind of expensive. I'm like, dog. Chicken scratch board. Anyway, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you will. So they ended up getting one, which I was like, tight. But I was like, dog, come on, keep up with the Joneses here. This is Sherman Oaks. Everybody's got one of these bitches. Really? Yeah, did Beverly Hills? I don't think so. Where did you see it? I saw it. And then I'd be like, dog, do you guys know about this? They're like, yeah, they're expensive. I don't give a fuck. Everybody needs those chicken scratch boards. Anyway. Then what? What the fuck's going on here? There you go. Anyway, so I would schlep. Is it schlep or schlep? They kind of sound the same. They kind of are. It's not S-L-E-P though. It's S-C-H-L-E-P. It's not slep. It's schlep. Really? Yeah, and what does it mean? It means to travel a long fucking way. Schlep, to tote. Actually, it could mean to carry something. Actually, that's more likely what it is. Really? Yeah. Schlep or schlep. Oh, it is S-L-H-L-E-P. No, it's S-H-L-E-P, but not S-L-E-P. Is Yiddish for drag or pull and functions as a noun or verb. Really? Yeah, but it can also mean to travel a far distance by carrying shit. Schlep, to tote. When a Jewish family prepares for a flight and their Yiddish mama packs them extra tuna sandwiches, since there's no kosher food available in the airport, and she cannot picture her precious children going hungry, it would be accurate to say that they are schlepping along tons of extra baggage. In this case, the use is somewhat figurative since they need not physically drag the tuna sandwiches. Schlep, to drag. Now suppose the studious yeshiva student of a son decided to pack along his spare set of Talmud, 20 oversized volumes. The luggage would become so heavy that there would be no choice but to schlep it on the ground. Schlep, to be a burden. Once this family realizes that they have so much luggage with them, the entire trip has become more of a burden than a boon. They can then say that the entire trip was just one big schlep. August schlep, drawn out. As the vacation continues and they miss their regular routines back home, the ordeal begins to feel August schlep, drawn out. If it gets so bad that it begins to remind them of a winter cold that never ends, they may call it Ogeschlepta krank, an illness that drags on and on. Schleppen Bayam Zone, tugging by the tongue. As the family continues to bicker about the non-fun vacation, except, of course, for the above-mentioned scholar whose nose is buried in his Talmud and who refuses to get schlepped into the brouhaha, some family members begin to campaign for going home early, telling their parents, "You told us we leave early if we don't enjoy it. Schlepp uns nicht beim Zone. Don't tug us by our tongues." Say the exasperated parents. Don't try to use our words to force us into anything. People as schleppers. As the family sits and bemoans their fate, they forget to take care of their appearances and are soon a disheveled and bedraggled group. An observer may remark that they look like a bunch of schleppers, which literally means draggers, but refers to anyone who is not quite making it socially, financially, or appearance wise. The closest English equivalent to schlepper would probably be loser. Noch-schleppers and Mitch-schleppers, tagalongs. Good news, our family finally schleps baggage home. Good news, our fam Good news, good news, our family finally schleps back home, schlepping their luggage. Determined not to transgress the Torah guidelines for lashon hara slander, they keep mum about their experiences. People talk about the wonderful destination, and soon groupies and copycats, Mitch schleppers and Nuck schleppers start making the trip to the same destination. I hope that answer didn't schlep on too long, but once I start writing, I get schlepped into it. I don't know if I agree with this one. Why? It can also mean to travel. Really, it generally you're carrying something, but it doesn't have to. Haul or carry something heavy or awkward. Here it is now. So that's how it is as a verb. A tedious or difficult journey. And I don't know why they don't include that. I would include it. Come on, get your shit together. That's like half of the shit that I say on this. Come on, get your shit together. Because you've got this fucking website and it's got some stuff that needs to be changed. You got this lady, fucking Abby, who doesn't know her Mod Podge from a fucking Martha Stewart paint or her ass from a hole in the head. Really? I don't know why she became our fucking Martha Stewart, but apparently she did. All right, well, that was a really cool story, Rabbi. Are you ready to learn about some fucking Kabbalistic? What the fuck happened here? What is this bullshit? Dog, I don't have time to deal with this bullshit right now. This is some garbage. What is this? Dog. Dog, if you're like, hey, Rabbi, aren't we supposed to be learning? Dog, I got like an amazing. You'll be happy. You'll be happy about this one. Really? Yeah, dog. But what the fuck?
Dog, this shit sucks. What's up, babies? Everything sucks. Does it? Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. All right. So where were we? Some bullshit. All right, Rabbi time. So what are you doing here? Well, I've got this like I created these robots, these like golems kind of deal that just archive my life. But I've had them do that before on lives, and I have a lot of video on Instagram that way. But I thought it would be cool to just have random music playing while I'm slanging dick like it's going out of style, baby. Really? Yeah, and I think Israel really fucking like it. Why are you doing all this shit for Israel? The diaspora's gonna be like, why are you doing all this shit for Israel? And I'd be like, baby, when I say Israel, sometimes I mean fucking desert, and other times I mean the fucking everybody. Which do you mean here? A little bit of both, baby. All right, here we go. Baba Sali. I bet this motherfucker just was an amazing motherfucker. He looks like Osama bin Laden. I'm just gonna say that. Doesn't anybody see this guy looks like he looks like Osama bin Laden? Come on. Look at him. If you told me that this motherfucker I'm saying, like, if they had a fucking lineup for Osama bin Laden, this guy could be in it. I'm not saying I would choose him, but he could be in it. September 26, 1889, January 8, 1984, known as the Baba Sali, Hebrew, Arabic, Lit, grandfather, was a leading rock and supporting rabbi and Kabbalist who was renowned for his ability to work miracles with his prayers. His burial place in Medical, Israel has become a shrine for prayers and petitioners. Only life and family. Israel, have you had? Do you like Moroccan Jews? Yeah, I do. They're really nice. Really? Yeah, Sephardim are so much nicer than Ashkenazi. We Ashkenazi are dicks. Really? Many times. I think our shit doesn't stink, especially lit fits. Really? Israel Abu Nasser was born on Rosh Hashanah 5650, 1889. He was the scion of the distinguished Abu Nasser Abu Nasser family of Sephardic Torah scholars and Tzaddikim who were also known as following office, miracle workers. He is the grandson of Yaakov Abu Nasser, the patriarch of this family named Shmuel Elbaz, born in the land of Israel. Shmuel lived in Damascus for a while, where he studied Torah together with Chaim Wein. In Shem and Jetlin, Chaim Joseph David Azoulay described Shmuel as a Nishon named Kadosh, the holy man of God. Wise people speak of his might and wonders in saving the Jewish community from many difficulties. Shmuel's descendants eventually moved to the city of Tafilon, Morocco, where Shmuel's descendant Masoud became the rabbi of the city. Masoud's son, Yaakov, known as the Emir Yaakov, succeeded his father as rabbi in Tafilon. Yaakov's eldest son, Masoud, became an abbot in the same city, and it was here that his son, Israel, was born. Abu Nasser's family lived on a large estate which included a yeshiva where young scholars studied night and day. The Beit Din, rabbinical court of his father, Masoud, was also located on the premises. His older brother, David, studied by himself in an attic. On the rare times that Masoud traveled, he would cover his eyes with his tape to avoid seeing inappropriate sights. As a child, Abu Nasser was a diligent Torah scholar, studying day and night. At the age of 12, he began to fast during the 6 weeks of Shabbat. Knowing his parents would not let him continue, he did his fasting from them. But his brother, David, noticed how weak and pale he was. Though David urged him to stop, Israel continued his fasting. After his bar mitzvah, he entered his family's yeshiva, where the students rose at midnight for tikkun chatzim and then studied Kabbalistic works until dawn. When they would go to the mikveh, pray the morning service, and eat breakfast. This was followed by a depth Gemara study, the afternoon prayers, and the Shir and Shel Shmirach. Later years. In 1951, Abu Nasser immigrated to Israel and settled in Lot, where he tried to conceal himself from the public. However, he was soon discovered and offered the position of chief rabbi of law, which he declined. He then moved to Makkah, Jerusalem, where he managed to keep a low profile for a while, without his neighbors even knowing who he was. Again, he was eventually discovered, and after the death of chief rabbi of Israel, then Zion Meir Haim Zion in 1953, he was offered the position, which he also turned down. Several years after his arrival in Israel, the news reached Abu Nasser that Jewish life in Morocco had spiritually deteriorated greatly, so he returned to his country and worked to lead and inspire the community there. In 1964, he returned to Israel again and soon settled in Medical, a city in the Negev. He received visitors from all over, asking him for blessings and advice. Hebrew and Abu Nasser died on January 8, 1984, for Shabbat 5744. His funeral was attended by an estimated 100,000 people. His gravesite in Medical has become a popular pilgrimage site in Israel. On the anniversary of his death, thousands come to visit his tomb and pray. That's baller. Nevertheless, this motherfucker could have been in the lineup for Osama bin Laden. Doesn't he just look pissed? Really? Yeah. How do you want to be remembered? Like this, baby, 4 touchdowns in a single game? Really? Did you ever throw 4 touchdowns in a single game?
Yeah, we had 20 minutes. So, did you ever catch 4 touchdowns in a single game, baby? I was a quarterback. I don't catch. I mean, unless I want to do something sexy. Did you ever catch a touchdown patch yet? For our fucking recess league. Yeah. Did you ever catch 4 in a game? I caught 4 in a game before. Dude, this one time I was playing with my friend at his house, and he had this cousin who was a few years older than we were, a couple years older than we were. And his cousin went to these like really fancy schools in fucking Switzerland with the fucking all these fancy people, and like the most elite prep schools in the world. And this kid was older than we were, and we thought my friend thought his cousin was just the coolest motherfucker ever, and couldn't ever be beaten at anything. And he was older than we were, so I remember he had a tree house. Tree houses are huge, really. Yeah, and tree houses are giant. Anyway, no, the tree house wasn't ever really in the tree because that can harm the tree. But it's just like a fort off the ground. But that was a big deal. Anyway, back in the day, you just walked through people's fucking yards. It was like no big deal. Not now. I would not do this. We had to go somewhere. We would just like, walk through somebody's backyard. Anyway, it was my friend had like this small front yard where we would play football, and one day his cousin came over or something, and we were bored, and we're like, hey, you want to play football? Yeah. And I was getting pretty good, but nothing amazing. And somehow we got to the discussion, I'm going to take on the cousin, and my friend is going to be all-time quarterback. So we're going to play it. It's like the game goes like this. It goes, I forget who scored first. It was like 7-0, 7-7. 14, 7, 14, 14. 21, 14, 21, 20. 28, 21, 28, 28. 35, 28, 35, 35. 42, 35, 42, 42. When we get to the last, and like, just this kid was bigger than I was. He was taller than I was, and he, and like we were playing defense on each other, but we couldn't really. Or maybe we could stop each other, but I don't know. But you had 4 downs wherever we played. You always just had 4 downs. We weren't gonna fucking get our little feet and like fucking. We did do that though, for 10 yards or whatever. It's just too inaccurate that way. So we were playing in the yard, and I think I got a defensive stop somehow, some way, and and so it was the last. I forget what it was or how we're going to determine that this was the last. Like next touchdown wins, maybe, let's say. And I think I got a defensive stop or something like that. And my friend, who was from New York, is born in New York. He was a quarterback, and I just remember we go and like whenever we do a play, we'd always do it like this, like super secretive, like real CIA style shit. And I mean the same. We just ran the same fucking plays. Just get over it. I mean that's all it was. But I remember, I think my friend I think he was going to be rushed or something like that. I don't even know. How would you do a rush? 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000. Or 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. That's what you do. But so you could rush. And I want to say he was being rushed, but maybe not on that play. But this is going to be like the last play, and we're tied, and my friend hikes the ball. I go out, and I want to say he was rushed. And so he just throws the ball just as quickly as he could because his cousin, who's not super tall, but tall for us, gets in his face. And I remember seeing this ball just float. And I caught it with like this much space. And I won. And I beat him. I beat his cousin. His cousin was like unbeatable. And I remember how much I celebrated this. And we told my friend's mom, and she's like, he must have let you win. And it was like, no, this motherfucker was trying his ass off to win. And he did not let me win. And then, do you think his cousin, like your friend, was trying to let his cousin win? No. I mean, no, I don't. I think that he saw that I was in the game much longer than we expected I would be in the game. And he just threw a fucking, he saw his cousin coming and just threw it up in the air. Now, I say that could have happened that way. Or his cousin may have been coming back to try to get the ball, but I don't remember. I remember his cousin darting at him, if I recall, but he may have been trying to play defense on me. I didn't, to my knowledge, catch it like this. I just remember catching it like this and falling back or whatever. I might not even falling back, but there was like a little uphill. Anyway, I could talk about hanging out in that neighborhood all day. All right, wasn't your neighborhood fun? It was different. It was newer. That neighborhood was like more old school, and it was so much fun. And it seemingly had more kids who were older. My neighborhood, the kids were, a lot of them were younger, but there were kids our age. And would you ever play with kids your age? Uh-huh. Yeah, but, all right. Anything else? No, why the fuck did you tell that story? Oh, because this guy? I don't know. Because this guy, the fucking guy who looks like he could be in the fucking Summer of One. I don't know. Baba Sali. Why did I even fucking tell that story? I don't know. All right. Well, that was a cool story. I don't know why the fuck you told it. But... All right. Yitzhak Kaduri, Mizrahi, continuation from Rothschild, Iraq, to Israel in 2006.
Yitzhak Kaduri, Hebrew, Arabic, also spelled Kaduri, Kaduri, c. 1898, January 28, 2006, was a Iranian rabbi and Kabbalist. He taught and practiced the Cabinet of the Rothschild. His amulets were distributed to voters before the Israeli election in May 1996 in exchange for their votes for Benjamin Netanyahu and the Shas Party. During his lifetime, he published no religious articles or books. At the time of his death, estimates of his age ranged from 103 to 108, and his birth year is still disputed. His funeral, held in Jerusalem, drew over 200,000 followers.
These motherfuckers, these Sephardic rabbis, or Mizrahi rabbis, Moroccan, they have giant faces. So some they're like giant.
Kaduri was born in Baghdad, which was then part of the Ottoman Empire. His father, Rabbi Gaddi Redim Ben Aziza, was a spice trader. Kaduri excelled in his studies and began learning Kabbalah while still in his teens. He was a child student of Rabbi Yosef Hayim and studied at the Zohar Yeshiva in Baghdad. He moved to the British Mandate in Palestine in 1923 and there changed his name from Tima to Kaduri to honor his father whom he had left in Baghdad. Student of Kabbalah. He went to study at the Shoshanim B'Tei Yeshiva for Kabbalists in Iraq. There he learned from the leading Kabbalists of the time, including Rabbi Yehud of Deir, author of Beit Yehuda, and Rabbi Yaakov Chaim Sofer, author of Gaf Vachi. He later immersed himself in regular Talmudic study and rabbinical law in the Baruch Yosef Yeshiva in Jerusalem's Old City, where he also studied Kabbalah with Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Ezra Tinai, Rabbi Sali Ben Eliyahu, father of Sephardic chief Rabbi Mordecai Eliyahu, and other learned rabbis.
It was how would you want to be remembered? And it was like 4 touchdowns in a game. Did you ever rush for 4 touchdowns? We never rushed. That wasn't a thing. Why? It was always just considered like you always just threw the ball. Nobody ever rushed the ball. Really? Could you? Were you allowed to? We were allowed, but nobody ever did. It was like, why get small amounts of it? Was just too easy with two-hand touch when you hand the ball off to just get a guy right away. So nobody ever did that. What the fuck is going on with that? We'll deal with it later. Well, let's take a look at it. Why? I'm sure it's really fucking appreciate it. No comment yet. Oh, tight. That was a really cool story when everybody was like, huh? All right, we'll keep talking, dog. All right, babies. Oh yeah. So, did you ever rush for touchdowns? Yeah. You did? Yeah, but it was like that's not how you scored. Like you had 4 downs, and it's just if you get the ball, somebody's gonna get their hands on you if they're. And we just would throw the ball, always pass. We were in like the fucking home of the forward pass. They like invented it. And did they? No. But popularized it. Definitely. Really? Yeah. Anyway. Is that the end of your story? So you didn't rush for 4 touchdowns in a single game? Now I might have this as my fucking thing too. Really? Yeah. This. I might have a lot of things. Hey. Great story, man.
Such acrostics are well recognized and not in the Tanakh. Rabbi Tobias Singer translated the Hebrew words in the Book. The nation will be raised up and it will become known that is one and is Torah's stamp. He confirmed that the first letter of each of the Hebrew words in the note spells Yehoshua. The Hebrew name of both the biblical Joshua, Yehoshua ben Nun, was the disciple of Moses who led the Israelites in their conquest of Canaan, as well as Jesus of Nazareth, transliterated to Jesus via the Greek Septuagint. Singer contended that the not spelled by his surname, the contraction of Yehoshua, and its most excellent short form recorded in Ezra Nehemiah, and consequently used by Messianic to the English translation. We agree. Jesus rise. Singer also said that no member of the Grace family spoke to him anything about the note. References.
Right, well, that was cool. This guy's kind of an asshole. Really? No, he's cool. Why is he an asshole? I'm not actually. I say that joking. He's not. But, he's not. I'm just being funny. I don't like the whole amulet thing. Really? It's too superstitious for my taste. Are you a superstitious motherfucker? I used to be. When I watched the fucking Yankees, dog, this is how I would do it. And you're not supposed to do this, so don't do this. But I'd fucking be watching the Yankees in the playoffs and like, boom, that'd be a ball. I'd be like, fuck, okay, maybe if I put my feet like this, boom, it'd be a strike. So I'd be like this, maybe don't move. And then it'd be like, boom, ball, fuck. What if I go like this? Boom, it was a strike. Sweet, 2-2. It'd be like this, 3-2. Okay, then I'd be like this. Strikeout. I'd be like, yeah. So I didn't fucking be like this for the whole fucking inning. Don't be like that. Really? Oh, dog. If I could have controlled everything, I would have. Everything. It'd be like taking a test. Maybe if I like bend the page like this or like put a little like I was kind of nervous as fuck. But are you superstitious now? Being Orthodox causes me to do things that I wouldn't normally do, like mezuzah kissing and like brachot, like perfection. It is what it is. There's not much to do about it except just be a pimp, which is all I do, baby. Really? Oh, for sure. Yo, dog. Yeah, Rabbi's the back. I'm bored. Welcome to the fucking club. Now it's time for some motherfucker to talk to us on the Chabad website about how to poison ourselves with Mod Podge. Really? Yeah. Modern decoupage, girls. Invalid response. Worst app ever. Chabad has like so many things. Website. They have the Jewish one at Chabad.org, Chabad.tv. Anything else? What if they had a website dedicated to you? What would it be? Pimp.chabad.org. Why? Why not, baby? What is this bullshit? Yehudian channel. Look at this bitch. I like your shader. How to separate challah. Yehudushin. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's Jewish TV, not Chabad TV. Yehudutar.
Today I'm making some yummy rolls. Whenever you make dough for making bread,
This bitch doesn't speak in English?
or pitas, you can do a very special mitzvah, the mitzvah of separating challah, which is especially connected to women. It's easy to do and so simple, but it's full of deep meanings and significance.
But making it better for the dough from about 1.7 kilos of flour or so. It's 1 kilo, that's 666 exactly. Okay, so now that the dough is ready, we can start.
What fucking language is this bitch speaking?
During which you can ask God for all sorts of personal requests. Pray for your friends. And for anything else that you want.
Oh, what is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? What is this? That shit sucks. What language do you think they're speaking? Probably Yiddish. What else could they be speaking?
Take a small piece
Hebrew?
of bread dough, and I say this blessing. Elohim melech asher kishanu b'mitzvot
If you really want to get fucking specific, it's Omain. Really? Oh, yeah, motherfucker. Dog, this shit is redonkulous. Dude, just do it. Do it while you're on stream. Why? Dog, what is this shit? Somebody's gonna be like, why does this rabbi cuss so much? And I'd be like, well, if you really want to know, I didn't cuss for many, many years. Many years. Decades. Well, a long time. And then, and then I let the fur fly a little bit, but then I got back to not cussing ever. I can tell you in 5 years I cussed 4 times, and they were all, I couldn't control it. One time I almost somebody almost hit me in traffic. Another time a chair broke and I almost got really hurt. Maybe it was 2 times in 5 years. It was not, I think that actually might be right. It was not a lot. And, but I want my kids, if they ever watch this, to recognize, you can say whatever you want. And I recognize there's something funnier about using cuss words sometimes. And I'm trying to be as funny as possible. If I was not trying to be as funny as possible, then I would not use cuss words. But there's something about an extra emphasis of cuss words that is absolutely fucking hilarious. I recognize I'm a rabbi and I don't give a flying fuck. That's hilarious. That's going to be hilarious to people in the future. And if you don't think so, well, go fuck yourself. I think it's amazing. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? And Doug, I thought we were supposed to be learning Kabbalah. How about you calm the fuck down? Yo, dog, if this shit doesn't work, I'm gonna be pissed. Why? Because it's just it's so difficult to log into shit. You want to stream? Just work. How about that? How about don't ask me all kinds of fucking questions? What is this bullshit? Move.
So slow. Very simple, I will say. If you have cold in the wall of your so what do you do? You plug the whole plug, and so no one's small hole in the wall of
All right, there we go. Now we're going. All right, so what's is that the end of your fucking story? No, is this bitch still going? Oh yeah, it's Omain. Really? Yeah. So it's not Amen. It if you really want to be accurate, it's Omain. Why? That's my Rabbi said. It's a kernel of a Really? I mean, it's Amen, but Omain is probably more fucking accurate.
Used to be a holy temple. This piece would be given to the Kohanim, the priests. Today we're not allowed to use this piece of dough, and we wrap it in some aluminum foil and put it on the stove or in the oven so that it will burn. Try this at a
Doug, this is like 1% of Jews who are doing this. Everybody else, okay, well, like people who claim to be Jewish, 60% of you. I'm not including it if you're fucking like outside of Orthodoxy, but like 60% of you consider yourself to be the thing from Germany. 30% of you consider yourself to be the thing from fucking other shit. And so the 10% of us who do this shit, well, then there's 50% that don't do anything. It's a lot of percentages. I guess it'd be like 50% don't do anything. And then of the people who do the other shit, just of the Orthodox, it's just not a lot of people. And on top of that, if you're working, you have time to fucking take a aluminum foil ball and put it in the fucking oven. Not all of us have this kind of time, woman. But how would you do it? Man, I don't know. Really? You don't know? I mean, look, nobody's got fuck. If you've got a job, which many of these women do not, but if you've got a job, you ain't got time, baby, to be burning a fucking on a Friday. Maybe when as you're prepping, but I mean, to those of you who do, amazing. But I'm just saying, like, I'm practical, baby. So how would you do this? You can. I mean, actually, I think it's really cool to make your own challah. I really do. I'm joking around, like, but I think it's a great mitzvah. I think it's beautiful. I just know that like not a lot of people have time to do it. But those people who do, what's that one bitch's name? There's this bitch on Twitter. What is her name? I don't know. What's her name though? What is it? The Jewish meme queen. Yeah. Anyway, I hope she found love. She makes beautiful challah. There are bitches on Reddit who make challah. I mean, I like looking at bitches challah. Really? Yeah, in a non-sexual way. I like looking at challah. Like seeing the braids. It's beautiful. But I'm just saying, people are busy, and not everybody has time to do this kind of shit. What is Yahoo Doten? I bet this bitch is speaking Hebrew. Really? What is that? What is it? Hindi? That bitch is a fucking Indian. What would you call it? Jewish. What else? Yehudish. If Yehuda, Yehudi. Ah, okay. So that bitch is speaking Hebrew, but this is like okay. So it's Yehudi. But what about the Dotan? So it's Hebrew. It's plural. Yo, dog. I mean, I know Yehudi, but Yehud Dotan. Yehud Dotan. I guess it'd be Jewish, like as a people. So why wouldn't it just be Yehudi? Yehudi Dotan. I don't know. Who knows how words are formed? Yehudi Dotan. Why Dotan? What is Dotan? I'm gonna figure out you motherfuckers. Why? What is the Dotan? No one knows. Look, let's go to Google Translate. Wait, dog, this shit is so shitty. Yeah, Yehudi Dotan. No. Yehudim. That makes sense to me. Or maybe it's Yiddish? They think it's Hindi.
Hey, good morning. Our first sponsor for the month, obviously, tell me the open prayer that this is supposed to be outside.
Yeah, Hiddishin. I bet it's Jewish tradition. Really? Yehud Dotan. Yeah. Yehudi.
That's the tomorrow. Today's Dr. Aleph 11. We're going to pick up on Yudam Days, second to 4 lines at the bottom. So the listener said, we talked about the fact that if you had a lovely the Torah that was higher than 20 amos, you have to lower it. And we said that if it was wider than 10 amos, you have to be might, you have to lessen the width of the mavoi. But the listener said
I bet they're like little kids if they ever watch this. Would you let your kids watch this? Fuck yeah. I'd be like, this motherfucker's on to something. He's teaching us about how we can have dogs and eat kosher pork in the future, God willing. All kinds of shit. Yehudi. Okay, what is this word though? You think it's Jewish tradition? I don't think that's. Yiddish to English. Yahad Dushin. Yahad Duton. So it's not even Yahad Duton. What is it? That's not a fucking word.
That had a toll that people knew about it, but whatever the point was, it drew your attention to that, so you could have even higher than 20 amas. So the question is, so what kind of Surat Pesach helps? So we found that Surat Pesach helps us with, and Amaltra helps us height. It's not the Giral from Dallas. So if Tomai, what about the opposite of that? Could a Surat Pesach help if for a height issue, and could an Amaltra help for a width issue? The first, we're going to answer the first question first, which is, can a Surat Pesach help for height?
I mean, I would just know it as Jewish. Really? Yeah. Thought it was their fucking last name. 1-800 Eichlers. Eichlers is big. I fucking do free. I'd be their free spokesperson. Really? Eichlers is giant. You ever order shit from Eichlers? I order shit from Eichlers. My parents order shit from Eichlers. Really? Yeah. I bet this is. I bet that bitch is speaking Hebrew. I thought it was Yiddish. What is this? What is this? I would just know it as. You thought it was Jewish tradition. Okay, it's a multimedia educational series designed to contemporary. Okay, but why did they choose that? The booklet. I get it. Oh. Yahoo education. Dog, how about we fucking say what it is? Was teaching our Mishnah, the son of Rab, in front of Rab, ain't a Torah for Mayat. And he said that if you have a Surat Pesach and it's wider than 10, you don't need, as long as you have the Surat Pesach, it's okay if it's wider than 10. So on the way, so Rab said to Rabbi Yehuda, Ashnai is Torah for Mayat. No, what the proper Girsa in the Mishnah is to say, is it Russian and Ukrainian? No. So he's saying, you never have more than 10 amas in a mother. Even with a Surat Pesach, it doesn't help. Okay, what is that? I know it's like a thing. It's not like a word. It's like this thing. That if you were to have a cluster that is filled with doorways and windows, we're talking about windows here. What is that? That are open at the 10 fucking point. They're open. So it means so here's the issue that if the cluster is majority filled with doors and windows, and so the halakha is that well, we'll see what the halakha is, but that's the case where you have majority doors and windows, and obviously that creates an environment of partially where you have more openings, but it's the majority of the area of doorways, those are open. Really? If you think about it, a window and a doorway is like this. It has the shape of the Surat Pesach. So we're gonna. So Rabbi Yosef says, from the words of Rab, we should learn that if you have a chutzner that's partially mubal al because it's primarily comprised of doorways and windows, translate. It's not helped by Surat Pesach. I don't think that's a word. I mean, I know it's being used as a word, but I've not seen anybody fucking the Jew. What the fuck is Chaz?
we see that basically the idea is as follows. So we've talked about this many times. That if you have an area, you have a mezuzah, if it has a pesach in it,
Yahaduton.
that's acceptable.
In Hebrew, it shows up as Yahaduton.
That takes away from it being a pesach. What would be two of the breaches that we have?
That's what we all.
One is that it's part Murubal Omed.
Yahaduton.
And there's so many
Yiddish, it
openings
says the
that
same
there are
shit.
more openings than there's walls, and that looks like a breach, even if it's less than Tanamah. So that we know part Murubal Omed. And we also know
so
that another problem.
What is that?
If you have more than Tanamah opening.
Why would you? I get it. I get it. I get that it's a channel.
Any given opening is more than 10 amas. That's the problem. So basically, what we're saying is as follows: those are the problems of breaches that take something out of being.
Oh, it's all in that chicken scratch.
Which is acceptable. So what Rabbi Yosef is trying to say: once you tell me that a Surat Pesach doesn't help with opening,
they better translate this fucking website for me.
The other kind of breach either, which is going to be a case where you have part Murubal Omed, even if it's less than 10 amas, right? But since there's more openings than closed, so I might have thought that as soon as the Pesach
translate this fucking thing.
But no, once you see it doesn't help by widening the doorway, it's not going to help with the other kind of
chicken scratch.
Part Murubal Omed, where you have more things. So therefore, if I have a chaser that's filled primarily or majority with windows or doorways, which are open, they're not closed, and therefore you have a case of part Murubal Omed, I'll tell you that a Surat Pesach would not help.
Translate.
Now see from Rav, greater than 10, a width is considered a breach in the mother, not a Pesach, and it's not helpful to Surat Pesach, and our part Murubal Omed,
translate. Oh shit, where did that go?
Part Murubal Omed, which we've seen, does not allow, you cannot allow carrying in a putter if it's part Murubal Omed. So that too is not going to be solved by Surat Pesach. Basically he's saying, once we see for one kind of breach, Surat Pesach doesn't help. It doesn't help for the other kind of breach.
There it is.
Not so fast.
Translate.
You cannot assume that just because there's a halacha by
popular now.
wider than 10, that's necessarily going to be the halacha.
Channel visits in Hebrew. Jewish series.
Why? Because that's Gemara. Mali doesn't answer ha'osef and mavoi. So, okay, 1 second. Let's just
it doesn't fucking translate everything.
Yesterday about Pasei Birot, where the leniency that Rabbanan made for the
about
going up to Yerushalayim,
about what the fuck does this word mean?
Bracket around the bar, so that they
Yehudon channel, your personal guide to Judaism. The Yehudon. Now, do you even have a fucking? Well, I guess it's. You even have a mistranslation or mistyping there. Yehudoton channel was founded by 2010 by Rabbi Shmuel Bitzky, Chabad emissary in Savyon, and Rabbi of Savyon Religious Council. Okay.
The mayor has the opinion that it's 3 animals in and 3 animals out, and since each animal is 1 2/3 amma, so that's 10 ammas wide. So the mayor is of the opinion that
it's just this brand.
We don't allow you more than 10 ammas. And now what the Gemara is going to say is as follows: you cannot learn from just because you have a halacha Surat Pesach by opening of 10 ammas.
I don't know if they translate everything correctly. We're partners behind the scenes. The translation isn't very good. I translate the shit.
According to Mayor, you never even by Pasei Birot, where Chazal tries to be as lenient as possible to help the Olei Relim. According to Mayor, they never allowed a gap of more than 10 amas because that, according to Mayor, is the maximum. Omar, will you therefore learn the part Murubal Omed?
No one knows what the fuck this means. I would say to Rabbi Shmuel Bitzky, dog, you are getting front and center billing, but no one knows what the fuck this word is. It's not a commonly known word. Really? Dog, I thought it was a fucking
so each wall has 10 amas of gap and 2 amas
portmanteau, a combination of Yehuda and tradition, Yehuda education, Yahaduton.
Even though there's more openings happening.
Anyway,
Structure,
that
nonetheless,
bitch must be
is
speaking
development
Hebrew.
by we came from Hasidic Road.
What?
So therefore, we're saying what you
Fucked
see
up.
is a
Really?
leniency
Oh, for sure.
that,
Who the fuck? Right? Who
that
the fuck?
we will allow
No,
Parshas
this shit is
Homemade according to everyone, whereas
at least it
we
was
will never
translated.
allow
Though.
if you go in the verse
What the
of
fuck
Meir,
is
greater
Yehuda
than
talking?
10 hours, because it
No
doesn't
one
help if it's
fucking
during
knows.
Pesach, and it doesn't help if
All
it's
right.
by Hasidic Road.
Now what?
So what do you see? You see that the concern of 10 hours
We got.
is more fummer because you don't loosen it by Hasidic
Dude, I had something that I wanted to review. What is it? I don't fucking know. Are you pissed? I gotta take a whiz.
In the case of Hasidic Road. So therefore, says the Gemara,
BRD,
cannot
baby.
do what Rav Yosef wanted to do. Rav Yosef said, Rav passing something by greater than 10 hours to say sure the Pesach doesn't work, and we're going to say we're going to apply it to the case of Merub Parts Merub Al to say that sure the Pesach doesn't work. Says the Gemara, it doesn't work that way because you see that everyone is Mako by Parts Merub Al and according to the mayor, no one is Mako by 10. So therefore, you see Parts Merub Al is less rigorous or less strict. So says the Gemara, you cannot do what Rav Yosef was saying, which is just learn out, just because Rav says the halacha by 10, to assume that that's also going to be the halacha by part of Kulu Alaman. Says the Gemara, let's say that the view that Surah Pesach does not help. In other words, Rav Yosef tries to prove that Surah Pesach doesn't help by part of Kulu Alaman, right? So the question,
what do you want to ask?
Said, there's no proof from what you said. But that's his view.
I don't fucking know.
Maybe there's a support for this idea that Surah Pesach does not help by part move all. Why? Because we say the panos halalu, these walls, should move on.
Why?
That the majority of them are doorways and windows, which, as we said before, are obviously open space.
Are women generally not supposed to learn Kabbalah?
They're mutter, even though it's open space, and says the Bryce now, so long, hey, apart.
Short answer, it's not because women are incapable or less holy. It's about the risk management, social reality, and how Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, is meant to be learned. Longer answer, real answer. Kabbalah was seen as spiritually dangerous. Classic sources treat Kabbalah as high voltage electricity. If you don't have the right grounding, it can mess you up. The traditional requirements you'll hear: male, over 40, married, expert in Tanakh, Hebrew Bible, Talmud, and Halakha. That list isn't magic. It's proxy for emotional stability, life experience, deep textual literacy, disciplined religious practice. Historically, men were the ones who had access to that level of education. That's sociology, not metaphysics. Fear of spiritual imbalance. Kabbalah deals with things like Sephirot, divine emanations, Yehudim, cosmic unifications, angels, demons, divine names, metaphysical repair of the universe, tikkun, spiritual repair. The rabbis were terrified of people anthropomorphizing God, slipping into heresy, losing touch with reality, or thinking they could control the future, or thinking they could control the divine. So the attitude was, if you're not rock solid in Torah and mitzvot commandments, stay out. This concern was applied extra hard to women, not because women are weaker, but because they were excluded from the preparatory system. Gendered spiritual roles in classical Kabbalah. Here's where it gets uncomfortable but honest. Classic Kabbalah is highly gendered: masculine, hashpa'a, influence giving; feminine, Kabbalah, receiving. Ironically, the word Kabbalah literally means receiving, but many Kabbalists believe women already embody the receiving aspect naturally, connect spiritually through lived mitzvot, family purity, Shabbat prayer, rather than abstract metaphysical speculation. So they thought women didn't need Kabbalah, and that studying it might actually pull them away from their spiritual straits. That assumption is very much pre-modern and very much debated today. Modesty and erotic symbolism. Kabbalah is not PG. It uses explicit sexual metaphors: divine male and female, arousal, union, separation, cosmic intimacy tied to mitzvot and time. Pre-modern rabbis were extremely cautious about exposing women to this material, fearing impropriety, misunderstanding, or social breakdown. Again, cultural anxiety, not theology. But here's the plot twist. Some of the greatest mystical figures believed women absolutely could access Kabbalah. The Zohar, primarily Kabbalistic text, repeatedly speaks of women as spiritually essential. The Arizal Isaac Luria taught that women can have higher souls than men. Hasidic mysticism later emphasized inner experience over gender. Modern teachers, for instance, Rav Kook students, contemporary Chabad, often teach Kabbalistic ideals to women, filtered, structured, and responsibly. Today, the line has mostly shifted from women shouldn't learn Kabbalah to no one should learn advanced Kabbalah without maturing grounding and guidance. Bottom line, women were traditionally discouraged from learning Kabbalah because limited access to prerequisite learning, fear of misuse or misunderstanding cultural modesty norms, and a very gendered mystical worldview. Not because women lack souls, women lack intellect, women are spiritually inferior. If anything, classical mysticism often assumes the opposite, and that made rabbis nervous. If you want, okay, so how do you feel? Well, I waited till some of those things were true, perhaps. So I've been to a lot of Daf Yomi classes, and just in general, women are not great. I say in general. I've attended them for years. You notice this, no women are here. And it just generally wasn't seen as something that was really for women. Women have roles. Something interesting happened though. During my learning, and I know of a woman, Jewish woman, who really wanted to learn Kabbalah, and she wasn't allowed. And she went through some of, I would say this, she could have tried harder, but I think that at least one rabbi, one rabbinical colleague that I know, wanted to build the shul, and he felt that if he could get this person involved, he could have a woman there. And a woman did show. Never asked any questions, never said anything. And you wouldn't have even known that she was there if you didn't look her. And I think this was perhaps a foot in the door for women to be able to study. So what? I mean, if you watch my streams, you're going to hear this asshole talk about Daf Yomi all the time, and I talk about it in Kabbalah on here. I feel I could teach women Daf Yomi because we would be like, it would be like, I just feel like I could do it. I feel I could teach Kabbalah to everyone, Daf Yomi to everyone. What do you have? You have a valid case homage to everyone and do a good job of it. How would you do it? Well, this is so the idea is we've got Kabbalah. We haven't really gotten into text. I just wanted to learn who the great Kabbalists were. We've got this other shit that we work around it. But we'll get into the text. And the Daf Yomi, I would take, I think, 3 Daf Yomi classes, watch them for each folio, and then have my own class. That might be too much, but I feel like that would be a good way of doing it. And we might watch them quickly, but whatever rabbi had them probably best organized on that. Would you do this guy? Yeah, this guy's good. Really? You like him? Yeah, I give him shit, Rabbi Silver, but he'd be on it. But he wouldn't be the only one. I would take maybe an Ashkenazi, so a Mizrahi and a Sephardic rabbi. Maybe. And then I would go through it after hearing what they think. What about Chumash? To me, that's a little easier. It's shorter.
So it must be that it was not
So
on
I
the
think
side.
we could
Now the Gemara is
probably.
gonna say, no, that's the very point.
Well,
This
I mean,
thing
I've been to
in
a
the
lot of
book
Chumash
is exactly
classes,
what they're arguing about. So
and
they are dealing with the side. We assume
I know how
sure
to
everyone
run
would
one.
agree that on the side it doesn't help. Well, no, that's the focus. Lola Basser, we're talking about 10 or less amos, even at side.
But I wouldn't want to do it alone.
The line went around the side.
We would probably use some materials. But
And
so what about
arguing about
tomorrow?
So Rick Lucas, who said that you should carry both for Shabbos and Koyim, holds that even from the side, it works. And the Yochanan says that it works for Koyim but not for Shabbos, would be talking about if because it's from the side. You would not say that that's on top. So therefore, what's it coming out? That according to the way we're establishing it, the Yochanan and the Reflectus are arguing about an issue of when you have the branch or the wire is on the side. That's the case they're arguing about. But we don't see that's not a valid source of Pesach in the traditional sense. So therefore, we don't see.
I just go back to Moses' day.
That he holds like
And I know I don't really buy
properly
that story.
constructed with two poles on the side and something going across the top. We have no proof of that.
Yeah.
It's actually an interesting thing. It comes out that
I'm
there's
heartbroken.
different levels.
But I'm glad I got heartbroken at the beginning.
Of source of Pesach. So for Koyim, you could have even from the side. For Shabbos, you need above it, and so these are separate things. So it's an interesting thing. People talk a lot about chuppah.
All right, is that the end of your fucking story? No. What do you want to say to the fucking Jewish guild?
If you have a source of Pesach that's a valid
And I'll sing for you whenever you want, and I'll be nice to you. And if you have philosophy questions, we'll review them.
But the interesting question would be the following: if it's a source of Pesach, then you should need a mezuzah, and yet we don't have mezuzahs.
Is that the end of your story?
Most Eruvin rely on source of Pesach.
Why the
So
fuck do you
they
want
say,
to
okay, you
take
have
me to
different levels.
church? Take me to shul, baby.
For Erev,
And then one person was like, take me to Beit Knesset. Take me to Beit Hamikdash. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Says not like that. He says no. A source of Pesach is a source of Pesach. So he says, so what about the fact people bring a proof that all these cities with mezuzahs with source of Pesach, which we rely on for Erev, no one puts up a mezuzah. Okay, that could be because if you're going to stick it out, it's not safe for the mezuzah. Take it down, or if it's a year that's majority that is mixed both Jews and non-Jews.
Look at this athleticism.
But according to him, from a halakhic perspective, source of Pesach is source of Pesach. So people say that if let's say you had a Jewish neighborhood that it was comprised entirely of Jews, you have some of those and it would be a safe area that some would say that if you make your Erev with source of Pesach, you have to put up a mezuzah by each one. In any event, okay, so what we said is that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan is actually talking about the regular case of a properly constructed source of Pesach. When he said it didn't work for Shabbos, we're talking about one that was Minatzah. Gemara is now going to ask a seeming stira between Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Placus, and with this, it's going to try to establish that Rabbi Yochanan actually is saying that halacha is talking about on the top, not on the side. So let's see. The Gemara says, so we're going to have a question because we just brought him. I told you before where Rish Lucky said that this source of Pesach that he made with the vine helps for Kolayim, but not for Shabbos. I'm sorry, Rish Lucky said it helps for both. And Yochanan said it helps for Kolayim, but not Shabbos. Now we're going to bring another and we're going to bring another statement. I'm Rish Lucky. Rish Lucky says some Rabbi Yehuda ben Chanina. Rish Lucky paid attention to that. He said in the name of his Rabbi Yehuda ben Chanina on the base. He says as follows: that if you have, Rashi says this is a different term because it's a twine branch or vine. So same kind of case. He has four poles and he put it on. So we say hey, we're translating Chaim Avalon with Shabbos. So now you have Rish Lakish. Before it said it works for both Shabbos and Chaim, is saying now it only works for Chaim but not for Shabbos. Rabbi Yochanan says to Mashiach for Shabbos low, half Mashiach for Chaim below. And Rabbi Yochanan says in this case, just like by Shabbos it doesn't work, it also doesn't work by Chaim. So what do you have? You have a second brisa which seems you have a second member of Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish where they each seem to take it up a notch and reduce the allowance. So Reish Lakish, he used to allow both Shabbos and Koyim, now says only Koyim. And Rabbi Yochanan says Koyim, but not Shabbos, now says neither. So we have a stira. So the Gemara says, I can answer up the part of Reish Lakish, the Hadidei, Hadarabe, because the first thing we said, Reish Lakish said in his own name. So when he said it's good for both Shabbos and Koyim, that was his own name. And the second statement, which he said in the name of his Rabbi, which was Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi Hanina, so we're going to say, okay, so that's how you explain the stira and Reish Lakish's opinion, because once he's stating his own opinion, once he's stating the opinion of his Rebbe. Hello, Rabbi Yochanan, Kasha. But Rabbi Yochanan on Rabbi Yochanan, the Kasha, because Rabbi Yochanan in both instances said it in his own name. And in the first instance, he said when you have this branch slung over the pole, that in one case he says it works for Koyim and not for Shabbos, and in one case he says it works for neither. So have you answered this? So the Gemara says, so I could come up with something that would explain the distinction. Maybe that what Rabbi Yochanan was saying was by minat sad, if it's on the side, so then it only works. It doesn't work for anything. It doesn't work for Shabbos. It doesn't work for Koyim. If it's on top, Koyim, but not for Shabbos, so that would explain, right? But then what we have is that's in fact, if we're dealing with the first Raisa, where he says it works for Koyim and not for Shabbos, would be dealing with where the vine goes on the top of the poles, so then that would be a validly constructed Surat HaPesach, and that would restore the proof that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rav, that Surat HaPesach does not help for wider than 10 amas. So that's what the Gemara is saying. We should still be able to, or you tried to answer that it was Minat Sad, and that's why they're not talking about a validly constructed Surat HaPesach, but we're trying to prove that because there's a Shira and Rabbi Yochanan, and the only way we know how to answer right now is to say that the one where he permits it for Koyim and not for Shabbos must be talking when it's on top, and it's where it's Minasad, he says nothing works, so that would seem to restore the proof that Yochanan holds like Rav. The Gemara says, it continues in the question, but if you're going to say you didn't eat Minasad, you're going to say that the first price though was also talking about from the side, which was the answer we gave why it wasn't a proof that Yochanan holds like Rav. Then how are you going to explain the Sira in Rabbi Yochanan's halacha? So it seems to restore the proof that he holds like Rav. So it says, really, I'll tell you, in fact, you didn't eat Minasad. That there is, again, I'm gonna say that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rav as relates to Hilchos Shabbos, because they're both talking about something Minasad. So then the question will be, okay, well, why in one case does he say it doesn't work for Shabbos or Koyim, and in the other case he says it works for Koyim but not for Shabbos? What's the difference? And the says, he said, when Rabbi Yochanan said that it works for Koyim and not for Shabbos, we're talking about where it was 10 amas or less. But where it's greater than 10 amas, so then he would say it doesn't work for Shabbos or Koyim. So again, the factual point that Rabbi Yochanan is not discussing a properly constructed Surat HaPesach at all. So he has no proof what Rabbi Yochanan holds vis-a-vis Rav halacha that Surat HaPesach on Shabbos does not help for wider than 10. But rather, what are we seeing in the second of Rabbi Yochanan? He says in either case it doesn't work for Shabbos, but for Koyim will depend on whether it's 10 amas or less, or it's more than 10 amas. If 10 amas or less, then even a weak, a poor form of Surat HaPesach, where the wire is on the side, will still work for Koyim. But if it's greater than 10 amas, then even Koyim, which allows for a deficient or less than ideal Surat HaPesach, will not allow that, and it's not going to work either for Shabbos or for Koyim. That's how we resolve the Sira in the Dosha. So now, says the Gemara, just where do we get this idea that it should make a difference whether it's more or less than 10 as relates to Koyim? So we're not saying that the Sunny Lambda and Etzer, Liyot, and the Etzer. So where do I have this idea that by Koyim there's a distinction between whether it's 10 amas or less or it's more than 10? So Amalei, Rabbi Yochanan or Reish Rabbi Yochanan said Reish Lakish. Lo Kacha V'Maisa, or Lo Kacha Yamaisa Hamaisa wasn't the story. The whole of Rabbi Yeshua ate Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri Lama Torah. That Rabbi Yeshua went to Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri to learn. Apple Pizza Bucky to help us fly him. That's a beautiful thing that Rabbi Yeshua went to Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri, even though he was a Bucky on his own and helped us fly him. But nonetheless, in Matzah, he found Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri, Yosef and Ilanos, and he's sitting between the trees. In Matzah, so what happened? So Rabbi Yeshua found him between trees, and he said, very convenient that we're between the trees, says, I want to ask you a question, and I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about. So he erected a vine going from tree to tree. So essentially, he created a Surah Pesach. And he said, Rabbi, he said to Yochanan ben Nuri, Rabbi, he gefanim kan mal l'zroya kan. So he put up this wire between the trees, and he said to him, Rabbi, I'm standing on the side of, if I were to plant a vineyard here, could I make a grain field right next door on the other side of this branch that I put up? So he asked him this question. Hello, and the Yochanan ben Nuri came back to him to ask him. The Yochanan answered that if it's 10 or less, it's mutter. If it's less than, if it's more than 10, it doesn't work. So it says the Gemara, the Mayashina. What are we talking about? If it's on top, no after upper, could you say that and if you're saying the right is talking about what's on top, and it's telling, and I'm sorry, that the talking about what's on top, and it's telling you that more than 10 risks is upper to carry, I'm sorry, upper for clients if you have a series of lessons, but kind of related to the right, how you some automatic running. The Ottoman tail Momalo, if you had poles that are stuck in, different shaped pole that comes to a sharper edge, so you stick it in the ground, but anyway, it's a pole. You stuck it in, and you made a tail Momalo, which is twisted by. I feel the Yochanan has some mutter, even more than 10 is mutter. So the Bible tells you that by Kloyim, more than 10, as long as it's al-Gabon. So when the Yochanan ben Nuri said more than 10 doesn't work, and not be talking about al-Gaba. Elolav minasad. So it must be that when the Yeshua strung up this vine and showed it to Yochanan ben Nuri, it was where it was minasad, where the branch did not go over the tree or over the branch, but rather on the side. It's Amarle, and the Yochanan ben Nuri answered him, the Ephraim, what the Yochanan answered also, that if it's 10 or less, it's mutter. If it's more than 10, it's author. So we were looking for a source. Where do we get this idea by clients that there's a distinction between 10 or more than 10? So we see it from the story with the Yeshua and Yochanan ben Nuri. In fact, learn from there. So again, we are dealing with the fact that if you have by client, if you have the wire from the side, so then it depends. If it's 10 or less, it's okay. If it's more than 10, it's not okay. By client, if it's a properly constructed circle, that's what we talk in the Bible. As long as the wire goes on top, the branch the wire goes on top of the branch, so then we're going to say even more than 10 works by client, but not necessarily is that the same by Shabbos. We don't know by Shabbos, and as we said, we have no proof that they were arguing by Shabbos. This would be a properly constructed circle Pesach. What would be the halacha? Presumably, Rabbi would say it doesn't work, just like he says in our Mishnah, but we don't know whether Yochanan says like Rabbi. Okay, says the Gemara, Gufa Amr Sista. The Sista says, Circle Pesach, the thumb in a tzad, lo also close. So we learned that before. The Sista says, by Shabbos, if you put up a circle Pesach from the side, it doesn't help. So this, by the way, is very halacha because what happens in our region, we by and large rely on telephone poles. Now, a telephone pole is a case where the pole goes up and the wires are strung along the side of it. So if you could rely on a circuit Pesach, we would have to really do very little to create a living because of the telephone wires are good. But the problem is you're not allowed to have
Goes down,
what do we do?
and there's not another living soul around. And really until the sun comes up and it's shining like
It goes up, and therefore they place that lefty line it up so that it can reach the wire that's going on the side. You have the wire on the side, you have the pole, you have the wire on the side, so they put the lefty right here where it can reach the wire. And that's because it's not good if it's not shot. So if you're not shot,
I use my hands a lot when I speak, and I don't really notice them.
doorway. So we say you don't need an actual door, but it has to be a reasonable doorway. So therefore, it's strong enough that you could theoretically put a doorway up. Even a door made out of like chaff or straw, that would be fine. But in order to be halachically, we wanted to do something that's capable of having straw. I'm going to talk to you something now. You have to have like some kind of like a hinge. You might have to hear what kind of hinge would you need. That we have this entire we talk about this a little bit. It's a door that's on like a pivot thing. You have a little thing that comes down to the bottom and comes down to the top. And the door swings on that kind of thing. Consider Rabbi Pedro and Abia with Amida de Rabbi. So Rabbi is better with Abia. Abia is the one who says you need this pivot method coming in Rabbi. I'm going to talk about my mind because of that. With Rabbi, anything that says, I'm really long ago to the way the Ray they worried that he was really responding to him saying, Rabbi did not have to with your father because he didn't say that halacha. So in fact, halacha might be don't require it's one stick on this side, one stick on that side, and a ton on top. Basically, two lefties in a soda if you want to put your weight on it. So that's the mark. Does the hole on the bottom need to touch the color that goes across on the top? Now, I already gave you the answer to this because I mentioned that it was a telephone pole. You just put up a lefty, as long as it's 10 buttons, it doesn't have to go all the way up the side of the telephone pole. So nothing does but other than that, we love this, but they will see it. So it's not just that they don't need a touch. He was setting up the arrows to the race so that they had and so therefore you set it up where you had poles that went up to a certain point, but then the wires that were going across them were not touching. Some of their basically held that they need to touch, that they serve as the gada. He said to the gada, deal slope to dinner. Go take them off and throw them down. I think that's an invalid area that are not been set up for the race solution to knock it down. Other fellows that did it. So he went and listened to Rabbi, he took it down, he threw it, and he took them up and threw it down. After seeing the race solution come through, so the race solution people said, what are you doing? And they arrested him. And they say, they arrested his father. All the cases come up, and the cases went and said, I'm like, God, come out. Not that the operator came out because he went to race solution, people saw that he was happening. And the question is that power. That we'll see exactly what they are. Remember, there said that you don't. Everyone agrees that it is, let's say that there's 10 buckets of great doorway before you start the arch, then everyone agrees, that if it's 10 tall, that they agree that if there's 10 buckets of side posts that go straight up, even though it then goes to an archway, that's going to be a doorway. Now the question is, where though is an arch doesn't count as a lintel as a Torah? So where is the Torah in it? The way would learn that the Torah is the top of the wall. So what do you have? You have an arch, and it has 10 buckets going up, and then above the arch is a flat thing. So what do you see? That the 10 buckets going up are not the side walls before they curve like this, are not connected to the top, and yet we're saying that it's a valid doorway and it requires that everyone agrees that it requires a doorway. So you see, not like a paper. Okay, keep that in mind. he's clearly, he's just like, let's say you have an opening that's 10 tall. He's sweating and he's trying to get somewhere. He's working a shitty job. And he's just like, before the curve starts. Right? So then we say that's nothing because not to train something that's I can just tell this guy.
I had someone hit my car once. There's a clunky that I've been like back in me, and actually I had him twice. Yeah. And both times my
and with the arch, it's not even a tire that's nothing. So, in other words, it does not have fucking height, or it does not have 4 fucking wide for at least fucking on 4, it's for sure not a valid law. If you went to the game for margin, the game for a glass limo, if you want to start, they will come out bar. So, what happens when you have at least 6 fucking, where 3 fucking wide, and you 3 fucking coming out from the store, at least 4 fucking wide, you do have the doorway, it's at least 10 fucking, but the issue is, once you get above 3 fucking on the side, the arch starts, and it's no longer a straight side of the door. So we say as follows. People do the open like that, the eighth will walk over by singular bar. But with enough to this arch doorway is in a broader doorway that you could theoretically not as a standalone arch. It's in a broader doorway that you can cut out part of the doorway. So the idea would be the man's going to focus on the hospital. And the man says we imagine if you could cut out the rectangular doorway properly.
Wait, what happened?
You don't do that at the end of the day. You have a doorway that does not have 10 fucking running up the straight or 10 fucking before the first start. So it's no good. Underway. So it takes this purpose from him that basically approves.
No way, man.
Dog,
you're starting to turn on me.
What you need to do the left hand either one. Which is how we learned our mission. One that you need 2 lessons on either side of a mother. Everyone agrees. That the left and work part is sufficient if the opening is less than 4 hours. That between 4 and 10, even the hill agrees that once you get past 10, a left and part doesn't work. So from 4 to 10, where the time they tell you, the time around left and part, the time you need the left and part, the tell on the tell that no left and part, you need to even more. The time they tell argues even from 0 to 4 as well as 4 to 10, meaning in all cases of robbery, the time they tell you left and part of the tell you need one or the other. That's the mark. And man, the location is all the time. But if you remember, we learned how long for putting up lefty and Torah, and on a counter set, you need a pure kapata and a lefty or Torah, and they tell the canary in the name of the Torah that you need. I'm sorry. They say the canary in the name of the Torah that you need a Stella and a lefty or Torah on the other end. So they what our mission is either a lefty or Torah, both lefty and Torah. What happens when you need the pure kapata for a Stella? And when you need a hot after mother suffering takes out. What the mother suffering? Because that halacha that he said, you need a pure kapata and a lefty and Torah, or you need Stella and a lefty and Torah. We're talking about a mother of fullest that open on 2 ends of the Rabbi. But here we're talking about a mother suffering. And what's these walls, the 4 ends of the Rabbi, the time you have the lefty and Torah, you both the lefty and the Torah, they so long as they told us, all lefty or Torah, you make one or the other. The time you have lefty and Torah, says the Gemara, the name of the Kapata, you come out on the Shishim Saraita. So the Gemara says, wait a second. If they tell me, it's one thing to say, you say, that need a lefty or a cutter. So all you need is you need a hacker. You need something so people don't mix it up. But one common thing is not enough to have a lefty or a cutter. You have to have both. It means that he's trying to trap the pizza. So maybe they found out it wouldn't be a full wall, but it's kind of like pizza. You got two walls and then a little wall. Maybe he built something for the first wall because with their eyes, in order to have the pizza, in order to have it with the other, you need four sides to have the pizza because otherwise, why take time and build something? You need both a lefty and a cutter. Where it says, look, live and tell us to be by the top of their bar. Because even they found that group that three balls with their eyes are enough. Why does Frank's build something? Because they all grew up on them and wanted you to have a fourth wall. Not with the hector of either a lefty or cutter, wanted you to build a little bit of a pizza to have a lefty and a cutter. They kill them and no lefty or cutter, either or. Because they might coming to sell social pizza to right. So they tell that you can put a lefty or a cutter only for the fourth wall. So maybe establish them there that since they hold you need three full walls, otherwise they cannot hold the two walls is enough. Remember, with Rabbi with the overpass, you can left out things, and you put a lefty that hires for two walls on the side of the super opposite there, when you do, then you're thinking that that's what you're picking up about right there. So if you're taking a wall, you said you can only fix the fourth wall on the left side, not the third wall. Hold under the right to use three walls to do like that. Well, look at the signing inside the top of the controller that to throw something in that you're picking up. Well, right, so if you're only two walls, or if you would throw into something with two walls, you would be tired for the topic, but in order to carry the abundance that you need three walls, and then the fourth wall that the lefty or cutter as a hector, but that would be, they would not necessarily disagree that two walls is enough to keep up with their right.
So, be thankful. Yeah. Hard to do though. I agree. I hate the could be worse. Because a lot of times what that does is it makes me more guilty about it. Oh my God, fuck. It could be worse. So I don't have a right to feel this way. That's not that helpful. But it's perspective. It's just perspective. That's all it is. That can help it all. Yeah. Yeah, the car stuff. The car stuff. One little thing on your car is your mind, right? No, I'm still driving the truck today because the daylight T-Rex is down. T-Rex is it's leaking oil. Look, I got this new part coming today. I'm waiting on it. Is it true that Ferraris are always in the shop? Nah, not recent ones. Maybe the older ones, but now, there's really all that shit with cars being unreliable. No, right? Not really. You can be a real fucking asshole. So they're just not taking what's the most reliable Porsche? Porsche, yeah. I mean, obviously, like the Honda. I saw a guy looking at that one off-road car. It's a Dakar. You should see his face. He was looking at it like he was looking at it. He works over here and he's looking at the Porsche and you just see his face. It's like this. Like he's in a little bit of pain. I told you when we walked by yesterday. Made you sad. Yeah. There's certain cars must stare at. Like there's your mom having cancer and then there's the Dakar. Yeah, it's like one A, one B. Because on Brian put you on a sad meter, the needle hits about the same. Yeah, and I just wish they would get it out. Like I don't fucking walk by today. Like I'll never have a Dakar. It's not happening. Never. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. And the bummer about those Porsches is like if you can get allocated one, first of all, it's impossible. Say you do, whatever, there's 300 something grand, 360 grand. That's the cheapest it will ever make. Never. You're not gonna be like, well, I'll just wait 2 years like there were other guys. I think they're like 600-700 grand now. Yeah. I'm obsessed. Like 300. Go to what they can get one for. But you can't buy them. No, you gotta get out there when you have the fucking clubs. I'm obsessed with off-road Porsches. 223 grand. Basic. You could never buy them. Yeah, so maybe you should write about that 400 grand. 354 declined by 350. Yeah, I love them. I love off-road Porsches. I don't know why you wouldn't. A lot of people know, but my brother's a Porsche Pierce. He doesn't do it. Rogan doesn't do it. I send it to him all the time. I can't stand this thing. Really, buddy, I can't get enough of it. Yeah, because you can drive it in Porsche. It's so cool to me. You can
drive it anywhere. It's just so cool. It's just I like different. It's made by Porsche. It's not made by. That car is made by Porsche. The ones I like, that one's not made by Porsche. There's companies out there that do the off road kits on them. I can't get enough of them. Really? Yeah. You know how you like the big black dicks? Like I fucking love. Yeah. Lifted big black Porsche 911 with off road tires. I can't emphasize enough. Yep. How much I love that. Yep. So that's like me and EDCs. Yeah. You know how you love like a big Jack black cock. Yeah, well Jack guy. Jack cock. Jack darker man. Black, yeah. Or just like flat, circle, round. Yeah. But with a head and piece. Yeah, that's your thing. I'll stare at it for a long time. But you know how you're never really gonna put one in your mouth. Like we joke about it, but you're never gonna actually take one down. Right, I'm not gonna take one down. I'm never gonna have off-road Porsche either. That's the similarities. I mean, I could, like, I've thought about just buying, like, you're ultimately, when push comes to shove, you ain't doing it. No, I'll get with this, how I'm gonna do it, though. I'm not gonna get that new car. It's just not happening. It's too expensive. But I'll find, like, a salvage title 911. I'll strip it all down, and I'll put off-road kit on it. It's like different. Sometimes they use 60. It's different. It's somebody that does cocaine because it's there. Because some hot girls like want to go in the bathroom versus buying cocaine. That's how I look at it. If you're gonna go buy it and get a dealer, that's now you're a drug guy. Yeah. But if it's just there and you're on vacation and you're young and she likes you, you're like, what? Yeah. Don't do drugs, kids. I'm just using it as an example. Do you have me? Get those on screen for it. I never had a tough. Yeah. I'll get one watch. I'll get one just watch. I'll get one. I even found that. Is it Country? Oh, that's it. Yeah, you were just on Fortune. Well, I said that one guy who's playing on something. Guilty of something. He was guilty of something. Like I think he might be on the Epstein list, but evil. But did you see the video? The footage they got? No. Oh, wow. At Pluto TV, we're celebrating Black History Month with our free curated collection of Black entertainment. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Catch award-winning films like Dreamgirls, Monsters Ball, and Selma. We must make a massive demonstration. Iconic hits like School Days and Set It Off. Plus full seasons of shows like Tyler Perry's Sisters and Power. It starts now at Brilliant Black Entertainment, and it's all free. This month and always on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never. Oh, wow. So I saw a little of it. He's in a mask and stuff. Scary. Is it? The people are like, this is what terror looks like. I'm like, what? Yeah, I didn't see much craziness. Yes. I guess I have I'm gonna piss out his throat. You want to be hiding so when he comes in, you can shoot him in the face. No, I don't want to shoot him. I want to hurt him like that. Yeah. But here's how you know it's amateur. You ready for this? This is how you know how much my crime does. His gun. His gun holster. It's a gun holster that's made inside your pants. Yeah. He has it in the front like an asshole. Clearly. Savvy. Yeah, that might be because when you sit down, it doesn't. When he gets in his car, there's an old fucking lady who gets in his car. What's that? There's a few signs where he's amateur. There's a few signs. Is he putting vegetation on the camera? Yeah, on cover. It's so stupid. How stupid is it? He also has a mustache. Hey, you ready for this? This is going to be a hot take. Follow me before you fucking interrupt me, okay? Follow me before you go down your cock. Just listen to me. All right. This is where this gets hairy. This is where it's getting super hairy. It's going to cause a divide. There is a chance, I'm not saying for sure, there's a chance, because this is happening in Mexico, Arizona, parts of Texas, where illegal immigrants have been a lot of crime. Representative Greg Crafter was just saying, there's a chance this could be some sort of illegal immigrant thing, because they've had crime down there from immigrants. If they find out that this is an illegal immigrant or it's connected to some cartel way, take whatever you feel about illegal immigrants that become victim. Why it's going to cause in this nation. That's very interesting. Also, what else is the news covering?
There's a ton going on. Epstein files are. Oh wow! Dude, I've seen the pictures they released recently of Epstein with young women, where all the new notes people don't. It's not, but it's horrendous shit. Dude. Really horrible shit. Yeah, horrible shit. You mean he was a mom? There is a chance. I'm not saying for sure. Take politics out. There's a chance, because this does happen in New Mexico, Arizona, parts of Texas, where illegal immigrants commit a lot of crime. Regular citizens, great crime too. I'm just saying, there's a chance this could be some sort of illegal immigrant thing, because they've had crime down there from illegal immigrants. If they find out that this is an illegal immigrant or it's connected to some cartel ring, dude, again, take whatever you feel about illegal immigrants, think of the divide it's going to cause in this nation. That's very interesting. Weird. Could this be a Trojan horse? Also, what else is the news covering? There's a ton going on. Epstein files. Oh wow! Did you have seen the pictures they released recently of Epstein with young women? Or all the new notes people don't. It's not, but it's horrendous shit. Really horrible shit. Horrible shit. You mean he was a monster? Oh yeah, we knew that. So the Epstein stuff's getting even dicier. Yeah. Remember all the fraud in Minneapolis? You don't hear about that. You don't hear about that. Nothing. Well, that's the ICE had to pull back. What about ICE? They're working on it. Yeah, sure. But what about ICE? Those two people that killed them. Well, yeah, now the idea is because ICE is it constitutional for them to wear masks? You make them take off their masks. Yeah, California, they take off their masks. But I'm just saying, all this Palestine, what happened to Ukraine, that's all this stuff's going on. Yeah, but 24/7 news coverage on this 84-year-old white woman getting kidnapped is the narrative. Yeah. What's going on? Is there a chance this is a Trojan? I think she's in Mexico. They have no clue. They've dropped the book. They have no fucking. They don't have any ideas. No, the only thing they have is this footage. Is they have they had a suspect in they have a suspect. I think that you gotta be all about the brother-in-law. Who knows? You might still be connected. I mean, but I'm just saying. I was like, he's a poet. The man says he was detained. This was the neighbor, and the mom came out. Wow. All I'm saying is, isn't it weird? This is 24/7. Now, just so you know, there are children, other adults that get kidnapped. You ever seen how many kids get kidnapped today? The numbers out astonishing. Yeah. There's nothing. That happens every day. Yeah. Isn't it weird how the news decides what to focus on? And this is 24/7 coverage. It's just so weird. Like you kidnapped a famous journalist's mother. You know you're going to get a lot of attention. It's not that she has that much money. She makes $8 million a year, brother. And she's done it for 25 years. But there are other people that have that's a ton of money. That's a ton of money. Usually those you're saying maybe more. Your current $5 million a year. And she's made that for how many years? Wow. So she has the money. That's why she can pay it. But then also they know like, and then she lives by her house. She's here. Dude, I'm just saying, worst case scenario for the current climate of America is if this is done by illegal immigrants and they did kill her, which most likely they did. If she's dead, the fraction it's going to cause. What do you think happens? Nothing. I don't. It just we get more divided, and then Trump's going to run on, making sure the borders even close even more than they already are. We don't want to leave. This is why. So it pushes the whole narrative. And then the left right now is kind of fucked because the Epstein files that came out. It's a lot of Democrats. A lot of Democratic power structures. But yeah, a lot of Democrats, but also rich people. But then they also played them. Like Elon Musk and Trump are playing checkers while everybody else playing chess. What do you mean? Oh, because remember, Elon goes, remember we thought there was a feud between Elon goes, Trump's the Epstein files. You need to release them. Yeah. And Donald's like, no, I'm not going to release them. Actually, check it out. But remember, they've had these files forever. It's not like they just got them. Yeah. Trump, they're aware of it. Elon's aware of it, right? So Elon and Trump are fighting, blah, blah, blah. Release them. You're in the files. The whole media goes crazy. Everyone's like, yeah, Trump's in the files. That's why he's keeping Trump in the release. And fuck it. You know what? I didn't want to do it. I'm going to do it. What do we find out? That Trump, in 2012, notified authorities and goes, you guys need to look into Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. They're fucking devils.
You found out about it.
Not only did you find out about it, he reported it.
Look that up. I think it was even earlier, right?
Not in 2008.
Earlier,
Not in 2008.
before that, he said, you got to look into he ran a Mar-a-Lago.
This isn't an email to them. This isn't all the DOJ, all the thing they released. This is Trump going, get these fucking two in prison right now.
Damn. Hold on. Trump told us 20 years ago, hold on, that everyone knew about Epstein. All Maxwell evil. Wow.
And here's what's great.
And I thought too, I was talking to somebody who's kind of really follows this stuff and kind of, pretty influential. And they said that these next 3 million files, like, this is going to be bigger than Watergate or anything. Because the people it's going to take down, it's crazy. And I thought that there was that Trump was going to be in really implicated.
That's what they want you to think. So Trump goes, no, I can't. Okay.
Thank God, goodness, you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this.
That was 20 years ago.
We just said Trump.
The only thing that I've seen files about Trump is him reporting him to the police. You know what's even more hilarious? ABC, CNN, NBC all have to report that yesterday.
So
How great is that?
Yeah, so check this out. So I talked to somebody who's really smart and follows
He keeps saying he got something.
and I said, I want to know, why are we not hearing more about, like I said, the people who was the one who was able to say the power, who had the power to tell the Florida Police Department to stand down or give them the sweetheart media, and who had the power to tell the press you can't talk about this. Like, that's crazy power, right? This is where people like Sam Tripoli are like, there's somebody running a law, and I'm like, no, but now you see this and you go, well, somebody had to have an outlandish amount of power, right? And why do we not hear about it? Like, I want to know who literally said, we're covering for, but he said this, listen for a second. He said this, he said, well, what happens probably is somebody who's kind of official in intelligence calls up the police department and they say, look, I know you've got this pedophile or you got this scumbag. You have 40 underage witnesses. If you expose him, you could be putting a whole bunch of our intelligence operatives at risk.
Or you're not going to become the chief of police.
Whatever it is, but they say something like that where they go, this is a matter of national security.
Yeah, maybe.
I know, right? I don't see what I'm trying to say is that he floated that idea because I said, I don't understand how anybody could cover for this guy.
Because they're all, you're talking about the most powerful politicians in the fucking world. And also being, remember,
But I'm talking about the investigation.
I know.
I don't even know the investigation.
I'm with you, but I'm saying as far as the public getting familiar with this, well, who owns the networks? Who owns CNN? Who owns Fox? Who owns these ABC? People who are also,
Well, they play. So they also play ball. So they play ball.
Yes.
But they play ball. Like, so if you go to the editor-in-chief of the New York Times and say, this is really sensitive information. If you release it, people could die in the field. And they go, all right, well, hold on. That's always been the case.
I hear you. Not with this.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Not with this. They go to, who owns it? They go to the top dog.
My question is, why would there be why would there be an apparatus of people who would cover for this monster? You had 40 underage witnesses. We knew he was a complete scumbag in 2008. This guy should have been in jail for the rest of his life. No questions asked. Without even questions.
Because those people that could make the changes, they were probably communicating with him. They're probably involved with him, and he probably has a lot of shit on him. Where he goes, come after me. Right. Go ahead, come after me. Right. I'm releasing the fucking. If I'm going out, you're going out.
So,
and they go, whoa, hold on. Right. Hey guys. And they called, hey man. Right. This isn't the guy.
Yeah. So he had the goods on some very powerful people.
The most powerful.
And so they all covered.
Yes, because they like go fuck.
Okay, now
even and now this is where it gets weird. Now some of those people, it's a lot of underage and there's innocent kids and sex trafficking. That's one fucking horrible dark side. some of the dark side is just very powerful dudes going to the island or going to New York and fucking young models, maybe they're 21, they're of age, but they're married with kids. Yeah, so they're like, whoa, hold on, no, let me make some calls. I want to blow my marriage, my marriage, my shit, reputation, I'm running again, that's what it is. Of course, you know, the super high level, and then you're dealing with a super dark level, right? We cannot. Yeah, and I'm sure that there are two camps. I'm sure they all. It's like the Vatican. It's like the Vatican. The Vatican. That French journalist said, it's gay men over here, pedophiles over here, and they're both covering for each other. Because now this is the only time they're all so evil, and this is the only time they're all the same thing. Can you imagine living in this world? It's so dark, dude. Yeah, it's so dark. It's the only time they're all on the same team. It's not you're not Democrat. We're not Republican. We're in the same case. So then my question is, will these next 3 million emails, like, what is it going to show? And like, do you think there'll ever be any arrests? No. So it'll just be a reputation destruction, but no arrests. And even reputation, like to the masses, they're not online like we are. Everybody's high. Everybody, I feel like everybody's. I don't think so. Like I'm talking like 15 of them, not you. It's our job. Like my dad has nothing. Right. That's like, wait, what? Right. But he's all the Trump stuff, but he doesn't know the darkness it is. But most people are so fired up about this. Like I didn't realize how fired up people were until I got all those comments on YouTube. Where I was like, I'm saying he's a monster. But I think people thought I was making excuses for this fucking crazy motherfucker, which I'm of course not. But I think also people hate it so much because they feel like the elite don't play by the same rules, get away with everything, are hypocrites, and the rest of us are not. But by the way, nobody makes money anymore. Try saving money. Try saving money. Like nobody can save money. That same government that's protecting all these horrible pedophiles, these evil people. If you miss your tax payment, they're throwing you in prison, or they're taking your property. Yeah. But also, they also rig the economic system. All of it. So you're not playing by the market. They're just rigging the system and making like literally $300 million. But here's the thing: Americans are just putting up with it. What if all of us? I don't think Americans are anymore. I think that's why. What are you gonna do? Pay a bond. Now, I think that's with all this tax fraud, all this shit, all that stuff in Minneapolis. Now they're going to California. They're discovering stuff there. You can go to each state and do it. Yeah. We know all the fraud going on, all this horrible shit. What if Americans are like, no, hold the fuck up. We're not paying taxes. Everyone across the board, what are they gonna do? What the fuck would they do? What would they do? I think what happens is that we get people. I think what happens is if you want to take attention away from the real issue, you create a bunch of noise over here. You know, like this kidnapping. Yeah, it's a Trojan horse. Don't get me wrong. Some old lady's in trouble. Cool. There's not cool. Oh wait, Trojan horse. Who do you think is behind the Trojan horse thing? I don't know, Bubba. I don't know, but it sure is a hell of a distraction. Because I'm a crime junkie myself. I can't get enough of it. I'm not thinking about Palestine. I'm not thinking about. You're not a good detective, though. Because I was all set to arrest. That guy's evil. Just his beard and the way he looked, you were like, that guy. Definitely. He's a poet. I don't know if he's involved in this crime, but he's doing some crime. I stick by that. Yeah, it's all dark, man. It's all dark. What are the new findings? So Trump warned about Epstein 20 years ago. And him and Elon were playing a different game. Really said he had no knowledge of sexual crimes. He has also claimed that he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago after he found out the finance was poaching, spot club. Okay. Well, obviously, Mr. Epstein molesting Irish women. Trump said, no, I had no idea. I haven't spoken to him in many years. But he did warn about, he called the jobs about it. He called the authorities on it 20 years ago. Whoa. Wow. Man, people can't hide from this thing. This is like, it's going to follow. And there must be the most powerful people in the world quick in their boots right now. I don't know. I mean, because they were able to hide JFK, there's so many people involved. And remember, you got 3 million. You were alive back then. You were, what, in your 20s when JFK got assassinated? People forget the public wasn't like, well, okay, Harvey Lee's Oswald did it. That makes sense. They were super upset. Nobody bought it back then. Yeah, they were up in arms about like, no, hold the fuck up. War report. The public was like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, you know what's funny is the culture, our culture has changed so much. Back then, you saw like, again, you saw a 40-year-old man with like an 18-year-old girl. Nobody even batted an eye in the club. It was like, if she's dating she's some beautiful girl. You wouldn't even ask that you didn't see her. She'd probably be 20. In 1918, and she'd be with some dude who's like, some sugar daddy who's super rich, and you still see that, but you saw that all the time in New York City. Yeah, it was almost the whole thing. Yeah. And so nobody was even. I don't think anybody was even aware. Like it was, like all these dark things that we talk about, like pedophilia, everybody knew they were around, but they were over there in our mind because we didn't have this in our face. It was a rare evil thing. You had to worry about your kid getting kidnapped and all that shit. But there was just something. There was something about money and celebrity that seemed. It was kind of held up on a pedestal. Oh yeah. And people thought of it as kind of like it was secretive, but it was more like secretive in a glorious way. Like an elite. You wanted to be part of that party. You didn't think of it as dark. You wanted to be part of that party because it was like where all the cool kids hung out, right? Now, what's different is in 2026, and it's been happening for a while, you start to realize, there was a lot of dark shit going on. And for me, even, like, I'm like, horrible shit. You know what I mean? You're like, dang, like, people used to always say a lot of bad stuff about certain people, right? And you're like, I don't know, they seem really successful, maybe it's jealousy, and then you go, hold on, scumbags. You do meet people like some of the people I've met, you kind of go, wow, here. The Clintons and the way they behaved. And so,
Yeah, but even back then, that war, the shit you do to get bottles,
dude, her
raped all the time.
My girlfriend had read her biography, and it was crazy. Women had to deal with that all the time. Yeah, they still do. Yeah, no, not nearly as much. Not nearly as much. But they had to deal with that shit all the time. Wow. And those men, those nerds, those kind of guys who became powerful, they looked like curmudgeon. They looked like a job of hunters. That was. And you had to, and if you didn't play ball, you didn't work. They could ruin your career. Disgusting.
The more you look into things, just the dark. There's more.
So I look at more slaves today. Yeah, I look at the history. Ultimately, I think this is very good because it just forces. You see the truth. You see the truth. You see the veil comes down, and now we're living in. I think you know what the Epstein files is going to do. I think the biggest thing. And I was just talking about this yesterday. The most powerful people in the world are going to realize that ultimately they can't get away with their shit. At the end of the day, you can't get away with it. Maybe there will always be getting away with it. No, they are. Look at England. Your star may have to step down. You got to start appointing England.
In America, there's been nothing.
Well, there's nothing. Well, for now, there has been nothing. But I bet you Steve Bannon is hiding. I bet you, people, when you start to see this stuff,
Steve Bannon has to go and hide and get away with it.
He got away with it.
There's no prison time, there's nothing.
Yeah, but your whole life is underscored.
Bring up how much Steve Bannon is worth. How old is he?
78.
Let's go age 5. He's 72. Good net worth.
I don't think he's that much money. I don't think they can tell you.
No, it's Donald Trump. It's the real 30 million. That's not worth 30 million.
How these people have so much money?
So you got away with it. Oh no, you can go to hiding. You know, hide in your mansion.
I think
if you have Steve Bannon again,
if this dude, listen, if Steve Bannon came out
worth as much as 48 million.
Oh my God! If this guy came out, if it came out that he was actually going to help Jeffrey Epstein replenish his
image after he knew he was guilty. Yeah, it's out, buddy. Well, then you don't walk away from that. He's walking away from it. That's why America's up in arms. But you're not gonna walk away from it. You're gonna walk away from it maybe legally. You're not gonna walk away from it. He got away with it. But you don't walk away from it. Reputation. It's $50 million. It doesn't matter. He's gonna be living everywhere that guy goes. He's a scumbag. You don't think he's gonna? People are gonna be like, "Hey, you're a scumbag," because his circle of friends are all scumbags. They're still having parties. They're still going on vacation. They're still flying on private jet. I guarantee it. You think all that stops? That guy's kryptonite. He's no, his friends are all fucking scumbags. You think he gets hanging out with quality people? Yeah, but look at that. We're talking about. Don't tell us how fucked about it was. His life is a charity. I guarantee his life changes. I guarantee it. His body life does not change. That's the problem. I think you're wrong. That's the problem. I think that he is having the worst day of his life right now. And should. I don't think so. Oh, dude, I think he should. This guy, he goes to fucking prison. This guy wanted to be famous so badly. Like he's been star fucking forever. He's not on social media. I bet he's not. I guarantee he's having the worst day. Unless he's a total sociopath. Which, yeah. God, him and his scummy friends are still flying private. So just like, I think they're both very, if he has morals and ethics, then of course this quality of life goes down. But then look at slept with underage kids. There's no morals or ethics. How do you know he did that? How do you know he's in the files? How do you know he's friends with them? Hold on. No, he was. The guilt here is that you were willing to use your talents to revive someone's image. To me, that's all I got. That's guilt out, right? Best friends with Epstein. There's more communication between him and Epstein than anybody else. Best friends. There's selfies of them, countless selfies together at his house, all this stuff. Unfucking real. You guys have got to get on board. It's not, he was just helping with the PR move. I said he's finished. I said he's done. I don't even know that. That's why we're upset. That's why we're upset. There's nothing. There's no criminal. There's nothing. You can't prosecute someone in this age. It's scumbag. You can't prosecute somebody for being friends with scumbags. Right? You can't. How much evidence you fucking hopefully that's not how our justice system works. You have to have evidence. Well, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully they go through more files and there's actually court evidence. Have they released the next 3 million? No. Why are they taking so long? Why is the rollout so slow? Because I want to know what's next. Says publishes their portfolios. That was yeah. It's so many. Again, how many are I think there's 3 million more. There's like 6.5 million. Yeah, think about that. Now what happened? Why are they living the way they are? And why did I don't know earlier? What took so long? Well, I think we're told there's nothing. Yeah, like countless. Well, that's why Pam Bondi right now is on the stand. This is over 6. The DOJ identified over 600 pages in the possession. Yeah, I think like they didn't want 3 million pages. They had to go for it to make sure that sensitive information about victims didn't get released and stuff, which it did. And that's what they really hated. Let me finish my thought about the whole thing. You guys are arguing. So, O.J. Simpson, convicted killer, not convicted. Everyone knows he killed, but then when he goes out in public, he's still so like a star. I feel like they still have. No, listen, your whole life is reputation, bro. And when you see him in Las Vegas, all these shits are coming out, and O.J. still pulls. Yeah, it's like he was at clubs. If you still see a celebrity, the difference is O.J. didn't have money. That's O.J. He had his NFL pension, which they couldn't take, so he's making some money. But Steve Bannon is worth millions of dollars. He ain't going to the clubs. He's not in public. He's 71. He's good. That's what's fucking wrong with all this. I think to your point, what do you, if you're fucking Josh Patel, what do you, I know he fucking sucks, he's evil, but we don't have actually, you gotta have evidence. Yeah, you gotta have evidence. That's why I keep going, okay, you're gonna have a lot of names, okay, and we're gonna be like, this, that, and the other thing. Everybody's gonna have an opinion. And guess what, everybody? No, guess what, everybody? You still don't know who covered for him in 2008. You're never gonna find that. That's crazy to me. That's what I want. But you never really got the truth. JFK in the fuck. You don't think about a president who's covered for this month. The president was fucking killed. We don't know the exact story. They release files. Yeah, but and it's all like up in the air. But if you start thinking about your life, if you were the kind of person that was like, yeah, he's really bad, but we're gonna have to cover for him for this, I'd be like, well, guys, you know that I always call it the stop everything button. This is my stop everything button. Hold on, 14-year-olds, stop it, stop. No, stop right there. I feel like these politicians are good people. They're all doing the same shit, so they're all like, yeah, we gotta figure this out. I don't think it's even politicians. I think this is some deep state intelligence, something that had enough power to make calls. That's what I need to know. I think it's was it another country? What is going on there? I think it's. And also, who took all top level politicians are so fucking evil. They're evil. They're fucking evil. Americans aren't first. They don't care about us. Don't care about us. They sent people to war. Operation Desert Storm. It's way more complicated than that. It is. That's not true. I think that's way too. It's too simplistic to say they're all evil. I think that there are people who are evil, but I think overall there was something. Why? Like, this is what I'm asking. So there are two things going on. I guess if you were part of the program and you had a lot of power, you would figure out a way to shut it down. That's what you're saying. The people that were part of his ring were the ones who made the calls. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And that could be Bill Gates. That could be 1,000 super powerful people. Did you hear Bill Gates? He goes, when she interviewed him, this woman, she said, something like, do you have any, he goes, well, he's dead now. He didn't even answer the question about, My thing with politicians being evil, like Gavin Newsom, he's not evil, he's just a career politician. If you're in his shoes and someone doesn't hate it, you've been getting $6 billion a year on homeless. We can prove that's not getting to them. And since you've been running fucking California, it's gotten worse, man. The homeless has never been worse. Can you do something? Is there something we can do? Or do we just keep growing the homeless? And we know this money's going up here, this money's going up. $6 billion. People are dying. Actually, you know what some people have is ambition over anything else. So they're willing to do whatever it takes to become president. That's called ambition. That's blind ambition. I think you're giving too much credit. I'm just saying I think he's only interested in being president. I bet you he's way more conservative than he lets on. Right? I think he could be whatever. He'll be whatever he has to be to become president, including people dying, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Push him whatever narrative you want. Yeah, I mean, that's politician, not Joe. Yeah. Again, I think that's true. So a lot of times people are not evil that way. What they are is they think they're right, and they're on the wrong side of the ideas. That's fucking evil. No, you can just be mistaken. You can just have an ideology that you think is good, and ultimately it's you're either too dumb or too inaccurate. I don't think he's a dumb guy. I don't think he's that dumb. Career politician. It's going to be. I want to see. So your take on this is that it's funny. You can bet. So there are these betting sites. Somebody's showing you can bet anything on. You can bet on anything. You can bet on the Epstein files. You can bet on who's going to jail. You can bet on who's not going. Is it Callie? Like there's every. What do you call those things? How you can make more money than YouTube and Spotify? Damn. Yeah, but gambling, by the way, is such a problem. It's such an invisible problem because people have it in their pockets. Yeah, it's becoming crazy. Like you can bet on any type of poly market. Wow. You can bet on the West. You can bet on anything. And people are, and they're going broke. That shit is so bad.
so bad, man.
It's like you got
Like the biggest threat to young men is gambling. It's gaming, it's scrolling, it's porn, but it's actually gambling. It's social media. It's such well, it's part of it's all part of it. Damn. I mean, I'm not a gambler. I'm tempted. You know, it's like I can buy anything. What do I know about? I just don't have that bug. I don't have that, thank God. It's a real bug, too. You never had, like, short spurts when you never. I never did. Jay did it when we lived together, but then it's like ruin our fucking day. Like, you bet on the Broncos at 11 a.m. They lose. Fuck. But when you win, it's like, but you gotta keep it. So, maybe like, even like him and his wife bet all the time. Yeah, you're not betting for the money, you're betting on the juice. Go with the feeling is, you know, MMA's fucking tough to bet on. There's ways to do it, you know. Yeah, you can play in your favor. My friend knows ways baseball. Baseball for really understands baseball, yeah. Do you gamble, Jen? I used to. God, you look like you gamble. Yeah, you know, do you trust my friends? That secret gamble, that's what they do. They gamble big time. Are you living in 10 right now? That big chin up from his house, that place is nice. Yeah. It looks like a big house, but it's actually a duplex that I have to been downtown, Jen? Since I moved here, yeah. Wow. I've never been downtown. I've been downtown before. I remember the one time at County Mothership, I met him that morning. He's like, dude, way too late. So you never have been last minute downtown? You've never been downtown this whole time? Since I moved here? Why? And then what am I doing? I've been to like a country music thing. So that's not downtown. Do you think I want to get out and explore a little bit? Yeah, my friends, by the way, my birthday's coming up, which I don't want to talk about, but my friends are, I got a huge trophy on the 49? 49 for like 12 years. It's going to be 10 years. It's in April. So it's coming up. I look forward to the days I have to shoot my tennis. Today's the day. Oh, it's today, me too. It is fun. Yeah, I just gotta get a little micro injection in the tummy. Every night, two big boys. Yeah, hit the gym. You use a big needle. Yeah. When you go all the way in the ass. Oh, yeah. Goddamn, right in the knee. Yeah, makes you feel like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Really? Yeah. Does it hurt though? It doesn't hurt like a muscle sometimes. Yeah, but not really. Not really. You ever put it in your asshole? I mean, stick it right next to your shitter. No, just put a little tender there. Tender's probably I better go right in. Right in. Like there's a zip. Like sweet fucking. They caught a serial killer. He was a cannibal. And he couldn't feel. He said, I can't feel anything. So he has to do extreme things. And he goes, it was just like always torture. Nothing. Like just walking around like it was like walking around in a vacuum. He said, so I'm not laughing at this, but he had cannibal, and he had I think 12 hat pins in his anus. But like, did he feel that? Yes, because he would sit on it and it would hurt. Because it was the only thing that made me feel. He put them in his anus, dude. He would go, I think you're having and he gets both needles in his anus to feel them. Bring up what a hat pin looks like. Just bring up what a hat pin looks like. Gotta push ourselves a little bit here. Just like take a look at it for a second. I feel like you go to anus pretty easily. What's a hat pin? Yeah, it would go very easily in your anus, but now when you're so tender, well, that's a hat pin. He had a bunch of hat pins. Yeah, without stuff. You're gonna have a fun around. Just wearing hat pins. Like, sir, what are you doing? Just to feel something. You think you're having a bad day? I mean, my God. Yeah. Dude, speaking of fucking killers, I told you I saw the shop show on Monday. Did you have, I've talked to people about the show, I definitely talk about it. It's my favorite show was going on. Gigolos on Showtime. The male escort? Yes. You know what it is? It's full time. Is it back? Oh, no, I wish. Oh, I fucking wish. So I'm scrolling for something to watch. Gigolo murder. Gigolo, and I'm thinking it's like the Long Island Gigolo murder. Yeah. Click on it. One of my favorite guys on the show murdered somebody. The guy Ash, he was like the sweet, like hippie, good-looking guy. Yep. Murder. Oh, the client. Murder a woman? Oh, yeah. Murder. And just in like once he beat her to death. So he said they microdosed, and he thought she was the devil. So he had prison for life. He killed her for like pictures.
ultimately again to teach
They took
you
mushrooms
that
together.
indeed
They
Allah
meditated
subhanahu
together.
wa
Then he
ta'ala
killed
does
her.
indicate someone this and
Oh no!
even as
What did he have a
the
psychotic
most
break on
not more
mushrooms or
limited,
something?
the widest
Not just a bad guy.
for the one people day is that
It was 10 a.m.
Allah
on
subhanahu wa ta'ala
February.
desires to do
It's called.
another. What is it compared to
Not to make light of this, not to make light of this, but you know, like he's not famous, right? Like he's not famous. Yeah, his first call was to two other jiggles from the show. His two uncles, his friends at the time. He kills her. He calls them at like 3 in the morning. They come over like, what the fuck? You know, like, what the fuck? The cops come and the guy's like, this is gonna be pretty big. And the cop's like, what? The cop has no clue. It's like some hard, tough nose thing. This cop is like, what? He's on. This is all true. This is what you're saying. Yeah, the cop knows. What? And the guy goes, so, do you know who that is? And the guy's like, no. He's like, he's from the show Jiggles. And the cop's like, the fuck is that? He's like, on Showtime, he's like, I don't know what the fuck you're referring to. There's a dead body in there, dude. And he's like, well, get ready for the mayhem. This guy's a celeb. The cop's like, okay, bud, chill. Yeah. Yeah, he's back. Wow. Yeah, you can't do that. See, when you do mushrooms, you're like, oh, look, I'm in a genie bottle. You can't kill. And in prison, he goes, I'm the victim. Which is crazy. Oh, he said that? Yeah. Okay. He says he didn't do it. So she had a great tumor, I guess. Yeah. She was paid over the client, so they got really close.
Okay.
It was a thyroid tumor. Very curable. It wasn't cancer. Oh boy, yeah. But the man that took a fucking turn, yikes. That is so nuts. Handsome fella. $100 bucks to spend 200 hours and 3,000 for an overnight 25 grand.
Will go ahead and
fucking round. Yeah. And two girls paid for it. Look at that. What? Women are paying that much money. Well, she had like no friends or self-confidence, and she came from money, so she was looking for. This was the girl who was paying it. She looked beautiful. She was paying it. She was a client, or were they friends? Like she would pay him, and then they'd hang out. She was paying. She was $4 Yeah, there's already something weird going on there, right? You're already like, first of all, you feel bad for the girl. You're also, you're a chick. It's something, you gotta, I can buy his affection. That's already a kind of sociopath. Not her, no, him. Like already, you're like, oh, you're a sociopath. Like there's something going on with you, obviously. For her, like she's a pretty girl. She came from money. It's like, you want to shake her? Like, you don't need to do this. Yeah, I can put your picture on Instagram right now. Put it in 1,000 fucking dudes. Probably some of them are nice. They're gonna take you out and you get done. You don't need to pay this fucking weirdo. You know, like we were friends. And that's mushroom.
Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller. West Side.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah. That shit will just highlight what they say. Alcohol just brings out who you really are. So me, I'm just chilling, nice. Yeah. You are. Yeah, it's yours. You ever see people get drunk and they become assholes? I never understood it, but then I see it. I know people like that where you're like, oh, you start fighting. You suck. I was thinking about her pain. So she paid. There's no carnival on this. For the accounts of hitting people, I think a lot of people are just born bad. So it's if you got bad, you got good. You just have some people that are born bad. Like Cormac McCarthy calls them killers of men. And if they see an opportunity, they'll just kill you. They just, you know, you could be what's his name?
this guy Lou Pelosi, who I was coming out of my podcast, wrote this book. He's a Tea Party member, DA. Got a patch from the Hells Angels. Got a patch, or the Outlaw Bike or something like that. But and he would have these guys wired, right? And he said he was with these guys. They were cartel guys, and they're in the States, and they'd be drinking tequila shots, hanging, laughing, and then he would listen to them on the fucking in the van, talking about how what we'll do is we'll get him back to the hotel, we'll cut his throat, we'll hang him up, we'll bleed him, you know, come up. Like they were talking about, he's like, I was just hanging out with you, but hanging out with you for a month. I thought we were friends. Totally dispassionate. Just the world of bad people, man. Bad people. Just like, and it was a group of them. But have you guys known, because I'm sure everyone knows people that when they drink, they become evil, but when they take mushrooms, have you had a friend take mushrooms and they became like an asshole? Because I don't know. So I did tell you a story about how somebody said, hey, do you remember that guy? We were all hanging out. I can't remember what it was. I think it was in Canada. No, he said, do you remember that guy? And I said, no. And he goes, well, the guy. And I go, no, it was a certain group of us. And there was a guy, I guess, in the group that I was in one time when I think I came off stage, or I can't remember what it was. And I got to know, I knew one of the guys, and I knew the group. And he said that guy was a serial killer. He got picked up for killing like a whole bunch of women. And I said, but I don't remember. I said, remember the guy? He was just some regular looking guy. I think maybe the guy with the shirt or whatever. Yeah, I can't make his face out. He goes, exactly. He was one of it. He just was over there. He was over there, kind of quiet, watching. Yeah. I guess I was in presence when I don't remember it. But my friend said, hey, they caught the scene. He was there that night. He was a friend of a friend. Hanging out. Yeah, just hanging out with a regular guy until he's not. You don't know.
Yo, what up? How are you?
This podcast makes so dark. I keep talking about this shit. Like there's that mass shooting in Canada. Another transgender. Another transgender. Really from that, Jen. But let's not report on that. What did I read about that? See transgender first. Yeah, you tend to there's two different trends that make up. So maybe not transgender. I'm definitely confused. Yeah. We're interested in referring to as a good person. Very possibly an extremist.
We thank all of our sponsors for your sponsorship.
Probably not possible. It was. And why don't they report that?
Today, incredible Mishnah.
Let's try not to hang out with us for sure. If the devil has a woman says to them, God forbid you say this person had mental illness, right? God forbid you say that whatever you were doing in Canada, you were giving her or him all these hormones that might have fucked with his developing brain. Let's not talk about that. Wow. Police are so different and misgendered, and they're calling us suspect of drug dealers. And that's why they say peak insanity. How soft are the peak insanity? Well, this is what you get.
So what's the
Canadians must be going cold right here because actual Canadians are fucking tough people. The leaders do the best. The leaders of the country are so fucking soft.
to go ahead and support the person, but rather again, it was much more of
this absolutely biological male, absolutely fucking crazy person.
The amputee could go out with his wooden shoe. See, Rabbi, these were very names. Rabbi Yossi, capital Simon.
So biological male began identifying as real in 2023.
I will say, why does Rabbi Yossi say that? That's what
Of course,
the last counter. Rabbi Yossi holds that ultimately, again, that foot, the wooden foot, is not considered to be a takshit. Not considered to be an adornment. Ultimately, again, an accessory of the. We're going to see why that is, and if we can go out with it on Shabbos.
17 fast high school guys.
You can't go out with it on Shabbos. It is great for those people, but it's the shoe itself. The shoe has a base people. Now, the base people means, and it has like a receptacle inside of it.
Why are you surprised?
And it has the ability
Why are you
to
surprised?
drag.
Obviously, this person is not
Remember,
up there right mind.
is
So
a
remember,
large
this is
receptacle
just
in
a
the shoe
picture.
itself.
I
Large
would
enough
trust
to be
that
able to hold
fucking
drag in it,
random
then
pose.
cover. And ultimately, again, the shoe becomes covered. Look at Rashi. the main
I
focus
don't know.
is evil
We're gonna look back
systems.
on this whole
Shenit
transgender
start
movement
vote
like
to
the
the
whole
evil
Oreo
systems,
flaw.
which are the
There's
budget
more and more
ranking,
lawsuits
removal
of
Hania,
people
Rosh
detransitioning.
Chopa,
Oh yeah.
Shows itself
Going, I got
against
sold
these
bill of
types of
goods.
secret
This
practices.
psychiatrist, these
Sometimes again,
doctors,
they
they're
just have an open
mutilated me and rendered me
some
sterile for the rest
life.
of my life
Other
because I was 14.
people
So
that
you got the
are
picture.
responsible
Again,
for
again,
stuff
again, guys,
in
again.
there.
Like,
So that
we're dealing with
of
children
a,
again. Okay?
a
Again, like, I don't know why those people get a pass. I really don't. I don't know why psychologists and stuff who are advising children to mutilate themselves, to make themselves sterile. I don't know why they get a pass either, because they should.
Give me some happy. By the way, it said secondary school. Yeah, not that that really matters. They just get age 11 to 18. That's like the mix of middle and high. Yeah.
When it comes to what do you
All right.
Okay, so check this out. This is Australia. And the newscast describes perfectly, so just watch.
Violence has spilled out onto Melbourne's notorious King Street.
A hard hit from behind and a hard fall to roll down. It was thrown by the victim's mate. The two men had arrived at bar 20 around 9:20 last night, but inside they were unsafe. The men were injected with methamphetamine, dancers and other staff.
No kidding.
You ever could do a strip club day? Do that guy get knocked out? It's like, but then he ended up getting up and they took off.
That was a tough one. Just good.
I saw him there in the car. He's like, what the fuck?
Sure don't get shit the next day. His head's off.
you don't have like
Yeah, he just throw it with two hands. Like that. Like, what are you gonna do, bro?
from getting scratched.
That's just right on the old noggin. Right on the old noggin.
Ultimately again.
His friend was like, oh, God, his friend's like, oh, fuck.
Gotta have bounce.
Wearing the sneakers.
Alright, so this
Your bounce?
So you could state you must measure. Remember, you must measure the type of pillow that
You
is
ever have to get into a tussle?
that sits on or rests his weight.
it was like me,
So
Brandon,
because the
that,
job is
Chicago,
obviously putting the
UFC
weight on these called the shin guard. For example, it's leg guard.
Alright, so this is a
And also
dangerous
the
little
identity
pass in
protection.
Chile.
The Osho and the Shabbos.
I had to screen record a certain switch because I didn't show what happened. So I'll just play it for you.
It's a dangerous pass.
I guess it's known for people robbing people. Like, you know when it's like it narrows down a highway? Yeah, so they'll just stop.
Actually, that's been
So you can see, she's saying something about like, I heard this is a dangerous area. And this car right there, you can see it stopping.
with your shoes. With your shoes. Yes, interestingly enough, that's the halacha by the Harabais. And then the Harabais interestingly enough, even though
Hey, I'll play for one more time. You just get a close of it in the rob.
remember,
Yeah, two
the individual in
people
question
got guns.
unfortunately cannot walk. The way
You
he
gotta
walks
just
is
gotta
by dragging
run him
his
over.
legs. The steel posts are there ultimately to protect his legs.
That guy
If you
fucked
might have
up.
thought that maybe for this individual, these steel posts had to be
That
of
was
shoes,
a
not
tough
so
one.
unknown.
That guy's
They're not
hips are
considered to be
gonna
shoes, and therefore you can there that
Hopefully
can
I
be
have some of
incredible.
shit.
You see the steel posts
Out
shut
there,
out next stage. Those are one
Yeah,
more
so that's
last
the move that ever happens to me. Like, man, this is not for this is a dangerous road. Holy shit. We talked about this on the last episode. But no, let's go to this one first. This guy won, I think it was a silver or a bronze medal. And he had recently, if you guys probably, I would say, he had recently cheated on his girlfriend, lost her, and then this is him interviewing him about his actual race. So he said he took a chance to get her back. I was like, but then his teammates and people in the community saying, like, the guy that won the gold medal, this took all the attention away from that dude. Because everyone's talking about this. He goes, I apologize for that one-time move. You can't win it. It's you. He was a piece of shit. He's like, oh, I know, I'm sorry. It's a great way. I know I want to go, but I'm dying. Hopefully she takes him back, though. I mean, you know what I mean? I doubt it. That's a serious vehicle. Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. Yeah, so we talked about they're talking about lifting Paul's girl, but I didn't realize she actually broke the record. So she won gold medal and had a record. Like best of all time, GOAT.
get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America.
I don't think so at all. I think this is conservatives being the shot in the corner going, no dancing over there. Like, I just think we're taking this way too seriously. People speak Spanish in this country. People speak a lot of languages in this country. This guy's a very talented performer who performed. And I said before, I thought visually it was great. I like the music. I like that culture. By the way, a lot of Latin people who come to this country tend to be super American after a while, or at least very conservative. That's what you're worried about.